President Ho. Please.
Good morning. So before we proceed, I suggest we pay a minute of silence to those victims in the Taipu fire. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, dear honorable guests, including our very good friend, Dr. Peter Lee, our Bernie Chen, Fred Cho, Professor Ho, and many, many other guests here today. And our distinguished speakers, many business leaders, our colleagues, of course, some of our students are also here. Now, good morning. A very warm welcome to the Hang Seng University. It's really my great honor to open today's Tzu Chi Forum on technology for goodness. Well, it's really a very special forum dedicated to exploring, how technology and innovation can serve humanity, uplift our society, and foster a more equitable, just, and sustainable future. In an era defined by rapid technological advancements, as you know, from AI to biotechnology, from big data to new material, new energy, we stand at a very crucial moment in history. Technology holds immense power. In fact, it can connect or divide. It can empower or even marginalize. It can heal or harm, depending how we use technology and innovation. So the question before us today is not merely what technology can do, but why and for whom. Here at Hang Seng University, our mission is anchored in the principle of virtue and wisdom. We believe education must go beyond imparting knowledge. It must cultivate ethical leaders who can really use the expertise for the greater good to optimize sustainable value for all different stakeholders of the society. So this forum embodies actually the spirit as I just mentioned. So over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, we will explore many, many topics such as ethical AI, inclusive digital economy, sustainable tech solutions, and the role of education in shaping responsible innovators. So in a nutshell, I can simply put all my thinking into a few words. Humanity is really, really important. Technologies only serve humanity and not the other way around. So I extend my deepest gratitude to all our speakers, our partners, our sponsors, and of course the organizing team for making this forum possible. Your commitment to this shared cause and visions really inspire all of us here. And I trust the discussion will be a very, very productive and fruitful over these 2 days. And wishing you good health and also enjoy the forum. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, President Ho, for your heartfelt words. Holding those affected by the fire in our thoughts Today's theme, Technology of Goodness, takes on an even deeper meaning. One tragedy has shown us how urgently we need technology that protects lives, connects people in crisis, and reaches out to the most vulnerable with care and speed. May every conversation here today turn inspiration into real action for a safer, kinder world. With that shared hope in our hearts, allow me to acknowledge the partners who made this forum possible. This forum is organized by the Tzu Chi Charity Foundation, an international humanitarian organization active in disaster relief, medical care, education, environmental protection, and community development. And it is also co-organized by the Institute of Knowledge Exchange at the Seng University of Hong Kong, which promotes cross-sector collaboration and the practical sharing of knowledge. And thank you very much for providing this wonderful venue today. We also thank our supporting organizations, the Association for Wellbeing Economy, Master Insight Media, the Center for the Study of Civilization of Goodness at Zhejiang University, the Economy of Goodness Society, and the Center for Management as Liberal Art at the Seng University of Hong Kong. Now, before we move forward, we would like to first take a group photo with everyone. Everyone, please move to the center. So for those sitting on the side, if you can, please move to the center as well, and we'll be taking the photo from the front. Okay, and please help me check your neighbors as well. Make sure everyone's looking good. Okay, and also our volunteers, please. Okay. Is everyone ready? All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, one more. All right, thank you very much. Okay. All right. At this moment, I'd also like to extend a special thanks to the Tzu Chi volunteers joining us for the group photo. They and many other volunteers have been working tirelessly behind the scene to make this forum possible, while also being busy helping to provide comfort and care to families affected by the Hong Kong fire. So thank you very much to our volunteers for your invaluable contribution. Next, we are honored to invite CEO Poen Yen Po-Wen of the Tzu Chi Charity Foundation. As former CEO of UMC, a leading global semiconductor company, CEO Yen chose to leave UMC to serve wholeheartedly in Tzu Chi without taking a salary, to lead its global missions, all guided by the wisdom of Dharma Master Zen Yen. Okay, so let's welcome CEO Poen Yen.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, and all the participants, and also the Tzu Chi sisters and brothers. On behalf of Tzu Chi Charity Foundation, I want to extend my sincere appreciation for you to come to. Some of you are traveling from a long way to this meaningful forum. This is Tzu Chi's 10th Tzu Chi Forum. And before I start my address, I want to also express my deep condolence to the recent fire accident in Hong Kong. Perhaps the discussion we have today may contribute to the future advancement in fire prevention and disaster mitigations. The rapid advance of modern technology is astonishing, bringing both positive opportunities and growing concerns. In today's increasing complex and turbulent world, where inequality is rising, we put great hope in technology, especially everybody talk about AI, to bring more well-being to people rather than fueling economic confrontation or political uncertainty. We sincerely look forward to today's forum generating meaningful discussions on how to harness technology wisely, particularly in disaster prevention and emergency response. So we can truly help people. That is what gives the technology its true meaning. Once again, thank you for coming and enjoy today's forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, CEO Yen, for your meaningful and heartfelt remarks. So moving forward, let's now begin our first keynote speech for the day for the 10th Tzu Chi Forum. Our first keynote speaker is Chairman Peter Li Jiajie of Henderson Land Group. Chairman Li is widely recognized for his leadership in business and his long-standing dedication to philanthropy and youth development. Through numerous meaningful initiatives, he has consistently championed the belief that true economic progress must go hand in hand with genuine care for society. In particular, Chairman Li has personally enabled over 100,000 children born with heart defects to receive life-saving medical treatment, giving them the precious gift of a healthier future. This act of compassion is deeply rooted in the values passed down by his father, who has also been a steadfast supporter of educational programs that transform the lives of underserved communities. It is a true honor to have such a compassionate and visionary leader with us today. To enrich this session, Chairman Li will be joined on stage by Dr. Ray Sen-He, Deputy CEO of Tzu Chi Foundation, for a special dialogue. Please note that the session will be held in Mandarin. Please join me in giving our warmest welcome to Chairman Peter Li and Dr. Ray Sen-He. 欢迎李家杰主席，还有何日生副执行长。
尊敬的诸位贵宾，今天非常荣幸，我们请到李家杰主席来针对善科技做一个专题讲演。他比较喜欢能够很轻松的说，所以我就扮演一个算 moderator 的角色哈，能够让李主席把他的很多观点能够畅所欲言的讲出来。那在座有好多朋友，包括来自美国。来自台湾，来自大陆，很感恩有这个因缘，我们共聚一堂。首先，我很想来问主席 ，AI 这10年发展的这么快速 ，Everybody talk about AI， 然后很多的投资 $1 trillion invest to AI， 你怎么看这个发展 ？Why and what is that？
我看 AI 呢，是分3个层面去看的。To G、To B， 就 To C。一般来说，我们都只是关注 To C 的。其实对我们人类最大的那个冲击吧，应该是先是 To G， 然后才是 To B。这2个呢，地缘政治目前我们说说地缘政治的问题。中美这个全球最大的2个国家， 我们看看两个在竞争中间，都是很多的领导地球这个继续是不是 follow 的美国的继续，还是有新继续，还是什么？其实这些全部都围绕一个很重要的问题，就是我们人类已经 stuck with 81人口了，没有新的人口增加了。那么好了，两个大国都需要 GDP 增长，都需要竞争。那从哪里来呢？那个 room，where's the room？ 那就只有用 AI 了，那就是中国讲的弯道超车，这一块是没有的。要做一块新的没有的东西里头，我们如果是某一个国家领先了这个，那某一个国家可能就会赢了。所以这个关键就是未来这个，不要说10年，其实5年。这中国现在是15-5计划，新的一轮5年计划，现在就是这个5年就知道输赢了，因为这个 AI 是跑得很快。那2个全球最大的国家在争做第一，那这个时间就是2个国家的所有的人力、物力、财力、精神，全部都是在 AI 里头。那所以我们是 move 得很快。那反过来，我们不是在我们的民营企业嘛，我们善企业，或者是我们只是一个普通的人我们能不能适应这么快的速度？这个就是一个关键问题了。
所以你提到这个 government 之间的这样的对 AI 的竞争，它对整个商业世界的挑战，您怎么看 ？To B 这个部分
，To B 这个部分呢，就是大事业潮来了。好像8年之前吧，应该是8、9年之前。8年之前，我看到那个 MIT 美国 MIT 大学跟那个英国Oxford University 有2个大学都做了2个报告，就是说大概到30到35年。30年到35年的这个时间，就是 AI 大量爆发了。这个时间就是他们算出来他们不是配脑门的，2个大学很认真的做了，花了很多时间做了报告，就是说美国会有50%的人失业，日本就是也是一样，好像一个49%，一个50%是算出来的。然后这个之后再10年。就可能到70%到90%的人失业。那这个大事业就是当时是还没有什么ChatGPT、OpenAI 这些都没有的。那我自己个人觉得这个时间有提前了。就这个那如果我们再把这个问题再回到这个政府身上，那我反过来就问了。哪有一个政府能够撑得住，去应付这个大事业的这个问题呢？那当然就是 universal basic income， 就是说universal basic income， 但是 universal basic income 钱从何来？你现在的政府全部都是那个这 deficit 的财测的。就结构性财测，不是周期性的。因为美国也是，很多都是日本这些国家，全部是结构性财测的。那你在结构性财测底下，你再要付这个 universal basic， 你这个给人民福利，你给不出，的时候，人家就会喊你倒台吧，你政府倒台，那不停的新的政府，那么新的政府也一样的那大家都知道，政府的那个财政的收入3种 ，tax， 然后就是印钞、借钱。那借钱是大家都没钱借了，那或者是印钞，就是我现在的政府问未来的政府借钱， 那你就印钞了，等于是，那终有一天会爆，你知道？
有 inflation 的问题。
那这样就解决不了这些问题的时候，政府就要倒台，然后新的政府又搞不定又倒台吗？那这是严重的政治问题。所以你可以判断，把这两个问题加起来的时候是一个怎么样的问题。
我希望有 solution 啊，这个。那么 to C 也是，如果90% 的人变成失业了，那是生活的意义在哪里？就是生命的价值会在哪里？当然，我们不见得说只有工作有价值。那时候的工作样态，李主席，你 predict 会是一个什么样的一个人民的生活？你刚讲到 to C， 会是什么样的一个样态？
大家看了我这个书之前呢，我是人生里有第一本书
1.23%。
对，我其实写了4年，我头2年写完以后我卡住了，我没有 solution， 越写越忧郁，这怎么搞呢？那这么大的问题，因为我还有后面一个大问题就是天气，这个地球变暖的问题啊，这个也是超级严重的问题。我 side track 一下这个问题不是今天 AI 的啊，但是也是需要这个 technology solution。这个当我们到+2度啊，这个全球的气温就是包括海水温度+2度，那么我们现在已经+1.5度了。就这个是从1850年这个工业革命之前的，我们已经增加1.5度。那么到+2度的时候，会发生什么事情呢？我大概2年多3年之前，在中国一个副部旗沙漠论坛里头，那么有一位联合国派来的他有一个 representative， 他就说到2度的时候，地球的新增沙漠面积啊，就会等于多少平方公里。然后大家是不是啊？那这个平方公里是多大啊？他说等同整个南美洲这么大。那是什么地方啊？就在现有的沙漠再扩大出去的，大概是这些地方。那么全球会影响多少人呢？多少国家的人？那么影响的有30亿人的国家会影响，会受灾。那么我有4种灾了，大家都知道，就是超高温，然后呢就干旱、洪水、超大风，都是影响农业的。那么这些国家，那我们看看去年就是我们按一下，就是知道，印度哪个地方最热啊？热到多少度啊？52度了 ，Delhi 52度了 ，summer 已经。那大概5周之前，那个马克龙总统已经说，巴黎有紧急要研究，他们认为到2050年之前，就巴黎的夏天常态会超过50度。那50度是什么概念呢？50度的沥青地，如果它的黑色嘛，沥青，它吸热的，那管网底下就是70度。那大家想想，上面有 cable 电的，跑电的过的时候，本身已经是有点热了。你在下面没有 ventilation， 有70度，你怎么搞？所以很大的危险的。所以他们有，那么钱从何来呢？那到时候就是加税了。这个是很严重的问题。那么是富人税了啊！现在2周之前不是有7个 Nobel Prize， 学者就说法国应该加富人税啊，就是建议3% 一年啊。有一些说别这么多了，2% 吧。那你想一下，如果3% 的33年了，你现在1% 那你不得了的。那你这个的整个事件，那么又回去，再把这个政府有没有能力救灾当然是2个灾了，一个是大事业然后就有灾了。那这个灾可能是不够粮食啊，或者是洪水啊，或者是超级热啊，没有冷气啊，没有电 这些全部加起来，这个政府应付，这个政府如果应付不了，出大事。
这个几年前我看过一个报道，就是法国因为热，是一个夏天热死，因热而死的就1万多人，所以造成的生命的死亡也会很可观。我想李博士他的思考是听起来是很恐怖、悲观的，可他行动是很积极、是很乐观的。当然我觉得很好，就是说不是我们一下子 jump into the conclusion。It's good to raise a good question， 对吧？我们提出对的问题。那么在这么多 AI 的这些问题里面，那我也注意到说，你过去10年，您建立的一个家族、一个办公室的一个复生的资本，主要集中在对于孵化这种清洁、洁净能源的项目。为什么大家都投 AI， 您却选择这种洁净能源？你的方向，你想解决的问题是什么？
首先呢，就是我们实际是做善的，就一路都是做善的。我跟我好朋友 Fred 一阵子，他要轮到他上台讲哈，他也是善经济，所以我们都 believe 做任何事情都有因果，就是都是有 consequences。那我们都不希望做一些事情就带来一个 bad consequences。所以我当时我想就时代一路变，每一个时代也有做适合适当的事情。那么未来的时代应该做什么？那我就问自己了。那未来时代有什么事情发生？那就刚才说的3件事情，我十多年前已经是感觉到了。那所以当时我的精神就开始想我们要就家族里头也有做新的行业了。那新的行业里头呢，我就 question 自己，我要不要碰 AI？ 那我不知道我是帮人还是杀人就是当然我不是去judge 做 AI 的这些科学家很多都是很好的朋友，但只不过是如果由我来做的时候，我如果每天都 register 有个观念，我不知道我正在是做什么因缘那我怎么可能把这个事情做得好？我不断怀疑自己嘛。那所以的 next thing， 我一个肯定的就是能源。这我们最大的问题还是天灾，人祸是很恐怖的，但是人祸可能是坏到很坏的时候，大家会觉醒就是等于我们佛法遍天下的时候大家都会觉醒那么觉醒的时候，我们还可以缓救过来。我们但是天灾是没办法缓救我们就算所有人都悟了，你天灾可能都要100年、200年，它慢慢这个天气才会慢慢变回来的。所以这个时间我就跳了能源，你必须解决那个能源可以解决粮食问题，能源可以解决没有冷气的问题，地球太暖，那么人怎么生活这个问题，所以就挑了这个。那么能源里头现在都是石化能源，那就我自己的公司其中一个可能大家都只是知道我们恒基是做房地产，大家不知道我们是做燃气的。我们燃气是超过200多个城市的，所以有点怎么说呢？本来这个公司呢是家父1983年是就是收购过来的。那当时只是一个城市，只是香港的燃气的业务，管道燃气业务。但是我们做了这个几十年，现在已经超过200个城市在中国。那我们已经占那个中国的整个燃气的业务1/10了，那就是我们自己的管理的，我们有用户有4500万户，然后我们的工业跟商业的用户有40万户，那你全部都是当时很骄傲的以为是，哎呀，我们不用烧煤了我们都是 用干净的能源了。那怎么知道现在你这个干净的能源怎么搞到天气会变这样呢？那死定的。那所以就必须要改了，就要尽量要用什么方法，用氢能了啊，就什么，然后用能不能有别的，所以我们就慢慢做出来就那个 SAF， 现在 SAF 就是 Sustainable Aviation Fuel， 就是飞机用的，就是我们用地沟油变飞机油。那现在我们的产量啊，我们的去年已经是全球第2大的卖这个绿色航油的公司了，全球。那今年我们的总产量是跟全球第1的一样了，所以这个里头慢慢从那个 aviation fuel 里头，慢慢我们的目的就是除了氢以外，那我们香港的网很特殊的，香港的燃气里头的网50%是氢的。50%是天然气，那终极我们希望就把天然气这部分也去掉，就用 synthetic gas。那这些都要等未来这个科技里头有突破，那这样我们就可以 stay away from 全部是就 molecule 这一边就是 stay away from 那个石化能源，然后电我们也开始做了，现在我们就在这个是电池，这个储能。那这个公司呢，就2025年2020年的登记的。那然后呢，我们之前用了2年时间，就是 nickel hydrogen。其实这一个电池是在美国太空总署，就是在太空站。跟那个 Hubble Telescope 里头那个电池，都用了几十年，不用 surface， 非常耐用。但是人家的那个是用白金里头做的 catalyst， 贵到爆的。所以我们呢就做了这个用 nickel hydrogen 的，那么这个 battery。那么今年呢就这个 Times Magazine 就 rank 我们呢就第10位，其实8、90是一样的分的。打分了，他给我们。当然，我对上是没有做这个行业的。我对上其实有 Impossible Food 那个吃的那个，因为它所有 Green Tech 里头，电池我们是非常高。那么这个一个是电池，我们也有做那个Solar PV， 就是 Distributed PV， 就是我们在中国里头就有3个 gigawatt 已经是在系统里头了，那就。现在可以配合这个电池来做了，那就是供那个绿色的电。那未来这个绿色的电就是取替这个煤电用煤电，那就减少那个全世界的那个碳的这个减碳的这个问题，是这些都是绝对是善的。所以 AI 呢，如果是做下去，我还是有 question mark。
我感觉你的选择标准就是在拯救生命，粮食，那个能源，不要天气变化以后造成天灾杀害生命。所以，但他自己很谦卑，没有说过。我知道他帮助了10万个以上大陆心脏缺损的小孩，就他自己的钱、自己的funding。他的父亲也是一个慈善家。资助很多的教育，这边还有李兆基楼嘛，我到牛津大学也有李兆基楼，所以我觉得他的这个整个李博士的关注点就是 how to saving life， 这是一个非常重要的概念。那我知道你最近写了一本书，这个书很特别，叫 1.23% 破幻的微光。那您在书中也重新解释，用科学的也是幻象这个东西。那么这当中你也对未来有一些imagine 一些 imagine， 还有你对 AI 的一些 warning， 刚刚你已经说了一部分 to G to B to C， 所以你可不可以解释一下，你讲的这个幻象跟善科技的关联是什么？那为什么你命名 1.23% 这本书？
其实这个书呢，我是一个尝试，就是不用一个佛法的词语来写一本佛书，佛的哲学。这个 金刚经》啊，这最后的给予啊，一切有为法嘛，如梦幻泡影，如露亦如电，应作如是观。那但是说是这样说了啊，大家都觉得好像很容易，其实这一句很难的。因为它是跟我们眼睛看到的不一样，我们看到这个世界是多么的真实啊！当然理解就是说啊，如果我们死掉以后，就是渣都没有了，时间过了，什么都没有，只能这样的解释。当然说我写这个1.23这个书里头，一开始里头的解释这个幻，它究竟是什么呢？就是没人说过，我不知道，其实就是我们眼睛啊，眼球，我们的视网膜前面那一段，我们是接收什么的？我们是接收光的，然后呢，我们的视网膜后面这一段跑到后脑啊，它是跑什么的呢？那个神经的，那个神经里头是跑电的。那然后呢，跑到电里头呢，我们就看到这个影像了。那么这样呢，就转化转3次了。那我是做化学的啊，就是我们地沟油变飞机油嘛，就烧地沟油变，每一次变里头都是有那个东西都是漏掉了，对不对？所以我们看到的进来要变成电的时候，掉了很多信息的那本来就掉了，不要说转换的掉，那本来掉是什么呢？我们如果拿皮皮虾，就是那个奶牛哈奶牛哈，这皮皮虾，那个皮皮虾呢，它可以看到16个原色，我们人类的眼这个视网膜里头只有3个原色看得到，那这个就是说这个我们漏掉很多信息了相对比皮皮虾，或者是我们的鼻子跟那个狗闻到的，我们要漏到很多事情。那么先回到眼球，眼球里头等于是第一次是看光，第二个就是看电了。那么我们看得到电吗？我们对不起啊，这个不是看电了，我们看到这个影像都不是电的，但是反而不知道它是什么了，但是反正看到一个影像。那好的问题，我的问题来了。那我们都读书都知道这个是光波嘛。那我们如果去知道这个，那么听到的是什么？听到不是长波嘛？那如果我们一个 violin 就一个 cello， 就是小提琴跟大提琴，小提琴跟大提琴里头都是波嘛，短一点，长一点。那我们可以叠起来听的，这管弦乐团了，全部叠起来的长波、短波全部叠起来。那我试问大家，你怎么把管弦乐团的这个音乐的世界跟我们眼球看出来的视觉世界，你叠起来给我看，你怎么叠啊？你不能叠。那这个就说明什么呢？这就反过来就是说，那我们看都是看错的，我们看到的影像绝对不是真实的状况，就是佛教里头讲的实相。我们看的只不过是一个幻象，不是实相。那么好了，大家都知道是一个，那么证明了，大概证明这个是幻象。那么好了，幻象，我们看了幻象怎么样啊？那这个就无云皆空，那个无云了，无云皆空了就幻了，无云皆幻了。那么第一个色幻，然后第二个，那你的感受了，那你的感受就是幻了。为什么？因为我们的感受就是通过我们的这个 sensor 这个传感器进来，那么传感器的感觉也是幻了，因为它只是适合你的传感器，你就爽；它不适合你的传感器，你就不爽。我打一个很粗的比方，我这里头书里头没写这个是那马斯克不是很牛嘛，就是插我们的芯片嘛。那我问了大家，如果他插一个芯片在我们的脑袋，把我们的鼻子变成狗的鼻子，这个有危险了，很大的危险出现了。什么危险？我狗吃屎啊！那有专家说，为什么狗吃屎啊？因为 它有维生素啊，它没有的。哎，我说那如果这个狗是自己的屎呢？那自己都没有这个维生素，自己的屎里怎么有这个没有的维生素呢？不是废话嘛？所以它其实就感觉香嘛，就是很多人喜欢吃 cheese 啊，我们中国人喜欢吃臭豆腐啊。那你的鼻子变成狗一样的，你如果喜欢吃屎呢？啊，对不起啊，人不太多可以瞎讲啊，大家不会睡着。这个。
不对，这是 good question 的。我们跟变狗鼻子的吃屎是香的。
对，那这样说呢，就是我们射受了，我们的受也是换了，就我们不准确的，就是你看看你开车的时候，如果你前面那个告诉你的 meter 全部是错的，那你有问题啊你。那我们人生里头，我买一杯咖啡，我为什么愿意付这么贵呢？啊，因为我喜欢喝它。那么旁边来一杯呢，就是清水一样的东西叫咖啡，我1分钱我不会付。那这个代表什么？就是根据我的感受产生我的价值观。那么这个就是前面我们看到的世界观错的，然后我们价值观错的，那最后是受想嘛，我想要什么？我人生里头我想要什么？我想要的都是错，这个人生观也是错的。那么色受那行为也是错了，那么色受想行也是错了，因为最后应知也是错了啊！什么应知啊？什么币啊？啊，现在什么炒币啊？这些都是错的，没有价值的这个东西。然后呢，大家不认同啊？我问大家，那 NFT 呢？认同没价值了吧？现在，那不是当时不认同嘛？当然还不是错的嘛。那所以这个应知也说的无允皆错，那因此无允皆空了。所以这个书里头呢，就是补充了一些我们的 knowledge gap， 就是帮助我们可以看《金刚经》之类的啊，就是佛经里头啊那个般若心经啊，我们能够容易理解这个佛教。
那么在这幻象跟善之间你怎么看？就说无蕴皆空，色受想行识。刚刚你讲的很对，其实叔本华也这样说：你看到太阳不是太阳本身，是肉眼能反映的太阳。但这样的一个空幻的世界里，我们怎么善？怎么样善科技？
这个之前啊，因为他残酷一盯我，盯我心都乱了。那这个我们有外忧内患啊，对世界的这个外患，我们内忧第一个内忧就是啊，我们是看错的啊，我们世界观错的，我们是价值观、人生观错的啊，这个第一个内患。我们还有一个严重的内患，就是 DNA， 就是我们借了父母的身体，然后搞出来这个 DNA， 那这个1.23就是这个东西了。那蓝色的那种啊，那个条码了，就是黑猩猩的，红的是我们的，
红是人类，蓝色是黑猩猩。
对，那这是我们兄弟了，这个黑猩猩兄弟。那么我们看得到，这每一对都差不多，除了第二对。那么第二对里头的演示题里头呢，就是把2条蓝色的叠起来等于1条红色，但是我们的红的短了一点。那这个是代表什么呢？很多人以为我们人类啊，就是比黑猩猩厉害了，我们人类多点东西。对不起，这个是我看了这个以后，我的概念就是，我们红的是掉了一些兽性，我呢变人了。啊，我们不是因为多了东西，我们多了什么？黑猩猩比我们多了兽性，我们比黑猩猩少了兽性，我们就变人类了。那好了，问题来了，那这个东西里头啊，就不是 ROM， 它是 RAM 来的，你可以 writable 的。我们如果做 gene editing 啊，我们其实里头我的书里头就有一个，就是说白老鼠的实验。这个白老鼠实验是怎么样啊？就是说这个白老鼠啊，就是有个科学家就用一个电极去 电它，然后呢给它闻一个很香的味道，哇，那个弄多几次，这个小老鼠就吓死了。然后呢，允许这个小老鼠就生下一代小老鼠，第2代就不电它的，然后第2代又生第3代，第3代也不电它，但是你拿那个香味给第3代这个老鼠闻一下，这个老鼠鸡飞狗走，赶快跑，很害怕，心跳。
基因会
基因
pass generation to generation，
对，它就写下去了。那这个是 evolution， 就是太恐怖的事情，它会写下去。那好了，同样的问题啊，我有一个朋友，他从来不去日本，我想吃他吃饭，哎，我说吃日本菜，他说不去。啊，我说什么事情？我说不知道，我就不喜欢日本。那的我是有什么发生过吗？没有。那我就叫他回去，你是不是查一下的族谱啊？是不是打仗的时候你上一代给人抓了去什么慰安妇之类的？你为什么这么讨厌日本呢？但是人没去过日本，也不吃日本菜，一听到就他莫名其妙的。那什么地方来的呢？啊，这个一生都是这样啊，都很多年认识他都是这样，所以我们的基因里头就 carry 一些什么呢？我们的父母的他们的没有完成的事，还有他们非常害怕的事，他都会 carry 在我们身上，然后我们就无缘无故以为的这个所谓的 inner voice， 我们的 inner voice。啊，我们人生确定不了 ，times
Time's up，
就是大脑消化不了啊，大脑消化不了的时候，我们就问 inner voice， 这个是死定了。所以我们有外忧内患啊，总结了，不用盯了。外忧内患以后，在外忧内患以后，如果我们被那个外忧就是没有准备好这个。什么天灾人祸来的时候，你就会变回野兽，就鱿鱼游戏了。所以我的书就是想，希望大家不要做这个鱿鱼游戏，这个兽性，我们要发展自己的人性。
是，最后我还是再给主席2分钟，破幻的微光啊 ，the gleam of light， 就是还是有希望的。那么这1.23%，我认为它的诠释非常好，就是它是可变异的，它可以变越来越人性，也可以变越来越兽性，所以大环境会影响人。所以你怎么看？我们怎么维持继续我们的 evolution 是越往人性走？你的 hope 跟你的 imagine 是什么？人怎么样变得更善？
变得更善，那么学佛的最好的变善了啊，当然，或者是有很多外国的朋友不一定同意。那我们用自己的 awareness， 我们不要被别人的东西干扰自己。我们要明白自己看到这个世界是有问题的，我们要求真。然后靠自己的那个觉醒啊，觉醒求真，去绕过别人的圈套，因为很多人的圈套过来都是这个。都是黑猩猩嘛，都是鱿鱼游戏来的啊！我们有度过这个难关的时候就，不要用黑猩猩的方法，我们不要用 compete， 我们要用 cooperate。为什么？我们明白，鱿鱼游戏最终的它不是 winner， 它是一个 survivor only。那么所有人死光了，剩下你一个，就这样。但是 cooperate 好像狼群能够打赢狮子。就是因为一大堆，它可以 organize 一群人一起，每一个狼都有的吃了。那我们人类就是能够 unite 所有人类的话，我们就能够 beat the system， 我们可能 beat 这些天灾。但是如果我们有鱿鱼游戏，那它的 consequence 非常恐怖的。然后我们几千年的白进化了。
非常好，我觉得。其实李主席对我来说，他已经是善科技，也是善企业哈，因为他的企业是要解决人类的生命问题。他刚提到的人的进化，其实爱是关键啊，爱生命，利他啊，那么协同就是和合， 那么这样其实是人类迈向共善一个很重要的一个关键。非常感恩李主席侃侃而谈啊，他的很生动，他是我看过其实用最辩证的方法、最契合时代需求的佛法的智慧的一个表达。我们再次掌声谢谢他。
非常感恩李主席，还有何副执行长。Thank you, Chairman Lee and Dr. He, for your very interesting discussions. So please remain on stage, and we'll have CEO Yen Po-Wen to present a gift of appreciation. 请看前面，还有照相。And Dr. He has also brought a special red packet of blessings from Master Tzu Yen in Taiwan. So it's also to wish him well. Okay, once again, thank you, Chairman Lee. From the illusions that bind us to the urgent choices before humanity, in the age of AI, you have shown us that there are still many changes we can make to strive toward goodness, wisdom, and survival. May we carry all this glimmer of hope into the world. Next, we have our second keynote speaker, President Bernard Chan Chen-Zi of Asia Financial Group. President Chan is well known for his leadership in public service and social advocacy. His work spans culture, social welfare, conservation, and policy, consistently emphasizing the importance of collective responsibility. He pioneered the Caring Company scheme, which has inspired thousands of businesses to embrace corporate social responsibility. As former chairperson of the Hong Kong Council of Social Service, chairman of the Hong Kong Palace Museum, and a passionate supporter of education through Lingnan University and Hong Kong Baptist University, he continually bridges business, culture, and community for the greater good. It is a true privilege to have him with us today, so please join me in welcoming President Bernard Chan.
Morning. Actually, I was about to thank the organizer, but they all went out. So I will thank them again when they return to the room. Anyway, you have a good 30 minutes from Chairman Peter Lee sharing with you the purpose of life. All right, so with that as a start off, so maybe perhaps, here you are coming back. I want to tell you something about, I think for those of you who are from Hong Kong, you are going to be very familiar with the topic I will share with you. And that is, let's see if I get this right. It's about aging. Now, this is the topic. Let me just make sure that you can all see it. Aging, now for those friends of us, friends of this forum from overseas, if you're from Asia, this is actually a very common phenomenon today. We are aging in Asia. And Japan is leading the pack. And so is Hong Kong coming next, and so is Taiwan, so is Thailand, China. We are all aging fast. Today in Hong Kong, right now, out of our 7.45 million people, about 1.75 million, the age of about 65. It's about 65. Well, you said that number is still manageable. By the year of 2046, 36% of our population will be seniors. And that is also about the same percentage you see in Taiwan, Thailand, China, and many parts of Asia. It's super alarming because Hong Kong is also notoriously, we are number one actually, we always want to be number one of something. But this number one is actually not very good. That is, we have the lowest birth rate in the world. It's below 1. So in other words, we have a very smaller workforce, but yet we have an aging population that we need to support financially. So this is not good. Not only that this is financially not very sustainable, but there's a bigger issue of, how are we going to take care of our elders? And that's including myself, right? Who's going to take care of me? And that's the issue that we see. Now, see, this is the chart that I'm going to share with you. Actually, I haven't had a chance to look at my PowerPoint. Somebody else prepared a PowerPoint. In fact, I wasn't going to need a PowerPoint, but since they prepared for me, anyway, so you can see the numbers as I mentioned. Luckily, I didn't skip the wrong number. It's 1.75, right? So here we are. Oh, before I get to this one, let me go back to this one. Okay. So here you are. So how do we address this problem? So I want to, I know my friends is here. Hoi Wei, where are you in the room? You're here, Hoi Wei. Okay, so anyone of you interested on the topic that I'm about to share with you, go talk to him. Hoi Wei is my former colleague. Just now I was being introduced as a former chairman of the Hong Kong Council of Social Service. He was the CEO. So he's actually the one who do all the work. So back in I double check within the date before I come to this forum because I want to highlight a story. So back in 2016, one day he called me up. He said, hey, we are leading a delegation, the Council of Social Service. We're going to lead a delegation to Tokyo, right, to attend a exhibition. Because Japan is so far ahead in the curve to address the aging issue. So every year, around the first, second week in October, they host exhibitions, right? Very advanced and adoption of technology to use to deal with this thing. So he said, would you like to come? Honestly, I wasn't interested in the topic because I didn't see myself any need yet, right? I thought, well, aging, I guess I was 50, and I thought, it's okay, but do I really want to go? But then he reminded me, this is in Tokyo, right? The event is in the Big C, or whatever you call it, is in Odaba. So I thought, oh, it's in Tokyo. So I then asked my wife, I said, ooh, would you like to take a few days we have an official excuse. But they don't pay me, we have to pay ourselves, but at least an official excuse, hey, we want to spend a few days in Tokyo. He thought, oh, okay, not bad. But then my wife asked me, but are you going to be with me? Or are you going to be all the time in this delegation? I said, no. I'm just going to go and take a picture. That's it. I'm not really actually going there. I said, okay. So we decided to go. And we stay in a separate hotel. The delegation stay in a different hotel. I stay in Ginza with my wife. And I still remember I left the room at 8:30. I told my wife, sleep on. I'll come back and join you for lunch. Right? Because the exhibition starts at 10. I think we convened, I left my hotel at 8:30. We're supposed to meet at 9, and then we'll take a train into Odaba. And all this time, I was thinking, okay, I'm just going to go there. By the entrance, take a group photo, the delegation, maybe take a loop, run around, and then bye-bye. And that's it. Come back to join my wife. Anyway, that was the plan. Anyway, as it went, I got there, well, because I had to take a little tour. I was shocked. I was so shocked. It's just unbelievable. Okay, so I was, mind you, I was supposed to really just go there and take a quick look and then come back. And guess what time I actually left the exhibition area? You know what time I left? 6:30. That's when they close. And guess what I did? I come back the next day. I didn't even finish. Just to give you an idea, at the time my dad was not already feeling well. So we were looking for a wheelchair for him. In the whole of Hong Kong, it doesn't matter how much, even if you can afford it, there are no more than 12 different choices of wheelchair you can choose. That's all. At that exhibition, I saw 300. It just blew you away. What the options you can get. And I'm thinking, wow, they are so far ahead of us, because obviously their problems are so far ahead of us too. But we are all getting there. And how prepared are we for that? right? So and by the way, it doesn't have to be expensive. So I still remember they are robotic, they have all kinds of stuff, but at the end, I couldn't buy most of them because they're so big. Some of the things are so big. So I bought something, how do I remember? I bought back something as basic as, you know what? And it's only cost 600 yen at that time. You know what I bought? Something I can easily carry home. In fact, did I check in? I may have to check in. Do you know what I bought for 600 yen? And turns out that was so useful. Not immediately, a few years later, I gave it to my father and he was using it. You know what was that? No, but someone here. Close. It's not a spoon, it's what? It's a fork. Okay? Now what's so interesting about this fork? Well, it's just a fork, but instead of just pointed like this, it's zigzag. So what happened was when you age, you lose your mobility. And you can't hold on to it. As simple as that. We took for granted. But as you age, you just lose the mobility and it slip. So this thing is actually like a little for baby. It just stick there, it stays there. And guess what? A few years later, my dad was using that to eat his noodles. It was as cheap as 600 yen, but it really helps to address an issue. So it's as detailed as that. And we took for granted. When you're healthy, none of these things matters. But when you are not, when you start to lose your mobility, mentally as well, then you got a problem. Then you got a problem. And Hong Kong has a bigger issue, and that is coming back to here. Because of the, as you can see, we are a very dense city here, right? With this aging population, our policy in Hong Kong to address that is not like nursing home because we just don't have that space for nursing home. So basically, the policy is for people to age in place. Aging in place is our national policy. What does it mean by aging in place? Meaning you are staying home. There's no other places that we can, today is slightly changing is all of a sudden the idea of retiring in Chinese mainland is now an option. I still remember 10 plus years ago, remember 10 years ago, the Hong Kong government at the time, we decided to explore the idea of, maybe retiring in the Chinese mainland. The Hong Kong government funded 2 retirement homes as a trial in the Chinese mainland. One is just right across the border in Shenzhen, and one is Shaoxing, right? I think it's Shaoxing. Further away, like 2 hours plus away. The one across the border is just less than 30, 40 minutes at the time. Today it's even closer because of the new border crossing. Anyway, so I went to check it out, right? These 2 nursing homes. It was a complete flop. I was like, why? And by the way, fully funded by the government. In other words, it costs you nothing. But yet the seniors were not interested to take up that offer. So the retirement home at the time, right, across from Shenzhen, like half empty. I was like, how could that be? It's a much, much, much better living environment, fully funded by the government, but yet almost no take-up. And the answer I was told was, it's not just about having a place to stay. The most important thing is about healthcare, right? And because they don't trust the healthcare on the Chinese mainland side. So what about the logistic of bringing them back to Hong Kong? So in fact, the retirement homes arrange shuttle to take them back to Hong Kong side, right? And then the next concern is, if my family put me there, they will never come back to visit me, right? So isolation, and then of course, is the change of environment. They grew up in even they grew up in Mong Kok, in one of these very unpleasant neighborhood, but still, it is a neighborhood they are familiar with. If you simply just drop them in the brand new neighborhood, they have no friends. That's another concern. So amazingly, they was not successful at that time. Today, after COVID, wow, things are changing. People start to, I don't know what happened, but over the last couple of years, people are so willing to accept of crossing the border. Now, perhaps one of the reasons is the standards in the Chinese mainland has raised. the medical standards have raised, the healthcare system is now, I guess, being accepted. And because of that increased mobility, it's no longer as if like, oh, that's like a different place. People are now more willing. So would that help to address this issue? Because we just don't have the resources to deal with the aging population. But until that, today, the policy is still centered in aging in place at home. But your home is not ready for that. Even my home too. I remember because I lived with my father at the time. He passed away during COVID. But even that, I can afford it, but we are not, none of our homes were designed to address those things. And so what do you do? So even with this policy in place, how do you address all these other issues? That's why the adoption of technology is so important. So when we came back in 2016 on that trip, it was really like mouth-dropping. By the way, in case you're interested, I'll give you the website. You missed this year because it's October, usually the first, second week of October. You just have to go back next year. It's HCR. It's called, the whole full name is called International Home Care and Rehabilitation Exhibition and Forum, something like that. So the website is hcr.or.jp. So hcr.or.jp. I guarantee it'll blow you away. Because but you know what, though? The most fascinating thing was, so as we were going around, I thought, wow, this is so amazing. Would you be interested to export to Hong Kong? So we asked almost every exhibitor if they would be interested to bring to Hong Kong. Every single one of them said no to me. Some through the interpreter. And I said, why not? I was wondering maybe because it's such a huge demand in Japan that they don't even care about export right, outside. You know, maybe Japan already a big market. Turns out one of the exhibitors told us the main reason they are not considering is, this is so Japanese, right? They are so honorable. They said, no, we're not just interested in selling you the product. We are equally really mindful about after-sale service. So until we have an after-sale service arrangement, and of course they have to trust, they have to find a very reliable local agent to deal with the after-sale service, so they will not be interested to sell you. And I thought, wow, this is such Japanese concept. They really think through everything. But guess what? Immediately I already thought of, oh my goodness, a Chinese company will come in, they'll copy your design, and they'll mass produce, and they'll sell first. Once they get the market share, they'll think about after-sale service. And guess what? Surely that happened. And guess what? So we went there almost 10 years ago. Chinese manufacturer weren't there yet. Today, wow, the Chinese are making the similar product and better. Right? So back then we're thinking, wow, you know, they are expensive coming in. Now we can just cross the border, and because they are also facing the same issue in Chinese mainland. Aging is an issue too. So the Chinese government are equally now interested in this topic, and you have now lots of other more choices to consider. And so lesson learned. I thought at the time I was quite amazed that they weren't interested to even consider exporting to Hong Kong. Now, so what sort of products are we talking about? So here we are addressing issues of about, since we're thinking about aging in place. So one of the most important things that we have to deal with is healthcare. But now with the products, you can remotely, you don't even have to go to a clinic. You can remotely, because remotely can monitor you. There's so many different gadgets you can find readily available now that you can help to monitor the movement, monitor your vital sign. You can all do that remotely. You don't even have to be in the clinic to do so. The bigger concern also is food. As you age, when your person age, you're not going to be able to eat normally. So in fact, at the Council of Social Service, we recently have introduced a standard for the soft food. I think it's the next one here. I don't know.
眼罩手製66歲嘅專女士開始喺虛擬廚房煮食。
They're using the technology to help you how to cook.
施
Now,
女士大約5年前開始記憶力變差，
you were
今年
thinking,
7月獲
why is
轉
it
介
a big
嚟
deal?
聯
Because
合
you're
醫院
losing
職業治療
your
部
memory.
參加院方首次引入嘅
You're losing your
VR
memory.
虛擬實
You may
境
not
煮食
remember how to
評估
do
同
that
訓練
anymore.
計劃。
You all do now,
我煮食嘅
but
問題
when you reach 90 and beyond,
經常咧就遊魂到嚟講咧就係以10餐啦8餐到啦，
so basically
燶到
is
咧嗰隻鑊身
teaching
燶
you,
嘅，
reminding
一嚟
you
到咁嘅身
how food is being
好刺
prepared
激嘅，
at home by
使
yourself.
到我認識到喎，係喎，我真係唔可以一心二用嘅噃，係喎，我有呢一個問題，點解我
I think we have
唔
enough.
去改善呢？
Okay, I think so this is done by United Christian Hospital. Okay, all right. So I mentioned about healthcare is one issue. How do we take care of the elders, do the periodical checkup and so on? Then the next is food preparing. Again, simple thing is this. If you're living by yourself, especially, who's going to take care of you? These sort of things. So the next one is, apart from how do you, because your memories are not as sharp as before, so that's one issue. Then the food you eat, this is what I was saying, soft food. So that's, so we are now setting a standard.
為咗令到
And how
吞嚥
to
困難人
prepare
士有啖好食，社聯自
That has to
2017
be
年
appealing.
起開始推動照護食發展。
For
喺
my
上年
friends
推
from
出全港
overseas,
首
these
份
are
照護食
it
標
looks
準
like
指引之
traditional
後，
Chinese
得到
cuisine,
商界、醫
but they're not
護
really
界及社福界廣
the
泛
same.
應
Yeah,
用，
yeah.
亦鼓勵更多嘅
Look alike.
公司同社會企業推出照護食產品，跨界別共創照護食生
Most
態
important
系
is
統。
actually setting
咁首先
standard.
啦，個照護社指引咧，其實而家都係一個業界使用嘅標準嘅指引啦。咁可以咧幫助我哋令到更多大眾市民知道我哋呢個軟餐係一個
when my
標
dad
準，
was
咁從而令佢哋
in his
方便
final
選
few
購嘅。
years,
我哋喺翻我哋包裝上面啦，同埋海報上面啦，都會係多翻呢啲照護食同埋一啲
So we have
DSI 呢
to
個
go
第
and
4級嘅級
source
別咧，咁入翻落去我哋
food
嘅
for
產品
him.
裏
It
邊
was
嘅。
so
咁啊，另外
difficult,
啦，
and that has to be
呢個 CSR 方
appealing.
面啦，我哋覺得係可以
Because
一
your
個
food
教
is
育
not
嘅意
appealing.
味，
You've
等我哋更
lost
加知道
appetite.
哦，原來香港係有軟餐，亦都有一個照護食嘅標準喺
Lose
度。
all even more
其
weight.
實我哋嘅心願咧，作為首間嘅連鎖
So
快
the
餐
key
店
thing
推
is
出呢
how
個
do you
午餐
make
嘅時
this
候，
food
我哋
healthy
好希
and
望
yet appealing to
業界
them
同埋大眾市民
and
更加了
edible.
解到咩嘢係一個照護食，乜嘢係軟餐。希望每一個吞嚥有困難嘅人士可以食得開心。
Okay, so I don't know what the Holy Spirit has prepared for us. Maybe we were never meant to live beyond 60. But today, as Hong Kong also has the highest, I think, what is the age? 83 for men, 86 or 7 for women or something. We live very long, right? The problem is, as I said, I don't think we are equipped yet for the living environment, to the food, to everything. Right? And as we age even, now going to 90 is actually not uncommon at all. I really worry about Europe. When I was in Europe, each time, and in fact, last year when I was in Paris for the Olympic, so I had to take the mass transport. My goodness, the subway, there's so many steps. I have a hard time walking up and down. I can imagine you are 80 and plus. But because the city is built so much earlier, right? There's a 100-year-old city, so the system is so old. Thank goodness in this city, every subway station has disabled access, they have lift and so on. But can you imagine that otherwise you cannot even get around the city, right? With a wheelchair. Forget about if you can imagine if you have to use a wheelchair or a walker. So this is going to be a big problem for every major city, is how, especially urbanization is so phenomenon. Most city now has the largest population, but most city, unless you are a new city, you are not equipped to address this aging phenomenon. This is a huge topic that I think every city, maybe not now, as I mentioned, maybe not our generation, for sure the next generation, because by 2046, every of these major countries in this region will reach 35 to 40% of their population above 65. So, all right, and what is this? So we are using a lot of robotic. Let's see if this is working. So this is interesting. When we went back in 2016, we saw a lot of robots, and I thought, come on, we don't need a robot to keep us company. Well, it turns out, actually, this is a quite interesting phenomenon, because when you're all by yourself, robot become your really good friend to keep you company. You know, there's another interesting phenomenon. I think for those in Hong Kong, you probably already noticed by now. The younger population, they don't like to have kids. They like to have pets. So the pet economy is now really booming. So I'm also the chairman for West Kowloon Cultural District. So we just opened the ferry, the new ferry that's connecting the art district with Central, right? So we just started 2 weeks ago. On the first weekend, the ferry is packed. But guess what? What's the ratio between pets and human? You know what's the ratio, you know? Anybody know? Actually, I actually make it public. I think I said it on TV one time, but anyway, just to make sure that you all know, on that weekend, first weekend, pet to human ratio, you know what that was? On the ferry. Huh? 1 to 1. 1 to 1 ratio. And guess what? The ferry company also charged the pet the same amount of money to human. $20 for human, $20 for pet. Each pet. Big business. Big business. So that's why we got a problem. They don't. Yeah. Oh no, some are in stroller. The pets is in the stroller. Yeah, the pets are. It's just human. It's a human replacement. No, but it is an issue. So when you have this sort of, that's why I say that demographic is we got a problem as you continue to age and a fewer young population. The younger generations have different priorities these days sometimes, right? So these are the real issues that we had to address. So just now, Chairman Peter Lee told us, you know, the whole overall purpose of life, blah, blah, blah. My session, I'm telling you about some of the things that we need to deal with today for the future. You know, how do we deal with these demographic changes and the needs of that generation? And every one of us were in that journey, you know, because, and especially when you have aging parents at home, then you know what it meant. 10 years, when Hoi Wei first took me on that trip, I knew that it's coming, but I didn't feel it. And then soon after that, when my father was at that stage when I have to look after him. So this is another big issue. It's not just the aging population, it's the caretaker is a big issue. Who's going to take care of them? Now, we are so lucky in Hong Kong, the way how we resolve this issue of aging in place, there's only one solution so far we found. You know what that is? Hong Kong is so blessed that we have this one formula that most other cities and countries don't have in the scale like we have. Domestic helpers. Without the domestic helpers, we're dead. Why dead? Because we all have to stay home and take care of our parents. The whole productivity would drop. You know, for our friends from overseas, we have more than 300,000 domestic helpers. Domestic helpers meaning they're foreign workers. Right? We are predominantly the Filipinos and the Indonesian. There's over 300,000 of them. Without those 300,000 workers, our middle class will be like completely wiped out because they all have to stay home. But because of that, we took for granted too. They're there at home. They're not really actually qualified, but that's the best help you can get. So in Japan, we saw all these robotic things, right? In Hong Kong, forget about robotic. We use the helpers. Right? It wasn't for them. I don't know how we can address all these other issues we are facing. But is that a sustainable solution? Right? That's the big other question. So let's see.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, she was the angel of my life, she was.
Is loneliness a big problem amongst your generation?
I mean, you know they are, because no one ever goes to visit them. You know, they never see no one, you know. And they go down to town about once a week or twice a week to some shopping, and that's their life, you know.
What about the idea of a robot for a companion?
What's that, male or female?
Bill, you haven't drugged anything for 2 hours.
Hello, Peppa.
Hello.
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 Oh dear.
Reminding
We
me or
could do
reminding
this
him?
forever.
I know we could.
Well, don't laugh. You'll be surprised we're actually going to need it. When you're by yourself, you're lonely at home, it's better to be engaged and not engaged. We're all going to... Okay, since I'm being reminded, I better go quickly. So this is another
喺護
issue
理
is
院舍行動不便嘅
how do
長
you
者
move from
每次
the
上落
bed
床都要幾個
to go
護理員
toilet?
幫手，先至可以
If
由
you're not very
床搬到輪椅上面，再帶到大堂活動。
or go to have
但有
fun?
咗呢一部叫做 Horizon 嘅機械人，就可以減輕護理員嘅工作量。
過程中我哋加咗唔同嘅傳感器落去 sensor， 令到佢可以自動調平嘅。
佢可以將用家水平升高去到床嘅高度，然後運用機械人嘅伸縮板同埋運輸帶，將病人慢慢送到床上面。
This is to help the
你見到好多物料，
caretaker.
例如藍色呢個咧係醫療部嚟嘅，係啦。咁呢啲位咧，我哋都盡量可以加工完，令到佢唔會整親個人咯，唔會割傷咯。反而最緊要嘅位、最難嘅位就係佢啲部件同個人接觸嘅情況下，點樣 make sure 個人係唔會受傷？嗰個就係我哋要不斷去改善嘅嗰個位啦。
團隊話：而家病人過床普遍要2至到3個人同時幫手，但有機械人協助之下，只需要1人1機就可以完成。長遠更加會研發一套雲端集中操控系統。
So basically, because today, whether it's mostly in institutions, you need at least 2 to 3 people to move a patient from the bed to the chair and so on and so on. With the adoption of technology, when I was in Tokyo, I saw these robotics, much more fancy than this. You only need 1 person. You still need a caretaker, but at least you hopefully try to keep it to just 1 because you just don't have that spare capacity anymore. So the adoption of the robots is a big deal. Okay, I've been told it's time's up. So I just want to tell you something. This is the final one, and I'm done. We are so blessed because when Hoi Wei and I mentioned to you, we went 2016 to Tokyo. We came back and we thought, wow, we must do something about it in Hong Kong. So we're fortunate because we were, Hoi Wei, after we came back, we wrote a letter to our chief secretary at that time, Carrie Lam. And we told her what we have discovered. and of course, I also spoke to her. I said, we must do something. We must introduce this exhibition to Hong Kong to show people what sort of technologies can help to enhance the efficiency and reduce burden and so on and so on. So she was somewhat, our chief executive, at that time she was chief secretary. She was somewhat interested. Then they said, okay, explore. So we've then subsequently sent an official delegation, the government, to explore the idea to introduce this exhibition to Hong Kong, to bring some of the products to Hong Kong. By the way, at the exhibition must be like 20,000 products. But our idea is to bring in maybe just a few hundred, 200 or so to Hong Kong to open the idea to the people here. And the government funded it. So we have it was a joint thing. So in 2017, and then the timing can't be better. A few months later, Carrie Lam was elected the chief executive of Hong Kong. So now she's the #1 of Hong Kong. So she gave the green light, and then subsequently we opened our first exhibition in Hong Kong. So it's only a year later. Now, usually, can you imagine, bureaucracy in any government takes forever. We did it in less than 1 year, basically. After we went there, the government said, great, we support you. I mean, they funded us, and we bring it to Hong Kong. So 2017 is when we first, so GIES is the exhibition. It's called Geron Technology. What does ES stand for? I forgot. Anyway, GIES is the exhibition in Hong Kong. So the first one we started with just only, I think, 200. And then as we evolved, and then later on, this is the most important thing. In 2019, SWD stands for Social Welfare Department. So basically government, they gave us 1 billion Hong Kong dollar so that we can go and buy these products to Hong Kong, and so that the institutions and the care homes in Hong Kong, they can go and apply. Now, of course, we have to screen what sort of product, which one, because there are all kinds of products, but then which one is actually workable, which is not. Some of them are so big, it may not be applicable to Hong Kong, so we have to fine-tune all these things. So the government gave the $1 billion, in such a short time, because we recognize that's a problem. And then, of course, we evolve into many different things later on, if you can just see it here. And now they extend that to another. So after the 1 billion, I think 750 million has been already been used. So the government just recently launched a new round, so that we can the institutions, care home in Hong Kong can continue to apply. One other thing we also launched is very important. I'll finish it here. Is that when you buy these things, like you buy the beds, you buy the chair, wheelchair, all these things, I mean, sad to say, maybe you only use it for a few years. Then what do? So we look at the Japanese model, is that they have a rental services. And that's what we did. So we start up this program now. You can lease from us, right? You can lease from us, and of course we have to do the cleaning and everything, so we can recycle them. Because can you imagine, you buy these beds, what are you going to do with it after that? Your family is not going to use it, so we have to recycle them. So all these ideas we're still working on, because we have a long way to go to address this phenomenon that we all need to think about, because it's coming fast, whether you like it or not. So we have to deal with the aging population and also the caretakers. As I keep emphasizing, the caretakers is also an issue. When you have fewer and fewer people, who's going to look after us? So if we don't equip the caretakers, they're not going to be taking care of us. So I think technology for good, but I think the adoption of technology clearly can also help us to tackle some of these other more imminent issues we are addressing in the society. So once again, I want to thank the organization, especially Mr. Yen and Ray, for giving me the opportunity to come and share with you the work that we've been doing in Hong Kong, and we'll look forward to any potential collaboration. I know in Taiwan and in mainland Chinese mainland, we are all looking at the same topic. So any collaboration, because there's no territorial limitation. Everybody is trying to solve this problem together. So any opportunity we can work together, please look us up too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Please stay on stage. So thank you so much, President Chan, for sharing this very important message with us, because aging is something we all have to go through and we cannot avoid it. So next, we'd like to invite CEO Yen to present a gift of appreciation for President Chan. Okay, once again, thank you so much to President Chan. So, from nourishing soft meals that preserve dignity to humanoid robots and smart mobility systems that bring back independence and joy, you have shown us how technology, guided by compassion, can truly transform aging into a season of grace. This is indeed a beautiful vision of care and hope. So next, we would like to invite our third keynote speaker of today is Chairman Frederick Tao of Cao Baoji Group. As fourth-generation leader of this century-old family enterprise, Chairman Tao has redefined business as a force for well-being. He founded the No. 17 Foundation and the Octave Institute, advancing ocean conservation, regenerative systems, and conscious leadership across Asia and beyond. Through partnerships with the UN Global Compact, Philanthropy Asia Alliance, and the One Earth Alliance, he champions the integration of economic progress, ecological restoration, and human flourishing, guided by his philosophy that true prosperity begins when we restore love to life. Chairman Tao, welcome.
前2天我在北京演讲，他说从一个传统的家族企业是怎么看？我说传统的家族企业是中国文化怎么看世界，不过企业是不同演化的，不演化不创新就不能持续，这个也是道嘛，能持续顺道而行必兴嘛，而道不停的演化什么？其实我们的意识。今天谈了这个 Bernard 刚刚讲了这个意识，这个 Silverhead 的要紧，还有解决方案的合作的邀请等等，也提示了我们这里开常会的意识。当然，外在的意识的操作手机是内在的意识，所以外在内在意识要一体化，内外统一。不过我们是投射的。如果解决不了自己的意识没有自由，外在的创造是有限制的。所以我们需要这2个智慧来打救自己，打救这个世界。那我今天跟你分享一下，就是这些题目，从传统中国文化是怎么看，还有呢，我们草宝记是怎么做。所以第一，什么是技术？技术这个辅助的工具嘛 ，enabler， 从古的17时代都这样子。当然他说哇，现在跑得很快，当然了，这是 exponential 的呀。你是从蒸汽机第1次、第2次、第3次的工业革命越跑越快，这是 exponential 的成长，跟全球化也是。因为它重组全球化，这更多的智慧意识的重组，所以它跑得很快。你看中美竞争，竞争就是进化，因为挑战就是我进化的过程。而现在的挑战是个什么？大家看得到，是不是持续发展的挑战？是不是全球化的挑战？是不是技术猛涨的挑战？那我们知道。我们进化的方向就在这个三个组合拳里边进化的，这是很容易明白，对吧？我们纠结了，烦恼了，烦恼即菩提，觉醒就可以破相，就可以提升了。所以从我们的这个里边，技术是必定发生的，而我们把它用好就可以了。那回到第2个善。那你也可以用这个姿势作恶就盗邪打劫什么都可以用那个问题呢，就讲心了，真善美刚才这个Dr. Peter 里的纯真的过程，在纯真的过程，我们是慢慢觉醒，越来越善，而我们看出的世界是美。当我们投射的世界是美，关系共同创造，世界就变美。所以真善美不只是中国，西方也是的。True, good and beautiful。所以要善的是一个修真的过程，就是把我们呢刚才都讲的属性要把它减掉，兽性把它减掉，习性把它减掉，回归我们的本真的、真心的。好的，这可像冰淇淋一样比较。所以呢，我们如果是把我们纯真的人性，也就是天性，所以中国文化有吗？天性智慧命。对。所以我们的天性是这很重要的，也是刚才慢慢找到我们的人生的意义，来这个地球做的功课。属性智慧道，修道智慧教。所以不同中国儒释道，它其实每一个都是帮我们帮助的。当然，我妈是佛教徒，我这个地方的听得比较多。 佛教是一个一切唯心造的本源，不功力很大，在这个红尘里面，修来世还不够。道家修今生皆是，它全部是能量，一起靠能量。因为我们也知道，本来我们就是能量，续在一起的相。而儒家是入世的、修济世的一个工具啊，所以修身齐家治国平天下。咱们中国人追求的就是天人合一，和谐自己的关系、人员的关系跟自然的关系，共创一个大同世界。咱们中国现在叫做平天下，为人类命运空叫做这件事情。而天下兴亡，匹夫有责。那我们挑选做什么？当然你说这个是梦想，不是，因为一切的转变，从进化论是很少的一部分一变，其他突然转过去。所以只要把我们续在那些想做这个拿起责任的，而现在呢，道在商，这个商业世界，而我们的问题也是商业的问题。商业搞经济，市场经济，这个经济搞坏了，这个文化也搞坏，因为所有的经济是欲望的行为。当我们是贪嗔痴慢疑的去推这个事情，人的伦理道德就会下来。联合国持续发展，他也讲到，幸福快乐经济不是 GDP， 是 GNH 我们要追求的。我当然呢，快乐他写了很多快乐报告，这很难写的，从经济史来说。那我们也跟他们有合作的，他们就是这个2012年的这个幸福快乐经济之后再做 SDG 17的部门。那我现在也参加了这个对外的 network 的 board of directors， 因为他发现里边全部都是学者啊，不牟利组织，没有商人。我说当然，因为你写的报告根本商人不会看，没意思的。所以我跟他合作，在做帮这个善经济联盟里边做实体的 case study， 比较实际一点，帮我们解决 policy 的支撑。所以我们回到这里边，联合国的幸福快乐共经济，也是咱们中国要走的这个中国特色社会主义的市场经济，而语言不一样，因为我们每个人追求的不是幸福快乐吗？那怎么可以达到幸福快乐？大家都不清楚。其实不是快乐，是长乐，是喜悦。快乐快来快去，其实高高下下，这个情绪的一种反应。长乐喜悦是我们本质的状态，这是小孩子一样，他永远是开心的。所以我们在这个中国文化，其实是可以很好去了解现在的变化的状态，因为我们还有易经嘞，对不对？我们还有大学嘞，我们还有金刚经了，道德经，真的很丰富的一个智慧库。只有把它们活出来，就用到我们文化就可以复兴。不是的话，只是嘴巴讲。现在影响力投资啊，很多 ESG 讲的多，做的少。我常常跟他们说，做就可以了，做到就知道也学到了。所以呢，我们是做平台推做错没有关系，因为没有对错。对这个方向，就是中国说道路直行，你跑下去就可以。方向不错，当中要调整，也就是摸着石头过河。你看人生不是也是摸着石头过河吗？你能控制未来吗？越想控制越痛苦，越不幸福越不快乐。做自己是最快，最不止的本真的自我。那这个是合一的，因为在能量在空的里面是一体的嘛，所以做合的是真理，分的是为道一行的。所以你全球化是必定要发生的，因为它是个合的过程。 分分合合，好像能量周期一样，这样子螺旋的在进化，进化我们的意识。有些是物质里边进化，有些是精神的进化。那你想 ，AI 来的会怎么情况？其中一个情况是这样 ：AI 代替了我们的工作95%，啊，刚刚讲到了失业，这个 Chairman 也讲到，说是说70%，可能更多，还更快。那好了，你失业了。那么怎么活啊？哎，机器人来了之后，生产力太大了，人类太多财富了，我们要解决这个财富分配的问题，这比较容易。在中国现在这样说，哎，国家生产粮食等等，没关系啊，我根本不需要你付税，因为我的国营企业赚的要盆满钵满。同时，你可以买他的股票去推老。那人做什么呢？大家都不用工作很多。当然，如果你很有创造力的，在技术上啊等等很有创造力，你可以这样赚的更多钱。不过很公平啊，那个世界没有割韭菜啊骗人的事情，因为大家钱也没有用了，生产力没了，钱有什么用呢？GDP 有什么用呢？你随时可调整开关，多一点少一点，是吗？在这个情况，人呐，现在是迷茫，因为太久我们把自己做成机器，希望把机器做成人，成功了，机器人做出来了。那你看这个有一定的逻辑的，这个从这个农耕时代到工业时代，我们一直希望机器代替人生产，走啊走啊走了，很短啊，200-300年嘛。现在就机器人要代替人生产的时代到了，那达到之后，新时代来了，因为这个时代走完了吗？什么新时代啊？回去追求我们所有人都要的幸福快乐。我们有一样的内心的真正的需求，还有呢，我们有一样的挑战，就是人类创造了人祸，这个人祸带来了天灾，就持续发展的人祸。所以 ESG 也是一个恐惧的反应。持续发展是个恐惧的反应，其实我们内心，你看大自然，只有兴旺，它自动调整的啊。所以对中国文化怎么看呢？他说人不一样，道虽大，天大地大，人也大，各据一方。我们整个是共创天地人的现实。而如果人呢，没有做好自己，因为人法地，地法天，天法道，道法自然。所以现在不是气候变，是天变。因为人法地，不厚德载物，把这个贪嗔痴慢疑的拼，所以带来了人祸，天变。只要我们修行，当然很好啦，现在不用工作，钱也没用了，那我们找到自己的幸福，幸福就要修行啊，就是自由啊，对吧？谈到你不自由啊，你给情绪控制了，绑架了，你想做的事情做不了。最重要，你不想的做事情，你能停下来吗？你能改这个习性吗？那你不修炼是不可能的事情。那我们呢？中国有儒释道三家给我们的智慧，我们可以一个很好的修行体系。不过这个三家里边，最第一要把情绪弄好，八风吹不动，也就是禅定的状态。因为定为不乱，禅为破相，你不破相都不是。那还有很好的体系啊， 佛教有很好的修行体系啊，八正道、六度万行、四摄，创造大事因缘，就是新时代、幸福快乐时代，时机已到。所以能量从科学里边，地球能量也在变。烦恼即菩提，我们看到这个乱世，其实应该是开心了。我们的压力太大，抑郁症很多，也是好事，因为痛苦来了，大家要找一条路出来，只是我们要推广这些啊。所以从这个里边，这表达很简单，改变自己就可以改变世界。每个人不用做多，修行，八正道必定要修好。八正道是 ESG 基本功，创造是六度万行，去创造这个新时代。啊，这里很多佛教徒啊，这个世界呢是一个很重要的节点，所以我们一定要把所有的各方的领导聚在一起，变成一个 movement， 变成这个力度。不理是什么的宗教，什么的国籍，因为天下兴亡，匹夫有责，是靠领导力去执行这个事情，也就是能量转型，也是新的变。什么是爱啊？慈悲啊，爱。慈悲是一个觉醒人的状态，因为悲心很重要。悲心是觉醒，是万物同体的，所以是同体大悲，无缘大慈。爱自动出来。如果你觉醒了，我们是一体的，是一家人，天下一家，众生平等。所以在这个状态里边，这个很重要，我们要建平台。我们自己做之外呢，因为什么？言行深造。那我们是个百年企业，我们是依靠传统中国文化，明白道是真理，进化也是真理，提升意识也就是提升境界，也是这佛教的真见。你怎么看，就会的怎么想，就会的怎么做。所以这个基本功其实不是宗教，是真实的啊。心理学也是这样讲。所以我们在这个题目，自己修好的真，你就会越来越善，越来越有智慧。善是个智慧啊，善是慈悲，也就是爱，爱是真理啊。每一个宗教说爱是真理，那为什么爱是真理呢？因为爱就是整体。我们明白我们是一体，整个生命体宇宙。现在科学家都知道，40%物质可以看得到，96%根本看不到的无形。而从量子科学，这个4只是成像，这个像是能量跟意识碰撞产出来的气虚成形的像。所以空也是色，色也是空，空不异色，色不异空，因为一个是本源意识，一个是相，那怎么可以分开呢？你的相也可以看到你的境界，你的法界性都可以看出来，所以这可是一体的。当我们走这条路，还最重要，同见同情的一起走这条路，这个能量转型是不一样的。当我们一个念一个念同时发这个念，还持续不忘初心的走这条路，那这个是一个很大。那人实际本身就在走这条路。不过我感觉的最重要，商界要走这条路，道在商啊。我们家族我在修的就是行商明道， 道明伤行。我也教这一科的，我自己也开课的，叫正念啊等等都开的。商人参与这个、推动这个、引领这个是非常重要。那我本人是这个全球最大的家族企业会，他们有65个国家的长老会组织，推动影响力。那影响力，我跟他们说，就是传承价值跟遗产的呈现。当我们的遗产是为真命生时，当我们做的都是影响走到更好的合一状态，创造大同世界的话，解决持续发展，我们的价值不是讲出来，是活出来，而我们的传承可以合作一起做。所以家族企业是全球经济的70%。SB500的大公司里边1/3是家族控制的，所以家族企业有自主权，还有呢持续发展是我们要活出来的状态。所以多代啊，不是第一代啊，多代的家族企业越老越跑这条路，因为它经过很多代的去理解，真正的传承是文化，也就是经济。你看，我们齐家里边有套家谱、家训、家规、家风。家谱就是历史，做了什么是好的，花在家训里边做多一点，好像 impact investing。做的不好的，放在家规里边不能做，不能做，你们都不能做。最后创造我们怎么活的文化，就是家风。这个文化呢，你讲不出来，它已经变成一种能量体，你可以感觉了，这个气质是不一样的。所以因为我们这个都要合作共创，大家都这样做，所以呢，我们有自己的投资影响力投资是 6 pillar 的投资energy transition 这个都要做 ，food system 也要做 ，climate and nature。education and health, social transformation， 6个体系是个组合拳，把16个 goals 变成能操作的体系，还有怎么在里边增值大家，使到它更整合。从康复自然、海洋跟陆地，我们也做有一个 restore nature 的 foundation， 到我们的 social transformation。Octave 英语，我们跟新加坡也是跟这个做一件事情，刚刚起航，就是新加坡政府，我跟这个教育部部长，他说我们有一个叫 bottom 5% 的问题，我们研究了很久，3代。他说现在的问题就是这5%，现在像10%在做，我们的中产是掉下去了，而这个是一种没办法他们解决的问题。我说这样子，我来做，你给我6年，我不需要任何的资源，只是配合不障碍我们的速度，因为你是政府，你说没有一个政府不是 bureaucratic 的嘛，所以。我们正在做这种的 project， 当然影响力投资在深圳我们也在创造一个什么是幸福快乐的 community， 就跑到一个中下的地方，从教育的进去，慢慢把所有 6 pillar 的 biodiversity 都做好，变成个标板，因为标板很重要，人家没有看到是想不出来的，很少人会幻想很多的，所以。要做这些标板，所以我们是做标板，什么都做。而这个很重要，因为打破障碍就是你什么都没有障碍都可以做，你到什么国家做什么事情都没有障碍，也就是没有恐惧，也是我们修行锻炼团队的转现的过程。因为做才是真的，讲没有用。所以回到这里。就是说，当我们 面对现在的挑战，一起做，创造未来更有钱。要改我们经济体系，因为经济就是欲望，我们要的也就变成我们的文化。所以这个经济不改，文化太难改，因为商业已经垄断了我们，利用五运手段都把我们在里面。那为什么我知道？因为这个市场经济是我这一代做出来的，打仗之后生的一帮人做出来的。所以这里边的经过我看得太清楚了哦。那我希望在我差不多年龄一代，也就拿起责任，因为年轻没有看得很清楚，我们是活过来的，反思一下，跟下一代共同向前走。他们需要我们这一代的人，所以我们永远不能退休。我看这里很多老人家，你们不能退休。所以这个 Bernard 讲这个，我们是没资格参加这个 Silver Hair， 永远是 Green Hair， 对吧？所以在这一个时间空间的焦点，当然我们看到外边很差。我是感觉到这个理会的出息为玄妙的去慢慢观察。妙啊！你看最近国际城市特朗普做的行为，大家的 peace stop 等等等等，一变就可以变的，很奇妙的，很玄的。所以呢，我们不要担忧。我是乐观，刚刚跟有时候跟 Peter 去聊天，他说我跟你聊，你很乐观，我很悲观，这样我们加起来就阴阳平衡了，对吧？下午我又找他了，阴阳平衡一下。我看到这个时代是个美丽的将来。当你修真、行善，你看去的世界，唱出来的世界，都是美丽的。希望你们美丽人生，努力修行，之后达到我们的中国人的愿望，创造大同世界。谢谢。
Thank you. Please stay on stage. So thank you so much to Chairman Tao for giving us such great positivity towards the future. So we now invite CEO Yen to present our gift of appreciation. So as reminded by Chairman Tao, doing good isn't only done by charity organizations, but everyone, entrepreneurs, businesses, we can all participate. So thank you once again so much for the positivity. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking a short tea break. So please enjoy your refreshments prepared by our volunteers and connect with one another. We will be returning at 11:20 for our first special colloquium. Thank you.
喂，1、2、3 testing 1、2、3 3 1、2、3 1、2、3 1 testing 1、2、3 1、1、2、3 3 1、2、3 1、2、3 1、1、2、3。
你这样拿得到杯子吗？
对呀、可是那天定位，但是我们的杯子往后一点，
往后一点，
是不是？这样比较好吧？还是我们把这个？
没有，就你往后，它会倒。
这样呢？这样可以吗？
他们自己会挪，他们自己会挪移。
可以吗？
可以啊，可以。
这样放。
我在想，它可以往后一点，因为这样你拿不到杯子。
可以啊。
因为主要是。
Okay, everyone, we'll be starting very soon, so please take your seats. Okay. All right, so we'll begin our next session. Everyone, welcome back, and I hope you had a good break, and I can see that you're all enjoying a great talk with all your friends. So we will move into our first special colloquium, where we will explore ideas from multiple perspectives across academia, industry, and social impact. Okay, so it is my pleasure to introduce the host for this next session. All right, it is my pleasure to introduce the host for this session, Dr. Ray Sen He, Deputy CEO of Tzu Chi Charity Foundation, who is also a scholar whose research explores altruism, economic ethics, and social philosophy. Dr. He, I will let you introduce our panelists and lead the conversation.
Okay, let's welcome UC Berkeley Professor Chris Bush come to the stage as a discussant. And also the CEO Po-Wen from Tzu Chi Foundation is a joint discussant, and Frederick Tao, Chairman, our keynote speaker. Yeah. Frederick, yeah, please, yeah. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for these three keynote speakers. We've been enjoying all the lecture and talking from the Chairman Peter Lee talk about the AI crisis and the way he engaged in the investment of green energy, which is to preserve the environment, nature, and also to saving life. We've been heard about the Bernard Chen about how the technology will solve the imminent issue that we all face, especially like us over 65. But Fetchin never use it. He doesn't belong to that. Never retire. Yeah, that's also from our Dharma Master Zheng Yen. Never retire. Yeah, and also we heard from the Chairman Tao about his very optimistic on the future, on the human recent situation. Especially, we have abundant of civilization legacy from Tao, from Confucian, and also from Buddhism, and also from Western civilization as well. And he pursued the commonwealth and the common good for the human being. So now we welcome to discussion from UC Berkeley Professor Chris Bush. He is the director for the Institute for Corporate Innovation, and also co-organizer of BIF. BIF also advocate the open innovation from Silicon Valley, from all over the world. And Poen Yen is from technology background, and now is a CEO for Tzu Chi Foundation. So I wanted to go to Chris first. So can you have your feedback after you heard these three keynote speech? You can raise your question and also your comment first.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. And I also want to share my thanks with the organizers for having me here today. It's a big honor to be representing UC Berkeley at this event. I found the three talks that we heard earlier to be very interesting and very relevant to some of the work that we do at UC Berkeley around innovation, entrepreneurship, and really the commercialization, which by that I mean the process of getting technology out into the marketplace where it can be used by people and hopefully do good to the theme of this conference. Just some brief reactions. First, I found the talk about the aging population issues that we heard to be really relevant, especially because we are seeing some very interesting technology applications in unexpected ways in the business world. So for a quick example, I was speaking with one of the large energy provider companies in Japan, and they are now using their data to work with the government to basically help identify elderly people who are starting to have health or memory problems. And you might say, how is that happening? Well, one way it's happening is that they can see that if energy usage really increases or decreases, that might be an indication that there's something wrong. Maybe people are forgetting to turn off their lights or appliances, so that's why the energy is going up. Maybe they are forgetting to turn on their lights because they're having a health problem and can't get out of bed. So for these companies to be able to use their data, to be able to use analytics and AI to look for solutions to some of these problems, I really see that as a big potential for companies to do some good in the world there. The question of AI displacing jobs, I was also very interested to hear that perspective. I am maybe not quite as pessimistic as our earlier speaker. I do think there is still going to be, at least for a while, a lot of human beings involved in the workplace. I don't think it's all going to go away. I think AI will also create some jobs, but it is going to create a lot of change and probably chaos in certain industries, and we are going to have to adapt to that. So again, I am very interested to hear from the other panelists and from the other talks today some potential solutions around that. And finally, it was really fascinating to hear the application of the Chinese philosophy, the Chinese religion, especially from a family business. I actually teach a course at UC Berkeley on family businesses, and so being able to hear how a family business is applying these philosophies and ideas to doing good in the world, to using technology for good, was really inspirational to me. So I will wrap up my initial comments there so our other speakers can talk.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And next I move to CEO Yen. You come from the semiconductor background. You've been dealing with the technology for all your career. And also you engage in compassion, Tzu Chi Foundation, for more than 10 years from the volunteer, now the CEO of Tzu Chi Foundation. So what do you feel about the technology for good? What do you feedback for these three wonderful keynote speakers share their view, and please give you a comment and your feedback.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Chao, Chairman Chao, for a great talk and very inspirational. And I've been in the semiconductor industry. Actually, I do the chips for NVIDIA before. And when I was an engineer, actually, I'm from my engineering background. I'm a little bit like Mr. Lee.
Yeah, Hayashi. Mr. Hayashi, yeah, Professor
yeah,
Hayashi.
And I'm kind of pessimistic. But however, when I enter into the charity philanthropy industry, I will become optimistic. Okay. Because as Mr. Tao said, the 烦恼即菩提, when you see the trouble and you see the worrisome things, you need to be optimistic. Yeah, and so I would say it is very interesting topic nowadays, and I still remember one time, a few years ago, in Taipei, in Tzu Chi's Jinsi Hall, we invited Dr. Jeffrey Sachs. Yeah, he gave a talk and he mentioned the topic is sustainability. And he said that sustainability ABC. I still remember that the A stands for Aristotle.
Yeah.
And B stands for Buddha.
Yeah.
And C stands for Confucius. So if you can merge these three great philosophers, then you find a solution, Because we are in a, I just wonder if this is a sustainable world. Yeah. So we talk about the sustainability, then probably ABC is the solution. However, I like to add one more thing is during that speech, the former, I would say in Taiwan probably something like a prime minister, administration yuan, Dr. Liu Zhaoxuan. His talk is about Taoism, talk about the Wang Dao, And then later on, Jeffrey Sachs added D. D means Taoism. So sustainability ABC means that Aristotle, Buddha, Confucius, and Taoism. Then will become a very perfect for the solution, for the this chaotic world. Yeah, that's my points.
Well, thank you. We have an abundance of human wisdom that can tackle with the crisis of AI or the problem of technology might be developed. But yeah, we have A, B, C, D. We probably have an E, right? Economic goodness, okay, economic well-being. Yeah. So Chairman Tao, why are you so optimistic? It's not only philosophy. You might see some phenomena. You might see some really good progress for the industry, for the economy, or for the society. What is that kind of observation or phenomena that brings you optimistic?
My own experience. Only experience is real. The rest is hope. Now, when you have hope, you will have disappointment. But you have an experience, just like Buddha say, see for yourself. Don't listen to me. So my experience in the journey to find and answer the question, who am I? I have realized there's no such thing as sustainability. It doesn't exist. If you look at nature, it always adjusts itself. It never. It's just rhythm, like energy. It goes in cycles. There is no such thing. Sustainability is a human fear response. And fear response is no good. It's very bad for creativity. We are pure love. The dust that covers this shining pearl is the dust of fear. We clean it, and this pearl shines, will be seen. So there is no fear. Our biggest enemy is fear. So don't put more fear into your own mind. Don't put fear in my own mind. Think about flourishing. Think about nature. Think about Tao, the D. Okay? Now, if your heart is full with the Buddha eye, compassion, when there's love, there's light, there's no fear. So the journey of Bodhisattva is to be the light, is to eliminate all fear. It's the same thing. And as I move on my own journey to find out who I am, which is love, I found out, just follow. Everything is perfect. You either do something and you fail, you learn, or you succeed, you collect dividend. You never lose. Everything is perfectly designed for me. And you do more and more, things will flow your way. The law of attraction. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, for the Buddhist philosophy, you always believe that everything determined by our conscience. All the phenomenon and reality actually driven by our conscience. So our conscience is good, the reality will be toward good. But back to Chris, you've been working for Silicon Valley industry for many years. Another innovation, I'm honored to join your forum for many years. A lot of innovation, Amazon, Google, Facebook, NASA. So have you seen hope about the AI can be really controlled by the human good? Or what kind of element that we can prevent AI to really benefit the human being instead of eventually harm human being?
Yes, it is a really tough question. I think we are at a critical moment right now when it comes to at least Silicon Valley's development of AI. And I also think some of the competition that was mentioned earlier, including the competition between the US and China, has the potential to do more harm than good. So those are some of the areas that I'm really concerned about when it comes to AI and whether we have the potential to control it. That said, the reason why I say it's a critical moment is I don't think it's too late. We've still seen that some of the companies in Silicon Valley, like Anthropic, are putting together teams to really look at how do you make sure this technology doesn't develop in a dangerous way to humanity? How do you make sure that it is harnessed for good? Now, do we need more of that? Of course. Do we need governments likely to step in and put some regulation around it? Yes, probably. But at this point, at least, I haven't seen any evidence that it's too late for us to change course and basically unleash what, at the end of the day, has the potential of being an alien intelligence among us. And I don't mean to sound like a fearful of technology. I love technology. I've lived in Silicon Valley and worked there for many years. But AI does have a different potential than most of the previous technology that we've seen, and it's going to require a much more strict response, I think, in the long run if we're going to keep it from doing harm.
Well, thank you, Chris. Yes, I think now even the big conglomerate, they have AI for good program, like Microsoft, Amazon, they all have AI for good. And also in China, Alibaba and Tencent, they all have AI for good program and try to bring a belief and faith and also ethic into the technology. So my question goes to the CEO Yen. You are in technological side and also in the compassion philanthropy side right now. And Tzu Chi accommodate hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs worldwide. And you are the leader for the global Tzu Chi operation. So why you feel that philanthropy perspective or your role that can really advocate the goodness to the technology and to the industry?
Actually, the Tzu Chi's leader is our founder, Dharma Master Poen Yen. We follow Master's teachings. So Master always encourage us. We need to, using all the resources for the goodness, not for competition. So, so this is about two and a half months ago. There was more than 200 politicians and scientists. They launched advocacy to set up a kind of the international agreement for the AI red lines. That is, I would say, that is very imperative to me at least. So because AI is actually, to me, AI is a tool. And how to use AI in the good usage for the goodness is very critical, very important So AI should be used for, like Chairman Tao say, is useful improve the GHI, no, not GDP for specific country, is for GHI, Global Happiness Index, right? GNH. Or I probably can also interpret in international. Now, how to improve the happiness of the world, the people of the world. That is very important. As we can see, the nowadays the world is becoming more serious about inequality. So how to use AI properly and set up the agreement or guideline, like something like the rule-based international order. That is very important to me.
Yeah, I think CEO Yen raised a very good question. We have a treaty for nuclear proliferation, right? To really balance the nuclear development, nuclear weapon development. So how likely we can have a treaty, international treaty, for AI for good, to eliminate the harmful part of AI and advocate his goodness. We know that AI will be very beneficial to everyone. Every industry needs AI right nowadays. Even we are aging, we also need AI companion. So it's how likely we can have this kind of consensus, or how likely that kind of treaty or agreement can really implement it in our modern world. Chairman Tao, how you feel about this?
Well, when the timing is right, treaty appears. When the timing is wrong, people tear up the treaty. You see it again and again, right? So something should happen, and then, oh God, we got to clean this. Let's agree on this. And then a few years later, it doesn't suit me. Okay, let's renegotiate. So don't worry. It'll come and go as usual. We see in normal life. But again, maybe what I said could be counterintuitive, but I urge you to listen what I share, and maybe your experience would tell you what otherwise your cognitive programming are telling you, and watch the reality in the world as we experience, right? So let me share with you something grounded, because I always appear to be up there, people kind of lost. So how do we approach AI in TPC? How do AI for good? Of course, we do the usual thing that everybody do in management and stuff. But we have a specific management model for good. It's called the Good Management Model. It runs our Quantum Leadership 2.5 years program. It includes skills training, a journey of I to we, and 3 mindset change. So now, with that particular thing as a guidance, we're now developing an avatar AI energetic coach. I said, wow, energetic. I'll explain, because that will be kind of out of the mind if you haven't experienced this kind of quantum equipment and systems. So first of all, when you do an avatar, the person you're training it, you are actually, the avatar has your personality. Then the avatar is also running your AI staff, your agents that you work with in the company. Right? And then you have a coach, which is doing mirroring functions. And you're recording everything, including when you're talking, meeting, the camera, to look at your facial and your body movement, and record much more data about what's happening inside that otherwise a coach can do. Through that process, you have all data. Think you are sleeping. Now, every avatar company is working. In other words, while we're sleeping, our employees are working with this personality, and morning, ding, it comes. And at any time, this is the coach. So you want to think through something, you want to ask some questions. If you just listen, and maybe we can program the AI automatic will give you feedback. This will be a very powerful facilitating tool for mindfulness practice and awakening. Think about this powerful and harmonizing company work, because you are working with them, they're working at the morning time, there's no conflict because there's no projection, there's no emotion in your avatar. And then they tell you in your language, in your personality, how the discussion of solving the problem may be. Now, that's how we're developing. We're going to the second iteration. But this is how we're going to use AI to help us awakening and shift consciousness. Because in my company, we do research on shifting consciousness, program innovation, and corporate performance.
Yeah, I think at this forum, we luckily have a different religious practice background. We have a Catholic, we have a Buddhism, we have a different kind of belief system. So I think AI for good or technology for good, it must base on the civilization of goodness, which means without a moral conscience, if the business driven by greed, by interest, I think all the treaty will be teared down, as you're just saying. So that's why we emphasize on the goodness in economy, in technology, how to transform people's mind and people's intention could be based on good, not based on greed and desire. But for centuries, the technology emphasized on instrumental perspective, which means instrumental rationality, how it can be usefulness, instead of value rationality. What is the value for the technology? And what is the end of the technology, which Aristotle emphasized. The end, the purpose of technology is very important. So three rationality, instrumental rationality, value rationality, and end rationality, these three should combine together. But it's difficult because we are all human beings. We have flaw, we have a desire, we have a greed. It's very difficult to transform. So that's why Tzu Chi Foundation doing that, and the Catholic Church doing that. So if all the goodness can put together, one by one, case by case, like Frederick Tao advocate economy of well-being, which means economic goodness from my perspective. Try to invite more people to join this kind of movement of civilization of goodness. That's what we have today. And I think the three of you have been shared all your insight and comment. I would like to open to the floor for our guests to raise the question to three of our discussants. So anyone want to raise that, or maybe I want to identify my friend first. Brian, do you want to say something? Brian is wonderful leaders in the business and faith. And he ran a very big association in the United States, and also as a social fellow at the Georgetown. Do you want to say something for that? Next bit. And Peter? Same thing. Okay. Anyone want to raise a question for our, okay, please, Cliff. Yeah. Cliff is a member of the Society for Economic Goodness. Yeah.
My name is Cliff, and it's been an amazing morning, and I think we all learned a great deal. And I'd like to make an observation and perhaps raise a question about AI. I think we've heard a lot about, okay, AI is a tool and its main purpose and the end is really to augment human beings, to help human beings get a better, towards a better well-being and all that. Now, that would mean that all the 8 billion people on this earth would have to work together towards that goal in order to achieve that. But on the other hand, what we are seeing now is that the AI space, the AI industry is more of a race. There's a lot of competition towards, oh, I'm going to do this fast, better and faster. I don't think they're working together per se. There's a lot more competition than collaboration. Now, the problem I see is that there's, because of perhaps cultural or geopolitical reasons, there's a lot of distrust among this species, human beings on Earth. When you have so much distrust among ourselves, how do we work together towards a very powerful tool that may be good or may be bad, as Chairman Peter Lee was alluding to, towards a better well-being goal? Now, so I would address this question to all of these speakers on the stage and see how do we reconcile this big level of distrust among human beings, among all the different peoples, and the goal for achieving or making AI a very, very useful tool to help human beings.
This question I go to Chris first, because Chris does emphasize on open innovation, which advocate collaboration between industries, especially Silicon Valley and elsewhere. So do you want to reply? Your comment?
Sure, I'm happy to start, and thank you for raising these questions. So just a couple of thoughts. First of all, I am relatively old to be in the technology space. Many of the people who are actually doing the work, who are launching new startups around AI, who are teaching it, are really the younger generation, and in some ways that gives me a lot of hope. I see in our students at UC Berkeley and with other students around the world that I work with this commitment to working together across cultures, across boundaries, across religions, and really trying to make sure that the solutions that they come up with do have that positive benefit on society. So that's, I think, one thing that gives me hope. The second, to Dr. Her's point, as an institute where open innovation is a big part of our focus, open innovation doesn't solve everything. It's not always the solution for every problem. But I do think, in general, openness wins. When we try to always keep things closed or compete against each other instead of collaborating together, something is lost. And I think with the more that we can do to encourage both large companies and startups and academics and everyone else to work in that open way, to work collaboratively, I think the more society will benefit and the chances of these technologies doing harm gets reduced.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Cliff mentioned we live among the distrustful world, but the Tzu Chi Foundation actually is quite a trustful organization. And we have a partnership, especially CEO Poen Yen been developing the external partnership in the last decade. Not only inside the Tzu Chi, but outside the Tzu Chi, we build a partnership, collaboration. Also inside the Tzu Chi, we are working together in every disaster relief work. 10 nations volunteer among 20 countries altogether. So CEO Yen, what you feel about what kind of hope we can bring to this world, to some extent, is quite distrustful. How our trust in our organization can really apply to a bigger society.
Okay, I would say I often mention about this BI is better than AI. BI stands for Buddha's intelligence. We can learn more from Buddha's intelligence because what we know about this universe is much, much less than what we don't know. Just like Fred said, you see the the visible matter is only accounts for 45%. Yeah, 4. Someone say 5%. Anyway,
4 to 5%.
Yeah, 4 to 5%. And invisible matter, like a dark matter, dark energy, accounts for 96 or 95%. So we are long way to learn from Buddha's intelligence. We can learn Buddha's compassion, then we know how to use technology to do, to contribute the better world. This is the end of the SDG goal is to make a better world. So this is my 2 cents about this AI's applications. Yeah.
Well, I remind our founder, Dharma Master Zheng Yen, once say, someone raised question, hey master, when the evil compete with the good, which part will be win? Which part will win? Is the one who can accumulate more people. 人多的会赢善恶拔河. When the evil compete with the good, who will win? The one who can accommodate more people. So we need more people to join the goodness. That's what we feel. I think the Buddhism, of course, advocate peace, harmony, especially compassion. From my perspective, altruism. So Chairman Tao, again, Cliff say this is a distrustful word. What is your optimistic again?
Always optimism is shifting consciousness, and then this is the era of shifting consciousness because we have too many trouble and pain, right? Depression and stress. Now back to, let's explore trust. What is trust? Some people say, oh, there needs a common, a safe space and all these things. And use a lot of psychological intervention that you first have to create a safe space before you can shift people to find out reality is not what they think. However, I have contemplated trust is a human need of control. And so the more you know a person, the more you have trust. Even a bad person. A person you don't know, you'll be more distrusted. Even your enemy, you can trust him more than somebody you don't know. Because the enemy is predictable. But somebody you don't know is not predictable. So there's a lot more distrust with people you don't know and commonality in the global environment. So knowing each other, number one, increase trust. Even your enemy. Let's party. I mean, party is really good for knowing each other and so forth. Then we go deeper. What is the cause of the need to trust? Why do we need to trust to act? Well, because we have doubt. We have fear. So where does this doubt come from? Does doubt come from lack of confidence? Okay, this guy is bad. What if he stabbed me? Are you afraid that you can't protect yourself? Are you afraid to die or the pain? You have fear. You have lack of confidence. And that goes back to the Buddha thing. 如来之心. We're born with confidence. And if we can unite the oneness, which is in the Chinese called big universe and small universe unity, system coherency is well-being, right? Or on the Christian tradition, we're made in the image of God. We do God's work. So we look at AI. We're made in the image of God. AI is made in the image of us. So think about that consciousness, and you can rethink our relationship with AI and the trust of human and AI interaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Maybe make some conclusion for this colloquium. Response to Cliff's question. We have to avoid some kind of fundamentalism and absolutism. We know we have in the Silicon Valley being criticized as a technology fundamentalist. They believe that technology will solve all human problems. We have a religious fundamentalist, right, to believe they're only choosing one. Or the other who do not believe my system could be alien, could be annihilated. We have a national, fundamentalist, which means put your nation first. And by this kind of fundamentalist, the conflict cannot be avoided. It's inevitable. So we had to avoid this kind of fundamentalism and also the absolutism. So that's why constantly advocate the common good. We have to learn from each other, from know it all to learn it all, to respect different culture, different belief, and different cultural system, and to respect different system. So nowadays we advocate the common good is very important instead of the fundamentalism and absolutism. So I think that's one thing that we can pursue, together. So I appreciate the three discussants to join us for this panel, and I will hand over my time to the MC and continue our next panel. Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Please stay. We'll take a photo first.
Take a photo first.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So we can see that pessimism may help us feel bad about things, but it reminds us what changes we need to make. And optimism pushes us forward so that we know there is hope and there is possibility for change. So next, let us move on to our first panel discussion of the day, AI technology and ethical thinking. As our team prepares the stage, let me introduce our moderator for this session, CEO Man-Chuk Fei, Wen-Zuo Fei of Master Insight Media, a Hong Kong media platform focused on global public affairs. CEO Man is a veteran journalist and commentator known for his thoughtful global perspectives on public affairs. CEO Man, please. And I'll have you introduce our panelists and guide today's discussion.
Good afternoon. So the morning section is so good today. Let's give a round of applause to all the speakers, facilitators, and audience. My job today is a bit tough because it's before noontime, before lunchtime. So it should be quick and short to let you have enough time for the lunch. This is the panel discussion one. The topic is AI technology and ethical thinking. So AI, we talk a lot in this morning. So every people talk about AI almost every day. Recently, I visited Beijing to see a big AI company producing GPU, a very big company. And I also visited a company doing AI advertisement video in Shanghai, just a few days later when I visited Beijing. And I also visited an AI company focusing on gaming in Shenzhen. The founder is a Berkeley-trained computer scientist. So AI is so popular in China. So this panel is going to discuss AI technology and ethical thinking, a very hot topic. we have invited 3 remarkable panelists to share their insights. So I will introduce one by one a bit later. So Peter, Professor Herzog, and Dr. Brian Grimm, and Professor Sun from Zhejiang. So I would love to ask Professor Herzog in my first question. So I would like to introduce you first. Peter is director of the Asian Studies Development Program and past coordinator of the Human Artificial Intelligence Initiative at the East-West Center in Honolulu, Hawaii. He earned his doctorate in Asian and Comparative Philosophy from the University of Hawaii and his undergraduate degree in Western Philosophy from Yale University. He is trained in both Western and Asian philosophy with a specialization in Buddhist philosophy. His research and writing focus both on historical dimensions of Buddhist thought and practice, and on their relevance to addressing such contemporary issues as technology and development, education, human rights, and the role of values in culture and social change. He has published more than 35 books, chapters, and journal articles on Buddhist thought, and has authored or edited more than 12 books on Buddhism, Asian philosophy, and contemporary issues. So, Professor Herzog is a well-trained philosopher. When did you start doing research relating AI? Can you introduce the Human Artificial Intelligence Initiative at the East-West Center in Honolulu? I think it's quite a pioneer AI center in the US. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers, Tzu Chi, for bringing us all here together. I think we're all here because we want to change the way things are changing, simply put. And the question really is, how do we go about doing that? How do we go about doing that most effectively? When I was invited to come, I was invited to do a presentation. So I've got a lot of things I'd like to say. But to talk about how I first got interested in artificial intelligence, it really is simply, I think there's one slide.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
There. Okay. This is what I intend to talk about. It actually started many, many years ago on the island of Bali in Indonesia, and talking to a brother and sister about 8 years old. And they were selling water to tourists. And they looked at me and they said, "You look like MacGyver, the television character." And if anyone who knows that show, in the days, he looked like me. And then I started asking them, how did you watch MacGyver? Well, they were bringing videotapes into the village and watching communally as families, as a village, watching these American television shows. And I asked them about their own traditions. It's the one Hindu island in the islands archipelago of Indonesia. And they knew nothing about the Ramayana. They knew nothing about Krishna and Arjuna. They knew about Dallas. They knew about these characters in American TV. And I started thinking, how is this global digital media affecting ourselves as persons and as communities to the extent that young people do not understand their own traditions, their own historical legacy? And I started looking at that and thought, there's lots to be done with this. So it's really about bringing technology for goodness is an alignment issue. And when we talk about alignment, if you're an engineer and you ask somebody what's an alignment problem, they say, well, you're an engineer, you figure out how to specify very clearly the objectives of your system, your AI system, and then you try to figure out ways to make sure that that system very robustly realizes those specified aims. If you're talking about misalignment, it's things like accidents of design and misuse by design. Accident of design would be algorithmic bias. Misuse by design, using AI to perpetrate, say, identity theft. But that doesn't exhaust all the alignment issues that we have with artificial intelligence. There's the issue of how do you align AI, technology more broadly, with real human interests. And the problem there is that we human beings don't agree. We don't agree on what's in humanity's best interest. So all of these declarations of AI principles that have been proliferating for the last 15 years around the world all say the same kinds of things. AI that's aligned with human values, AI that does good for humanity. And if you ask people which values, what do those values mean in practice, then you start to see real differences. Because in fact, we don't have fundamental agreement on that. So alignment is not a problem that can be solved because we already know what the conditions of solution would be. It's really a predicament that we can only resolve by gaining two kinds of clarification. One is clarity about how things got to be the way they are, and then a new sense of commitment, a new set of values, a constellation of values that will allow us to move forward together. What I'd like to do quite quickly is to just give some reasons why we might want to take some Buddhist concepts very seriously in addressing this larger alignment issue, because AI is not just a mirror of humanity. It's not simply a mirror. AI is our agential partner. And if we don't get that partnership right, we will go very wrong. Because if you hold up the mirror of AI to humanity today, what we see in that mirror is not very pleasant. We see Gaza, we see Sudan, we see what's going on in Ukraine. We see so many things that are going on in our world that if AI is reflecting that back to us and intensifying it, then we're in deep trouble. So in part, it's yes, we need to get aligned together. And what does that alignment look like? I want to suggest we take seriously the two Buddhist causal insights. That is the Buddhist answer to how do you understand the causes of conflict and suffering, and how do you go about dealing with that? It's very simple. All of our experiences, matter, the world of material events, physical events, and the world of phenomenal events, our experience, are intimately entangled. That a consistently enacted patterns of values and intentions will give you consonant patterns of experiential and material outcomes and opportunities. Outcomes meaning you get the results of your past experience, karma. Karma also gives you an opportunity to change those patterns of intentions and values, change the way you're enacting them, realize entirely different kinds of outcomes and opportunities. The second teaching is independent existence is an illusion. Everything arises interdependently. And if you put those two teachings together, it ultimately says everything is only what it means for other things. We each are only what we mean for others. And this includes AI. AI will only mean for us humans what we are as humans in relating to AI. That's an interdependent relationship. And what's occurring now is an articulation of relative autonomy between humanity and artificial systems. It's an agential frontier along which we're negotiating the terms of our interdependence. I want to raise as kind of an issue this idea that technology is just a tool and we use it, it's good for us, it's bad for us. It's like a hammer. You can use a hammer. I used to work as a carpenter. I built my own house. You can use a hammer to build a house, but the home that I bought was a 2-bedroom teardown. I had to first tear down the home before I built a new one. Hammer did both jobs really well. Tear down the old house, build the new one. But everything is not reducible to just tools. Tools are artifacts that we human beings create to help us to perform certain functions. And we assess them totally in terms of their task-specific utility, how well they do the jobs we design them to do. But sometimes tools can get to a point where they're so ubiquitous in society. Take the smartphone, that you honestly cannot live without it. With most tools, you have exit rights. You could decide to use a hammer or not use a hammer. You don't have exit rights when a tool gets scaled up to that level of ubiquity, because then you continue to be affected. Even if you don't use a smartphone today, your families, your professional engagements, everything that you do in the world is mediated through this. Technologies are not reducible to tools. Technologies are relational systems that have values infused into them that serve the purpose of accelerating and scaling up human intentions and values. We do not have exit rights from technologies. We are interdependent with the technologies we develop to the extent that, in some ways, you could say, human beings and technologies have a relationship not unlike that between species and ecosystems. Species interactions give rise to ecosystems. but ecosystems then have downward causal pressure on species. It's the same type of thing. So we are in that relationship with AI. Should we be concerned? I'll just give one example, the attention economy. People talk about attention economy as the foundation for the digital economy, and it's true. The algorithmic systems that are there in search, recommendation engines that run social media, et cetera, these are all based on capturing human attention, holding that attention, and redirecting it. Now that seems innocuous. It's just a matter of time spent on screen. And we talk about the 4.5 hours a day that the average human being on the planet spends on digital media. And if time, as Thomas Edison said, is our real only capital as human beings, that's a concern. Because 4.5 hours a day, 30 billion hours a day of human attention energy invested typically in ways that come at zero interest or leave you at a loss. So that's a concern. But attention is not just a measure of time. Attention is a measure, an index of what matters to us. It's an index of significance. And the capacity to capture, hold, and direct our attention is a capacity to change the conditions of our agency in the world. If we do not have freedom of attention, we don't really have freedom of intention. And if we don't have freedom of intention, every other freedom is either impossible or illusory. We need to be careful. Is it just a dire situation that we're in and we have no hope of going anywhere further? No, I don't think we do. We have some really good evidence from Buddhism and from evolutionary theory about how we ought to be thinking about things. Take evolutionary theory. The old version, Darwinian theory, is you have random variations, blind natural selection, competition that leads to survival of the fittest. Old model of evolution. We now know that that does operate, but it doesn't tell us what happens at those key turning points in evolution, from inorganic to organic, from single-celled organisms to multi-celled, from multi-celled to ecosystems, or from biology to culture. At these evolutionary turning points, what's taking place is the development of new communities of increasingly differentiating members that are aligned together, pursuing higher order aims that were present for any of the individuals. It's about collaborative catalytic communities, where individual members of the communities don't just differ from each other, they differ for one another. This is what is the strong concept of diversity. That what those communities are doing at these evolutionary turning points is engaging in new kinds of collaborative genius. They're opening up the horizons of what is relevant and what the responsive possibilities are, and with we human beings, the responsibilities that are associated with that. Collaboration, collaborative genius. The Buddha was asked, how do you get rid of conflict and suffering? You know, ignorance, get rid of craving forms of desire, etc. But there was one talk he had with the god Saka, and the god Saka said, you know, I've been observing humanity for thousands of years, and it's the same thing. Humans know everything there is to know about living without enmity and hatred and conflict and suffering, and they don't do it. Why? And the Buddha's ultimate answer was prapancha. It's the mental proliferation of the conceptual relational blockages. Saka asked, how do you cut through that taproot of conflict and suffering? And his answer was interesting because it sounded like the kind of things you tell your 2-year-old. Do good, avoid evil. If it's kushala, keep doing it. If it's akushala, stop doing it. But the term kushala, it's the Chinese translation of shan, this term that we have for goodness. It doesn't just mean good. What it means is something that's practically efficacious and morally excellent. It's a combination of those two, a practical and moral excellence. The term kushala in Sanskrit is a superlative. It doesn't just mean doing the good as opposed to the bad. It means doing the virtuosic. So what we need is virtuosic intelligence so that our partnership with artificial intelligence can be one that truly leads to the end of conflict and suffering. And happy to have plenty of conversations with you further about this.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your excellent presentation. So our next speaker, Dr. Brian Grimm, is a globally recognized expert on the socio-economic impact of religious freedom. He is the founding president of the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation and served as the global chair of Dare to Overcome, an initiative that fosters mutual respect and engagement among diverse faith and belief groups in workplace welfare. With a PhD in quantitative sociology from Pennsylvania State University, Dr. Grimm has authored numerous academic articles and books. His pioneer work at the Po Research Center led to the development of the global indexes measuring government restrictions on religion and social hostilities involving religion, which are now key tools for monitoring religious freedom worldwide. Dr. Grimm's research has shown that religion contributes approximately 1.2 trillion annually to the US economy, surpassing the combined revenues of the top tech companies like Apple, Amazon, and Google. His approach to religious freedom emphasizes building inclusive environments for people of all faiths and those without religion affiliation. Dr. Grimm, can you share with us the vision and mission of your Religious Freedom and Business Foundation? Please.
Yeah, well, thank you. And wonderful to be with all of you. It's a great discussion. Yeah. And when you think of religion, oftentimes you think of a panel of people wearing religious outfits, you know, of someone wearing a monk's outfit, a priest wearing a priest's outfit, a rabbi wearing a rabbi's outfit, and they have religious discussions. And what I've recognized is that most religion happens more like it's happening in this room, where people of faith are taking their deeply held beliefs, their convictions, and trying to live the best life they can that has a good impact for their world and their family, motivated by their faith. And so with religious freedom, when you don't make people push down that identity, and you know, I know there, you know, with Tzu Chi Foundation, there's a great depth and wealth of Buddhist identity and motivation, and you know, giving up a great tech career to come and pursue this mission. So, you know, this is what religious freedom is about. It's about that those deep wells within us of our beliefs, and then how does that make us see the world differently? Even though, you know, like I'm Catholic, I have many Muslim, Hindu, you know, Jewish friends, Buddhist friends. You know, we each have our deep beliefs that are very different. You know, we have a very particular view of salvation or the future. You know, is it a cycle or is there a destination or things like that? But deep down, the commonality in faiths are that it's giving us a purpose, something we're living for that's beyond making money, beyond those material things. And you know, in the Hindu tradition, just prosperity and making wealth is part of the religion. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you look at the Hindu system, it's that push for prosperity or a livelihood or the self-realization is more than just the wealth. It's looking at what your duties are, your responsibilities, your community. So as I work with people, like I work with a lot of big companies, Google, some of the ones that you mentioned, you know, our partners, American Airlines, the largest airline in the world. And so I work with people and companies, and it's people who are, you know, most people in the world have a faith, and they're trying to live that out, often in a secular environment. So part of getting to your question of what I do in the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation is help businesses, organizations see that if they let their people bring their, you know, you may know the mantra, bring your whole self to work. and one of my good Muslim friends, he said at Intel Corporation, where they've made a faith-friendly workplace environment, he said, I can bring my whole soul to work. And can you imagine if people bring their whole soul to work, however you might think of your soul, but that deepest, most important conviction in your heart, that will change things. And so in the foundation, we work with these companies to help them open their workplaces, to let people faith bring their inspiration to the workplace. And, I just look, if I can end with this, looking, I don't know if Dr. Ray, Dr. Her, is anybody going to explain these two posters? Do you have a speaker that will explain those? Someone will explain them later? You will, okay. So he's going to explain this wonderful innovation that Tzu Chi Foundation, and I was able to visit Da Technologies the other day, where they have thousands of people across Taiwan. I don't know how many centers, but 5,000 recycling centers, or maybe more. How many? 8,000. Worldwide, but across Taiwan, just take that as an example. They have these recycling centers taking plastics and other recyclable materials. And if you see the uniforms that the people from Tzu Chi are wearing, no, I won't use the slide. But if you look at their uniforms, they're made from the recycled plastic. Yeah, the coats, the ties, the shirt, the tie, and your pants. And then you can look at their recycled materials. And all of this is a business that's come out of this Buddhist conviction of caring for one another. And then recycling this, and there's even blankets that I think more than 1 billion blankets have been distributed for disaster. So this business in itself involves 100,000 people, more than 100,000 people as volunteers, some as employees to do that. So imagine this, if we think that's back on this one question on AI, will AI replace a lot of jobs? So in the future, the economy is changing, and we have an opportunity for a new vision of economy. And that's what I see Tzu Chi demonstrating, is a social mission of business. Thinking of what are the needs of society, creating a business that's run on conviction and human good rather than for algorithms or making profit or a return on profit. As I think of what religion does, I look around this room and some of the examples here, and that's where religious freedom is so important, so that we don't push down this where do ethics come from? Many come from our religions, so we want to bring that to the fore in our economy as well.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah. So our third panelist, Professor Shun-man from Zhejiang University. Professor Shun got a BA and MA from Chinese history from Beijing University and a PhD from Princeton University. Professor Shun focuses on history of medieval China and history of Buddhism. He's a professor and executive vice dean of the School of History at Zhejiang University. He is a recipient of the Ministry of Education's Young Changjiang Scholars Award and served as the chief expert for a major project under the National Social Science Fund. Additionally, he is the vice president of the Chinese Society for the Study of the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties. His research focuses on the history of Buddhism, medieval history, and the Silk Road. He has published several works, including The Era of Devon, Texas, A History of Grand Haran Civilization, and the history of the Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties. He has authored over 100 academic papers, published in journals such as Historical Research, Chinese Historical Research, and World Religious Studies. He acts as the editor-in-chief of Studies in History and Buddhism and a translation series published by the Zhongxi Book Company in Shanghai. He has been invited multiple times to conduct research and teach at academic institutions in Europe, America, Japan, and Taiwan. He was visiting scholars to Yale University, Tokyo University, and Chuo University. So, Professor Shun, Hangzhou is a pioneer city in applying AI. As we all know, the 6 little dragons are very well known worldwide now. So as a historian, how do you see AI in your teaching and research in Zhejiang University?
是一个非常好的问题哈，他提到了杭州的6小龙，谢谢文先生的介绍，太长了。
啊，不客气。
因为我对技术呀，还有 AI 呀，其实这个了解不多，但是我可以作为一个历史学家，还有就是大学的这个管理者呀，对这个有些观察可以跟大家分享哈。那么第一个呢，就是他对这个我们这个大学教育和学生培养的影响，这个影响可能我们严重的低估了。因为就浙江大学来讲哈，我的观察就是这一次的这个人工智能和 AI 的流行，它对这个学科产生了重大的冲击。就是总结起来讲的话，它是以消灭这个标准化的知识为特征的，一些一般的知识、普通的常识，现在逐渐的从大学课堂上被清除出去了，因为不适应了。有很多学科现在面临着重大的转型，比如说我们以前有大量的外语学院，几乎每个大陆的大学都有一个庞大的外语学院，因为中国刚改革开放需要外语人才，需要外贸人才，培养了很多很多的这方面的人才。但是现在，因为这个人工智能的推进，尤其是像 DeepSeek 呀、ChatGPT 呀，它让这个翻译就瞬间完成，而且这个不知疲倦。还有呢，它的这个能力非常的强，甚至就是学术的翻译，我不知道大家了解不了解，学术的翻译，它居然翻译的比我们学者可能还要好，而且越来越好。我曾经用它来翻译粟特语，就是苏格丁这种古语言，还有那个古藏文，它的翻译能力都比这个我们现在的学者强，所以这个外语这个学科就受到非常大的冲击。那么大陆现在这个大量的外语学院可能要关门。就是复旦大学已经把很多小语种关掉了。那么外语的研究现在要向文明这转型，不能只研究语言，它要研究这个地方的文明，这个地方的政治、经济、社会各个方面。那么另外，比如说我们的那个法学院现在受冲击非常的大，因为这个 AI 它背那个法条呀、背判例啊，它背的比人熟。就基本上你把你这个案件的这些要素输进去之后，他还把过去所有的这个给你这个 case 都给你找出来，然后就是还告诉你各种的解决方案。那么就是我们明显感觉到的就是过去这几年呢，浙江大学的我们招生的情况，3个学院的分数线明显下降了。就是去年排名最低的，大家都没有想到，我们去年浙江大学招生分数线最低的学院是哪个学院呢？新闻学院。因为实在是不好找工作，现在都是自媒体，没人再看 newspaper 了，而且大陆大量的电视台现在要整合，也没有人看电视，所以受很大的冲击。那么外语，包括法律啊，我觉得这个很多标准化的知识啊，都受很大的影响，甚至医学，这是我的一个观察。但是反过来讲呢，我觉得对大学教育提出了新的要求，就是学生的这个教育的内容，就是尤其是我们这个主题提到这个 thinking， 可能呀就是对学生他的评价标准我们要改变，就是可能不能以统一的标准来要求每一个学生。实际上呢，就是我们后来回顾啊，就是文先生提到的这个6小龙啊，这些创始人啊，很多都不是我们原来意义上的好学生，都是一些非常奇怪的人，就是以我们现在的标准来看。那比如说 DeepSeek 的创始人是梁文峰，是我们浙江大学的一个本科生。他毕业之后，他也不找工作，他也不他也没有去考公务员呀，也没有，他就在家里就捣鼓这个量化。后来他就做了这个 DeepSeek，就是一下就我们以前根本就没听说过他一下就 就成了。那么现在成了非常重要的一个公司。后来我们也去找他，我们说你在浙江大学学到最好的东西是什么？他说那个课堂上没学什么东西。他说我最重要的是老师。他说他的老师是很厉害的一个老师。他说我受益最多的是我的老师从校外找了很多人，经常给我们来组织那个小的 workshop， 然后他从那个 workshop 里面学到了东西。这是一个。另外一个还有6小龙里面有一个语数科技做人形机器人的，也是很年轻的一个年轻人，他是被浙江大学淘汰的，因为他考研究生没考上，我们没有录取他，因为他分数不够。然后为什么分数不够呢？因为他外语考不过，他英语不好，他考不过外语，所以后来呢，我们一直在反省，是不是必须把外语作为这个研究生入学的必备的科目？所以后来一致决定把外语作为参考，因为这个是不是影响了我们对学生的判断？所以以后可能这个对大学教育会有很多的冲击，就是我们如何判定什么样的教育是好的，学生到底需要什么样的知识？怎么判定一个学生是优秀的学生？在这种新的这种状况下呀，可能呀会产生很大的这个连锁反应，学科、学校、学生都可能。当然，这在进行过程当中，我想今后我们会面临这个问题越来越严重，这是一个。那么另外一个呢，我的观察，因为作为历史学家哈，其实我的担忧呢，今天前面的老师啊，前面的先生都已经提到了啊，比如说李家杰先生他提到的，其实作为历史学家，我们以前也都特别担心这样的一个问题，为什么呢？我们分析历史上历次的工业革命。这一次的工业革命跟以前的工业革命是完全不一样的。以前的工业革命它是替代关系，比如说第一次工业革命，它发明了蒸汽机以后，以前可能赶着马车，他是个马夫，那么有了蒸汽机之后，他可能是司机，他是替代。但是这一次工业革命非常明确，尤其是最近几年，我们看得非常清楚，它是以人工智能为核心的，它以无人化为特征。它消灭了大量的工作，但是它没有创造出新的工作来。在大陆我们看得非常清楚，比如说，它一个 APP， 它一个 app， 一个买菜的 app， 它就干掉了几万家的社区的小摊贩。然后现在它还要把出租车司机取代掉，因为现在有人自动驾驶，这个速度推进太快，我觉得太快了。太快了之后，它就会再造成大量的社会问题，而这个社会问题可能我们低估了。非常严重，因为现在这个生产力跟生产关系是不匹配的，生产力在急剧的扩张，生产力大量的这个生产东西，就毫不夸张的说，把大陆的这个工厂关掉一半，它生产的东西都够大陆人消费了，所以它产生了大量的过剩。大量过剩的结果，那么当然我们也想了很多的办法，比如说我们在推进“一带一路”，其实“一带一路”很重要的目的就是要把过剩的产能退出去。这个是一个非常重要的目的，但是这个过程啊，我想是比较艰难的。就是说，我们如何来化解生产力极度扩大，但是呢，我们的这个生产关系没有理顺这样的问题。它是一个革命性的变化，大家可能没有想到，它消灭了大量的中间环节。这次工业革命，我仔细总结，如果我们用总结一句话的话，它是以消灭中间环节为特征的，凡是低了都被干掉。直接就是内容，就是产品提供者直接对客户，所以大家去看那些售货员就没有了。还有什么呢？他把小偷都消灭了。小偷是中国几千年辉煌的一个职业啊，人家这个苦练本领啥的，到现在整个大陆几乎没有了，没有用，因为你要怎么着？他没有钱，你难道抢他的手机吗？还要怎么样？所以他中间环节。所有的中间环节都面临着这样的一个颠覆性的一个代价，所以这也是我觉得将来政府面临的最大的难题，它怎么来满足就是说生产极度扩张下的这个每个人找到自己的意义，尤其是对这个新生代来讲，就是说他如何在这样的一个存量的世界里找到意义。我觉得这就是回到我们这个主题，就是我们慈济啊，包括严先生、何先生推的这个善文明、善经济，我一直觉得这个非常重要，在哪儿呢？物质生产极度的扩张以后，它其实还留了一个余地，就是精神、文化、信仰，它反而是极度的需求的。 所以接下来大家会看到传统文化的产业的复兴，大量的跟信仰、精神有关的产品会制造出来。其实人形机器人，我后来仔细想想，它其实提供的是精神产品。首先，利润出口应该是游戏和陪护。它并不是其他的，大家想的不要太高大上。我想它首先能赚钱，就是一个带来的愉悦，这是可能根本性的，所以它还是精神产品。所以这个文化信仰和精神，既是提供新的工作岗位，既是提供新的需求，同时它会调节生产关系，调节这个社会的关系，然后让这个社会能够平稳的完成这样的过渡。因为这个到时候很可能一大半的小孩子找不到工作，这不是说真正意义上的找不到工作，可能找不到定位吧。所以你看，大陆从去年开始把所有的到乡村去知识扶贫的大学生，整建制的转化成公务员。为什么呢？就是一下把他们工作都解决了，但是实际上他们的收入并没有增加，他只是身份变了，只是他把它吸收到，但这也是一个办法，这是我的一个第二个观察。第三个观察呢，我觉得就是说，它跟全球化其实非常密切的。我作为历史学家呢，我对全球化的看法呢，可能略有不同哈。我觉得在人类历史上呢，有2次特别成功的全球化。第一次全球化实际上就是公元前后大乘佛教兴起，就是它是以慈悲为怀、众生平等为口号的，那在当时是非常了不起的。当时还是在强调有血缘的爱，强调宗族的情况下，居然能喊出众生平等，能喊出慈悲为怀。所以在大乘佛教为口号，以陆上丝绸之路为基质的那一次全球化非常成功，大概在1000年之内啊，横扫了整个的欧亚的东部，因为当时还没有南北美洲，没有澳大利亚，也没有非洲北部，所以实际上就是世界，就是一次全球化。但那次全球化的成果基本上是落在中国的，就是中国经过300年的战乱、黑暗之后呢，又通过佛教重整了社会，又站到了这个文明的前列，就是在唐朝。第2次特别成功的全球化，我觉得大家都非常清楚，就是发端于西方的。法国大革命喊出了自由、平等、博爱这样的一个旗帜下，进行了200多年的全球化。到现在为止，我们还在享受它的成果。但现在的问题呢，就是说大家可能是比较乐观，我比较悲观，因为历史学家都比较悲观，因为任何一个全球化最后都会崩盘，就是大家不信，它一定会崩盘。所以他最后会走到极端，就是孔夫子说的礼崩乐坏。那么自由、平等、博爱这个口号下，他会不会走到极端去？极端政治正确，极端左派。那在这种情况下，他最后就可能这个游戏就玩不下去了。那么历史上的经验就是，一旦玩不下去，全球化就会崩盘，全球化就会逆转。所以我们以为的全球化，它是很脆弱的。从15年以来，这10年，我们看到了全球范围内的原教旨主义兴起。看到了这个各帝国的复活，看到了各文明的冲突，几乎每个文明都在向民族主义复归，所以冲突就越来越激烈。那川普最典型 ，Make American Great Again， 就是回归美国本位嘛。我们中国20大呀，确立的中国共产党在新时代的主要工作任务是什么？大家可能这个。我们这边的朋友可能不熟悉，在国内是要背的，要背熟。就是我们党在新时代的工作是什么，中心任务是什么？我告诉大家，我们党在新时代的最主要的工作只有一个：实现中华民族伟大复兴。对，你们英语很好，可以帮我翻译一下，实现中华民族伟大复兴的英文怎么说？就最好的翻译就是 Make China Great Again。
好。
所以实际上，东西方这个 G2啊，这2个大国啊，同时回到了民族主义，同时回到了基本盘，同时回到了原教旨主义。所以我对未来的趋势判断跟很多人都不同。我认为不是全球化，可能在很长一段时间内，半个世纪以内，可能是区域一体化。美国会把重心放到它的美洲去，中国会经营中国的周边，然后我们会看到一个 新秩序的出现，但这个新秩序不知道，就是所以我们现在就有一个任务，我们要提出一个新的理念，但这个理念到底由哪个文明来提出不知道。自由平等博爱如果不行了，是不是能换成比如说利他、共善、和合？
好，
这是我的一个想法啊。好，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Professor Shun.
好，谢谢。
Professor Shun have raised some critical issues during the AI trend. So can Peter respond to Professor Shun's the ethical issue crossed by the AI fantasy? Please, Peter.
Well, I was only getting it in translation and having a little difficulty hearing both. But I did pick up on this issue of make China great again, make America great again. And I think that's really not the way humanity ought to be going. Because the whole thing about AI is it is trained on human data. That is human determinations of what matters. People talk about data as the new oil or the new water, and it's not. Data is not matter. Data is a recording of a measurement for something that matters to human beings in some way or another. So it's a bit more like a language than it is a natural resource. And like all languages, you can say lots with a language, but language diversity gives humanity the capacity for saying things that can't be said in one language, you can say it in another. And I think that the competition between the United States and China over AI is mistaken. It's like the competition in the Cold War, which was presumed to be zero-sum, which was presumed to result in either checkmate or stalemate. Checkmate, one side wins, the other side loses. That's bad for humanity. I think the worst possible world would be America ruling the world. I will say that straight out. I don't think it would be much better with China ruling the world, as China is today, because that doesn't take into account the diversity of the human experience. Latin America, Africa, the Polynesian experience. There are so many different ways of being human, and we need data from all humanity to be part of this. And the idea that we could have a segregation of different data systems, firewalled out so only the Americans deal with American data, China deals with China's data, that's okay if what you're looking for is something that's good for Chinese or good for Americans or good for Europeans, what have you. But if you want to benefit humanity as a whole, then you need global data. You need data on all human beings to address, for example, to have AI be able to address human health problems. You need all humans to be represented in that, not just some. So I think that we are at a challenging moment where the new geopolitical order would be one that will require real diversity of approaches to engaging with issues of governance, where diversity is not about just numeric difference. It's when the difference is present, become the basis of mutual contribution to sustainably shared flourishing. And this is what, Qianren He, it's taking everything under heaven and bringing them together harmoniously in a way that does not produce the mistake of saying there's one way to live. We need many ways of understanding how we live, and for our differences to become strengths. That's the evolutionary lesson. Our differences can and should become strengths, not things to overcome.
Thank you, Peter. Brian, can you share your ideas about the critical issues concerning the ethical problem that we are facing, the AI crossed? Please, Brian.
I think in lots of discussions, there's the doomsday scenarios, and then there's the sort of everything's going to be okay scenarios. And I think that the real challenge that I've seen in discussion is I'm not sure that anybody here writes AI code. Are there any coders in here that are actually putting inside the black box what goes in there?
No.
No one?
No one.
So we're all illiterate on this topic. Truly, we're talking in theory, and the people who are actually doing this are unknown to us. Do we know their values? Do we know who they are. And, you know, I've had, just as one example, in India, in Hyderabad, Salesforce, which is one of the leading technology firms that's engaging with AI, they invited me to come and speak about religious freedom and artificial intelligence and the challenges. And so I can list them. You know, when you can recognize people's faces, then you can, that's good for security. I can walk through airports and not have to pull my passport out. That's convenient. But then if they start identifying, well, you're this race, or you're this ethnicity, or you're this religion, and then, well, that's bad, and then they put you in the box, you know, that's a danger. So you know, I could talk about those things, and I asked the same question in this room full of more people than this at Salesforce, and I had just walked by a room where I saw all this code up on a screen. It was a black screen and white code, and there were 8 people in there, and they were all talking about it, and I looked at it, and I thought, I have no clue what that is. And then in this room of Salesforce people, I asked how many of you, maybe 100 people, how many of you would know what was going on in that room? And about 6 hands out of 100 went out. Wow. So even in a tech firm with a lot of tech people, even there the people didn't know what was going in. So for me, you know, nuclear weapons, you know, there's, you know, some parallels being drawn. You don't have to be a nuclear physicist to realize what nuclear bombs can do and the danger there. The same here, but I think I'm just worried because nuclear science, they're scientists, and artificial intelligence people are something different. It's like, you know, they're like Google people sleeping underneath their desks and coming up and doing things. So how much ethics are in their brains, you know, when they're choosing languages? And even I'll just end with this. On the language models, you know, I had a presentation that I didn't end up showing, but one of the religions I was going to draw some principles from was Jainism. I don't know if you all know Jainism, but, you know, are they represented? And then there's Zoroastrianism, or in India it's Parsi. You know, are their thoughts and ethics being put in? And I guess the answer is no. And, you know, you're rich, you know, that rich human experience. So even, you know, I would guess that most people that are working in the black boxes haven't heard of, you know, most religions and most things. So I think that's where some of my concern is that this is a great discussion, but that some of the critical people are not here.
Thank you very much, Brian. 孙教授，你是佛学的专家，你觉得佛教能帮点什么忙？啊，在这个 AI 浪潮，那个 Buddhism can do anything to solve the problem？
这个如果 personal 的讲的话，我觉得佛教很有用。我非常喜欢那个佛教里的一个说法，叫本自具足。这个确实是在很多时候，工作压力大呀，什么事这个碰到问题的时候都能拯救我。这是我自己就是内心充盈的，我自己就是很圆满的，我不需要往外求，然后一切的我可以接受一切的结果。其实佛教作为一个哲学体系很厉害，同时它作为一个精神源泉其实也很厉害，也很厉害。儒家学说，实际上它是个变动的体系。它在汉唐时候，它是强调天人关系的，强调天，所有都是来自于天，连君主都是必须受命于天才能统治人民的，所以它强调的是规律，强调的是天。但是我们看到，就是受到佛教影响之后的这个儒家，到了宋朝以后，也强调人心，也强调就是从韩愈一直到朱熹、王阳明啊，就也强调个人心性的修行。我觉得这个实际上也是佛教的贡献，就是我在大陆，我经常我有一个观点跟主流的观点不太一样，他们老是说佛教是个外来宗教， 然后我就说这个很奇怪这个说法，因为佛教进入中国都已经2000年了，然后它早就是中国文化固有不可分割的一部分。你如果把佛教抽掉，中国文化其实就丢掉非常多的东西了。你比如说艺术，你们抽掉佛教就没有了莫高窟，没有了龙门，没有了云岗，没有了柯子儿。
敦煌啊，
对，敦煌也没有了。然后这个哲学体系也不完整，其实很多都是。而且的话，这个中国的佛教跟原始印度佛教的精神是完全不一样的。原始印度佛教强调自我修行、自我成就，但是中国佛教特别强调的就是说，你除了自己成就，你还要帮助众生一起成就。所以我们的佛教的核心精神是什么呢？是菩萨。菩萨信仰是东亚信仰的根基，就是中日韩。除了中日韩，其他地方菩萨信仰都不重要的啊！你们去看南亚呀，这些地方都不重要。菩萨精神，我研究早期佛教，研究犍陀罗，其实那个最初的时候的菩萨精神呢，就是核心精神就2点。第一个就是慈悲为怀，就是帮助众生，帮助其他人。第二个呢，就是勇猛精进。这样的一个精神，我觉得对中国、对整个东亚来说都非常重要。还有一个呢，因为我也研究一点早期基督教的历史。其实，在基督教的情况跟佛教在历史上的脉络有点像。基督教也是发源于这个巴勒斯坦嘛。发现这个地方，然后它传到欧洲，然后欧洲接纳了它，然后它逐渐的，其实欧洲化或者西方化，但是西方学者从来就不说基督教是个外来宗教，然后到了欧洲，然后逐渐的欧洲化了，变成我们的宗教。但是我们老是说佛教是外来宗教，其实佛教传入中国的时间比基督教传入欧洲的时间要早。所以这个我觉得很多观念我们要不断的讲，就是佛教就是中国文化、中国精神，可能还是更准确一点。
We only have 3 minutes left. I would love to accept one question from the floor. This gentleman, please. Yeah. Give a mic to this gentleman. Yeah. One short question, and we have lunch later. Doesn't work? Another mic, please. It's okay?
Hi, hello. Hello, gentlemen. I'm Davis, and I'm a journalism student, and currently I'm having my journalism internship. And I have one question for all of the gentlemen on the stage. So we mentioned about, you guys mentioned about the AI is replacing humans' job, and the world after the AI area is going to have 2 summits, which is United States and China. So the question is, do you guys think that AI is bringing inequality or equality? As AI's vision is to bring people the equality and everyone's equal. And another question for Professor Sun, do you think journalism students are really hard to find a job? Because personally, I am. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Peter, Brian, and Professor Sun, short answer, and then we have lunch. Okay.
I think as current AI and let's just call it digital technology are oriented, they are not promoting greater equity. Equality is a complicated issue because equality according to what? Is it equality according to educational access? That's one thing. Yes, it can help with that. Is it equality with respect to educational outcomes? That's a different question. So I think we just want to be sophisticated about the question. But currently, as the systems are oriented, they're making some people fabulously wealthy and not helping the vast majority of the world's people.
Brian?
Some of the companies I work with, they've shed tens of thousands of workers because AI has replaced their positions. They don't need them. And then in some of these same companies, there's a global media organization that they're requiring every staff member or every employee to at least use AI for 40% of their tasks. and their job evaluation is based on that. So, people are losing jobs, and then those who can see how to use it and are effective succeed, and those who don't. So it's slicing. I can't quite answer equality, but it is slicing people away. People can't adapt to it, are sliced away, and so I think from a faith-based concern, our concern is for those being pushed to the side is so essential.
Shun, please.
那个是非常好的问题哈，就是说这个 AI 能不能带来更多的平等或者是不平等哈？其实这个问题其实比较难回答的。可能我的导师呀，我的博士导师是本杰明·阿尔曼，他是这个美国非常有名的做科技史的这个学者，他有一本书叫《On Their Own Terms》，就是哈佛大学出版的。出版社出产的，当时他书出版之后呢，也有人问他一个问题，那问题是说，如果要是网络这个技术如果在文革时期的话，能不能防止文革的这个发生？然后他说，这个可能技术本身不能改变这个社会的这个一些起伏。也许呢，这个更厉害，因为这个网络会给这个政治动员提供更便利的工具，然后让这个事情发展得更癫狂。所以技术可能它不能改变一些精神方面的东西，精神信仰、文化这些东西还是回到人来解决的。技术它是好是坏不知道，就是说它怎么用的问题。然后另外一个你说这个找工作的问题，我觉得是这样哈。我说的是一般的，我观察到的情况，就是我告诉的事实，就是现在你看大陆的招生，它确实受到影响了，就报考新闻的少了。那么这个是市场的反应，但是呢，我的感觉是，就是有这种人工智能啊这些东西出现之后，其实反而呢让这个从事新闻工作的这个朋友呢，有可能成为超级个体。就是因为自媒体越来越重要，如果你自己就是一个超大的 IP， 你可能你自己的发言就可能超过一个报纸，超过一个甚至超过官方的这个声音都是有可能的。所以我上个问题我没有说清楚，其实我还有一个预测，就是 AI 这个推行之后会产生在各行各业产生一大批的超级个体。就是这些超级个体，可能他一个人借助这种放大的力量，他可能干掉了一个公司，干掉了一个行业都有可能，这也很可怕，但是呢，这个可能也不好评价是好是坏，是你像我文先生，要是他再年轻一点，他有可能成超级个体，对吧？他一个人可能就相当，他可能发个帖子就几十万、几百万人看，他可能早就超过一个报纸的阅读量。
Thank you.
谢谢。
My media company is always recruiting interns like you. So please join us. I bring 2 Hong Kong University interns today. So they are always learning. So you can keep learning. And you will become a AI expert in future, doing great media stories for the audience. Thank you so much for 3 panelists today. Their insightful sharing. So after lunch we have afternoon section, so please keep stay with us in the afternoon. There's a lot of new panels and excellent speakers sharing with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to our panelists and also our hosts. Please stay and we'll take a group photo together. And we'll also invite CEO Yen to present our gifts. Again, thank you so much for this very interesting discussion on AI and ethics. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be having a lunch break. Please return by 2 p.m. and we will begin our afternoon keynote speeches and panel discussions. So please enjoy your lunch and we'll see you very soon. All right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you everyone. We'll be starting our program again in about 2 minutes. So please take your seats. Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break and enjoyed your lunch and chat as well. So to begin our afternoon program, we are delighted to welcome Chris Bush, Executive Director of the Institute of Business Innovation at UC Berkeley. With deep experience in innovation strategy and entrepreneurship, Director Bush leads the Berkeley Innovation Forum and works tirelessly to bridge cutting-edge research with real-world impact. His efforts help ensure that new technologies and ventures not only drive economic progress, but also serve society with purpose and compassion. Director Bush, welcome to Hong Kong and to the forum. Where are you? I didn't see you.
Well, thank you for the very warm welcome. Just as the panel before lunch, I also face a challenge. We've all now eaten that delicious meal, and I know I tend to get a little bit sleepy after that, so I won't hold it against anybody if you take a little nap if I get boring here. So, as stated in the introduction, I represent an institute at UC Berkeley that is focused on really bridging the gap between the research that's developed at the university and how that new technology, those new innovations get out into the marketplace so people can use them for good. And we are here today at a beautiful university campus. I think this is a common thing that a lot of universities that are really homes for research face. This question of how do we take what's being developed here and get it out into the world. And because I teach in the entrepreneurship program, I don't think it'll be a surprise that I think one of the big answers for that is around entrepreneurship and the startup culture that Silicon Valley is famous for and UC Berkeley plays a leading role in. So what I'm really going to talk briefly about today are these 4 points around this. First of all, again, as has been said many times already today, we are in a time of huge technology shifts. We have all these new impactful technologies, including, but not only AI, and I will talk a little bit more about that briefly. Second, as universities, we are in a challenging research environment. In the US, as you probably all know, we've seen research funding cut. It's really created a challenging environment there. But on the positive side, I think universities like UC Berkeley really can play this role in bringing technology that helps improve people's lives out to customers, out to users, and getting it there. And that's really going to be how I wrap up the conversation today. So we'll jump right into it with a quick story. So this woman on the left here, Jennifer Doudna, is one of our many Nobel Prize winners at UC Berkeley. She won the 2020 Nobel Prize for Chemistry for the development of CRISPR, which is a gene editing technology. And I actually learned in conversation earlier today, she in 2016 also earned the Tang Prize, so she's very well regarded there. Yeah, thank you. Now, one of the big benefits of winning the Nobel Prize at UC Berkeley is it's the only way of getting a free parking spot, as you see in the middle there. Everybody else, every faculty member, every student, every staff, they all have to pay for parking, but not if you win a Nobel Prize. So in some ways, I think the free parking spot is more valuable than the prize itself. Now, this woman on the right here is Reza Estrella. She was a doctoral student in Jennifer's labs for 5 years. And what she was really working on was applying CRISPR technology to developing very high quality pure oils. And all that time that she was working in the lab, she had this hypothesis, this guess, that the end users of these oils would be the cosmetics industry. They're an industry that is always looking for high quality oils for lotions, for makeup. So that was her guess. And she came to one of our entrepreneurship programs at the business school with that guess. And as we always tell our students, that's a great hypothesis. Now go out and test it. And so she did. She went out, and in her first couple days in the program, she talked to 10 different cosmetic industry executives, some in marketing, some in operations, some chemists. And basically what she learned was very disheartening. None of them wanted her oils. They all basically said, we can't use this, it'll disrupt our supply chains, we don't see the need for it. But she did hear from one of them that this woman had a friend who was a fish farmer and said, I don't need your oils, but my friend who's a fish farmer is always looking for high quality oils. And luckily, Reza was open-minded enough to be able to accept that her original guess about what her product, her technology would be used for was wrong. It was not going to be used for the cosmetic industry. So she went out and she talked to the fish farmer who she had been introduced to, and sure enough, he said, yes, I am so desperate for these kind of oils that I will buy anything you have immediately. And she made her first sale right there on the spot. So again, I think this is a good example of how what we assume technology is going to be used for is often not what it actually is used for. So what's the moral of this story then? So, I mean, again, it's that our guesses about what our technology is going to be used for are often wrong, that we need to test those assumptions. But also, it's that our customers ultimately often do not care about our technology. Some of them may be excited early adopters. They may say, hey, that's kind of cool. But if it doesn't solve a problem that they have, they're not going to use it. It's going to go to waste. So really, one of the things that we teach in entrepreneurship at UC Berkeley and part of our innovation is this rule of test your assumptions and find that right fit for your product. Find the customers who you can actually solve a problem for. So our theme today is technology for good. And so I wanted to focus a little bit on why do we innovate? What's the reasons for, and how do we find the right matches for the technology that we create at universities or in other research labs? So I think a lot of it comes down to these 4 reasons. First of all, a lot of these technologies, a lot of these innovations help people make or save money. And I know when we're talking about technology for good, that sometimes may not be an especially inspiring message, but the fact is over the past 30 years, more than 1 billion people have been lifted out of poverty, and part of that has been economic innovation, new technologies and business models that have helped with that. Another reason that people will adopt a new technology is that it makes something easier or faster. That's another common thing that we see from our startups. The third, and this is especially true in healthcare, is that it can save lives or improve welfare and well-being. And finally, it can make people happy. We heard a little bit earlier about what sometimes goes wrong, such as in the case of social media platforms. But I think the original goal of those social media platforms was to connect people and make them happier. And our hope often from new technologies is that they will achieve some of that goal. Now, I mentioned that, again, as we've heard, it's a really huge time for transformative technologies. And we've spoken a lot about AI already. So I just want to say it's not just AI, or in other words, it's AI plus some of these other technologies that are coming online now. So for example, at UC Berkeley, we are one of the leading US institutions around quantum computing. And I think quantum computing's practical uses are probably still about 10 or 15 years away, but it's coming. We launched a startup program focused on quantum startups just this fall because we have enough demand at UC Berkeley for that. Robotics. AI is working with robots to make them smarter, make them more agile, make them more efficient. Robotics technology is going to change dramatically. We heard some examples in healthcare and elderly care this morning on that. Biotech, a CRISPR example was one of those, but biotech is going to rapidly change. And of course, energy, clean tech, things like battery technology, more efficient grid, these are all also areas that are going to really transform the way energy is delivered. So I started my career in the dot-com era and went through that period of seeing a big boom and bust in the business world based on a really new innovative technology. And of course, we all know the story that some of these companies have become huge, the household names of today, Google, Amazon, et cetera. But a lot of them in the year 2000 were, again, really found to have failed that test that I spoke about, and that nobody actually wanted them. They didn't actually solve any problems. Nobody needed them. And those were the companies that eventually got weeded out, went bankrupt, and cost a lot of people's jobs, a lot of money, really had a negative impact. And I have to say, I suspect the same is going to be true with some of these emerging technologies, including AI. We're seeing in the US and really worldwide a lot of money put into them, a lot of effort, a lot of research, and I think they are going to be transformative, and a lot is going to come out of them, some good, probably some bad, unfortunately, and hopefully, thanks to the people in this room, we will focus more on developing the good. But regardless, not everything is going to work. There are going to be a lot of these innovations and businesses that come out of that are not going to succeed and are not going to meet that test of finding people who really need them and problems that they can really solve. I next want to switch gears a little bit and talk about how the innovation, the new technology that we've been talking about happen, at least in the university context. And the fact is that universities worldwide really still are the engines of basic research. Companies will generally not do the kind of basic research that often has 10 or 15-year time horizons, and government labs can play a part, but there are just not enough of them. So when it comes to a lot of the basic research that leads to these new technologies, it really falls on universities to do that core work. And the fact is that a lot of the money has been following, that creates this research, has been following the same model really since World War II. The US government has been the largest funder of new innovation, new research, basic research in the world for really 80 years. But as you'll see in this chart here, starting in about 2012, that changed. The US government started to decrease the amount that it was investing in research. And at the same time, the green line, corporate and other sources of research funding started to increase. And I think this has a lot of implications on how these technologies are going to develop. I don't think we know all the answers yet, but obviously, to some of the discussions that we had earlier about, for example, the race between the US and China on AI, if the US is actually reducing investment in that, then either it's going to come from US companies when it comes to the US side, or the US is not going to be keeping up in that race. So that's one possible implication of that. And again, to some of the points from the last panel, maybe that's a good thing. We will have to see. But regardless, the model is definitely changing. But whenever there's a change, there are also opportunities. I think this is a chance for businesses that want to do good, for NGOs, for more international collaboration on funding research. And so expanding the research pie rather than having a near monopoly on US government funding is ultimately, I think, a good thing for diversity and a good thing for the world. And already we've seen changes. In that same period since 2012, China, for example, has greatly increased its research investment and is now in academic journal publications and other areas in a number of categories regularly passing the US in terms of the amount of research that they are doing there. So shifting back to the question of how do we as a university actually encourage more innovation, how do we train people to innovate, and how do we get these technologies into the marketplace, the fact is that there are some really good methodology that, again, have been developed over the past 20 or so years around this. Lean Launchpad, which is what I teach, was developed at Berkeley and Stanford and really provide that methodology that I described in the story at the beginning of using a hypothesis and testing approach to getting new technologies and products out there that actually match people's needs. Open innovation, which Henry Chesbrough, who is the faculty director for one of our centers, created, is again a great method for universities to collaborate with companies, to collaborate with NGOs, to collaborate with governments, and create new, more collaborative ways of doing research together. So I won't go through the whole list, but again, there's a number of these methodologies that we teach and that many universities around the world are teaching that can help inspire and drive people to more innovation, more creativity, and more rigorous approaches to make sure that the technology that they're developing are meeting somebody's needs out there in the world. So at UC Berkeley, again, going back to the research, we're lucky enough to have some of the top researchers in the world and also the use of some of these methodologies to drive it forward. And that is paid off by having one of the most vibrant startup cultures in the world. For those of you who are familiar with PitchBook, which is a database and publication around startups, we've been ranked #1 in the world for the past 3 years in venture-backed startups. And also, I'm proud to say, in female-founded startups. We have more women founders than any other university in the world as well. And again, I think that speaks well to the diversity and the hope of bringing these new technologies from a more diverse standpoint into the world there. I'm not going to talk too much about my own institute because it'll just sound like I'm bragging and patting myself on the back, and I know we're in a time crunch here, so I will just move on. But I do want to say a little bit about our approach again. I talked about some of the methodologies, but I think what's really core to them is that they involve our faculty, our partners, our students in ways of learning by doing, of really discovering these new innovations and technologies by working together and actually doing practical projects to meet some need. We also are really focused on translational research, getting the research in the university, out into the hands of users. And again, we don't believe that technology can do any good in the world, nor can any innovation, unless it's actually put out into the world. If it stays in the lab or in an academic journal, it's just not creating any impact. One other thing that we do at UC Berkeley that I'm proud to say that we've pioneered and have seen a number of other universities starting to adopt is treating research as a service. It's really part of our mission to be a service-focused university, and research as part of that. So just to give one quick example, for those of you who have used Uber or Airbnb, which are essentially resource-sharing platforms, they're allowing people to make money out of an unused resource, whether it's their car when they're not driving it for their own purpose, or an unused room in their apartment or house. This has been the goal, and one can say it's caused some harms as well, but this has been the goal of these kind of models. Berkeley has been doing the same thing around lab equipment. We as a top university have some pieces of equipment like electron microscopes, mass spectrometers, that most startups, most nonprofits just don't have access to. And they're not used all the time. Only some of the time are students or faculty using them for research. So if we can make them available for other people outside the university ecosystem to use them and bring new technologies and test those new technologies in those labs, that can provide a mutual benefit, and again, is an example of the kind of open innovation work that we've been speaking about. Yes, so there's that. And again, speaking to the methodologies that I mentioned earlier, we're also really lucky to have these faculty who are working in areas. I wanted to highlight one of these faculty members really quickly because, again, I think it relates to some of the discussion we were having earlier. Ulrike Malmendier, who's the second from the left there, is one of the leading behavioral economists in the world. And she also serves a role in the German government on their Council of Economic Advisors. And what she has really been driving for is an innovation policy approach to really help governments get past some of these bureaucratic barriers and regulatory barriers that can sometimes really stifle the ability to get technologies that can save lives or do other good in the world into people's hands. And so we do see that policy piece as being another key element of that innovation ecosystem. One other thing, one dimension, is that hands-on approach of doing social innovation projects. Our faculty, our students often do come in with a social mission. They do want to change the world and make an impact. And so by creating projects, whether it's in smart cities or in rural villages, or doing the kind of economic analysis that helps policymakers make decisions, that's really been another key part of our innovation ecosystem. And again, I think in this era when AI may replace a lot of jobs, having our students able to do these kind of hands-on projects to see impact, to make social change, that's something that can help them be more creative and drive their careers forward, even if the job that they may be planned in accounting or law or whatever else might be going away. So I'll wrap up with a couple more examples. First, I wanted to talk about a larger corporate challenge that we've worked on. About a year ago, we started a partnership with the second largest glass manufacturer in the world, Şişecam. They're a Turkish company, but they have global operations. And the Şişecam, like the entire glass industry, faces a big challenge. They're a dirty industry. It uses a huge amount of energy to produce glass. It's all done at a very high temperature. There's a lot of carbon emissions. And this is not sustainable, right? In the era of climate change, they really need to transform and change the way that the glass production is done. And they all realize this. You know, the European Union, for example, has mandates for them to be carbon neutral by 2050. So they have a regulatory as well as a moral obligation to make some of these changes to their industry. But from a business standpoint, they face this challenge of, do we do that in an open manner? Do we collaborate with the rest of industry? Do we collaborate with academia? Or do we try to do it ourselves with the knowledge that if we succeed, we basically will be able to take all because everybody is going to want to do business with the company that has achieved the lower or zero emissions way of manufacturing glass. And I'm grateful that thanks to their work with Professor Henry Chesbrough, they have chosen the open and more collaborative route. So rather than this zero-sum, winner-takes-all mentality, they are open to working with the rest of their industry, to working with academics, to really exploring ways of solving these challenges in that more collaborative manner. And I'll finish then with one more startup story, also an example of how this all comes together within our Berkeley ecosystem. So one of the other hidden strengths of Berkeley is that 60% of our startup founders are international students. Really, all this innovation is being driven by the global students who come into the campus. And an example of that is Hiroki, who was an MBA student at the business school in 2017. And he had a passion for using innovation to create the most sustainable greenhouse agriculture that he could create. So he spent years researching this and decided that he was really going to start on a single product, strawberries. And for the next 5 years, that's really all he did, was work on perfecting the lowest carbon way, the lowest energy, the lowest fertilizer way of producing some of the best berries in the world. And it paid off. He went through our entrepreneurship program. He received seed funding from one of the judges in one of the programs that we run, and has gone on over the past few years to become one of our unicorn startup companies. He's since also expanded beyond just strawberries to tomatoes, so now you can get both. But really, his success has been on this mission to both provide a high-quality product that people want in the strawberries and tomatoes with this very high-quality threshold, but also to do good by really lowering the carbon impact of the agriculture that he's making there. And that really, again, he found that value proposition and that fit with the high-end cuisine market in New York and has been very successful from that. Had news appearances and so forth all across the US. So just to sum up and bring this brief talk to an end, technology can only do good if it gets out of the lab, if it gets out of the classroom and into people's hands. And people are only going to adopt it if it really solves a problem that they have. It's not going to do any good, even if it's the coolest technology in the world, if it doesn't help us solve any problems. So that is, again, a really big core of what we do. But also, as a public university, having that public spirit, that public mission is also critically important. Our students come in year after year, and again, they want to make positive impact. They want to change the world with these new and emerging technologies. So that having that public good mission and having the university serve as a home for that, I think is really key. And finally, business models are also a big key to innovation and new technology. What I mean by a business model is exactly what I described before. There has to be a model for what people are going to use that technology for, what value proposition it has, can it be produced, do people want it? These are the core questions that people who are developing new technologies need to answer before they get that out into the marketplace. So with that, I will wrap up. I didn't get the gong yet, so I must be still on time. So that's a good sign. But oh, perfect. Okay. Because I do have 3 minutes left, any quick questions before I leave here? Oh, all right. Well, I think you'll get another opportunity later. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Please stay on stage. So invite, are we going to, okay, sorry. Yes, please. Okay, so once again, thank you, Director Bush, for giving us a clear and inspiring framework. We innovate not for profits or efficiency, but ultimately to save lives, improve health and well-being, and bring genuine happiness to people. All right, so our next keynote speaker is Dr. Ray Sen-He, Deputy CEO of the Tzu Chi Charity Foundation. Dr. He's work bridges Buddhist humanistic thought with modern social challenges. His research in altruism and economic ethics encourages us to look at development not only through efficiency, but through the lens of compassion and shared responsibility. Dr. He, welcome.
Thank you. It's been an honor to present my idea on the technology for goodness in this platform. And I also appreciate so many great scholars, entrepreneurs share their insight and also their dream for the technology of goodness. So my story starts from the Pandora meet with Prometheus. Those are Greek, myth story, and the Pandora mean curiosity, and Prometheus mean love and compassion. I will elaborate and gradually. So, is that right? Yeah. Yeah, I would like to back to my journey to UC Berkeley. Thank you, Chris, for the invitation. I do have the chance to attend the conference at NASA, the 2024, with the CEO Poen Yen. And in that occasion, I met so many good scholars. This is from the April 30 to May in 2024. I met with these three profound scientists. One is Charles Duke, who is Apollo 16 astronaut. He landed the moon, and he got a very extraordinary experiences, both in scientific and also humanistic. And second is Greg Schmidt, who is the head director of the solar system research at the NASA. And thirdly is Ken. He is CEO to invest in the outer space exploration. So this is Charles Duke. Actually, he is very kind and very friendly. His age of 88 at the time, then now maybe nearly 90. And he recalled that the countdown when they launched the missile to the land, to the moon, and he think of that if the countdown stopped, that he would stay on the earth. But actually the countdown completed, which means he would be able to successfully land on the moon. And he described walking on the other world. The moon surface is like a dust. It's like a soil. Every step you walk, you deeply jam into the dust. So you have to be very, very careful, very, very cautious on every step. Actually, he also bring one rock from the moon to the earth. So that he described how he feel on the moon. But the story I want to tell is that I asked him that, do you believe landing on the moon has any relationship to human love? But the Duke pondered for a long time, and he did not really answer my question. But his beloved wife does. She said, only through God can people truly love. So at that moment, I feel that the scientific discovery may not relate to human love and compassion. And the story goes back to the Duke. When he completed this extraordinary experience of landing moon, he suffered on family crisis. His wife suffered in depression and nearly committed suicide. And he himself faced some kind of loss of his career and life. He did not know where he should go. He completely lost. He's very busy in the work, but without purpose. So is his wife. Eventually, they regain their confidence through church. So that story also inspired me. His scientific work do not relate to the value system. It not only causes the trouble for human beings, but also cause trouble for individuals. And next, I talked to the Schmidt. He's a very, very kind person. And I asked him that what value and the principle that with development of a technology and our outer space exploration. He left and also replied to me kindly and said, hey, Professor, that's a good question, but I'm still thinking about it. I asked him twice, 2023 and 2024. Every year I meet with him, I ask the same question. He replied to me, oh, Professor, it's a good question. I'm still thinking of it. So this is give me a very deep impression that for a fine scientist, he did not really explore the value rationality or purpose rationality, only instrumental rationality. So that's I want to present in the morning and now 3 rationality: instrumental, value, and also the purpose rationality. But we are too much emphasized on instrumental rationality, and that's caused our trouble. So this is my friend Craig, okay? And so in the outer space scientific exploration, we rarely discuss value rationality or purpose rationality. Everything focuses on instrumental rationality, which means how to do things better, faster, and more efficiently. But what goodness lies behind technology? That's the question. What value drives our scientific pursuit? This question remains outside the thinking framework of most scientists and entrepreneurs. So this omission isn't trivial. It shapes the future of human civilization and determine whether technology serves humanity or become its master. So in 2023, I also honored to attend a BIF in UC Berkeley and met the CTO of Meta. I asked him, we are developing AI technology so rapidly and efficiently, but what's the real purpose? And he replied to me, say, hey, Dr. Ray, metaphysical question, we don't answer that. We are in industry. So we don't ask or we don't answer philosophical or metaphysical question. So you can tell that even the Meta, such a leading company in the world, they don't answer, they don't think of metaphysical or philosophical question, which is, I think, is quite dangerous for the development of technology. So the goodness behind technology, what is that? The value-driven our innovation. These considerations simply don't exist within the thinking paradigm of most scientists and business leaders. And when 2024 I attended BIF at the NASA, I also listened to the presentation of the entrepreneur Cam Gavarian, an Iranian-American businessman who focused on aerospace and new energy industry. And they want to speed up the outer space exploration, which means some star system, we reached that system cost 360 years. Now they want to reduce to 6 months, can reach that another solar system. So you can speed how fast they want to looking for. 360 years, we can reach the star, the distance so far, but they want to complete it within 6 months. So, but still, instead of follow their wish, I asked him the questions. What is the purpose for that kind of speed up, this kind of outer space exploration? What is the good for human being? Well, he did not answer my question, but the other Korean entrepreneur, he asked the question. He said, we are just like a Columbus, explore the new world. We will find, some alien or some intelligent species in the cosmos, just like Columbus explored the new world. And I replied to them, for the Columbus discover southern part of America, they already there for thousands of years. You are not discovering, you run into it, you encounter these people. And if you bring this model into the outer space exploration, which means when run into inferior species, are you going to annihilate them again? Because for the history of the colonization, some races being annihilated, which was true. Are you do it again? Or if you, in case you run into a superior species, which could be in danger or annihilate the whole human race on the planet. Have you ever to think about this question? And he said, no, we don't really think about this question. We just do it, and we're thinking over on the whole way of the exploration. So I think that's the very, very crucial question. We do not think of the purpose rationality. We do not think of the value rationality only for the instrumental rationality. So I don't think we're ready for that kind of outer space exploration. We are ready to answer the question, when you run into the different species in the cosmos, what should we do? And what will happen on the human race? I think that's also the crisis for the instrumental rationality, not only for the aerospace industry, but also for the global scientific industry, for the website development, for the biological development, or for the AI development. So, 5 technology at the forum, we do have a quantum computing, with augmented reality, with advanced navigation, space exploration, and AI integration. Those are very advanced technology we are facing now today. So, back to Aristotle, the great Greek philosopher told us, purpose and meaning must be considered together. Meaning cannot become the end itself. He make example like a war. What's the purpose of the war? Not killing, but peace. It's only we emphasize instrumental rationality, inventing better weapon, we kill more efficiently. We strengthen the tool but lost the sight of the goal and the value, which is create a profound crisis. Like a scalpel of the surgeon, Aristotle said, any tool must align with its purpose. A doctor's scalpel saves life, but surgery requires more than instrumental skill. It demands consideration of patient's feeling, the family, and all kinds of circumstances. Surgery isn't just instrumental rationality, it encompasses purpose rationality and value rationality. But the modern society has become extremely instrumental and setting aside morality, value, and purpose, which is still a profound crisis. So let's back to the Greek to great myth story, Prometheus. Who is Prometheus? When Jews stop the human to take a glimpse of God, human want to be a God, and that's really offend the Jews. The Jews punish human being to put human being in the dark and water, no fire, no light. But Prometheus, as a titan, he's sympathy human being, so he stored a fire to the human race. By that, Jews punished Prometheus. He put Prometheus on the mountain, and every day the eagle came to him and took his liver. But the liver regained again the next day. So day by day, Prometheus suffered by taking liver. That kind of harsh suffering. People ask him, do you regret to do that, to save human being? He said, no. Why? Because of love. So Prometheus fire represents the technology. Because fire is a technology, like AI today. In the ancient time, when human beings have fire, they can cook, they keep them warm, they can have action in the dark. It's a new technology at the time. So Prometheus blood means technology with compassion and love. But another story called Pandora. Who is Pandora? The Jews not only punished the brother Prometheus, but only his younger brother Epimetheus. Epimetheus is the younger brother of Prometheus. He supported his elder brother to steal the fire to the human race. So the Jews want to punish the brother. So he created a very beautiful lady called Pandora and invite the Epimetheus to get married with the Pandora. At the wedding day, Jews asked all gods to have a gift to Pandora, and Zeus himself have a gift, very treasury gift, treasury box to Pandora. But Prometheus warned his brother Epimetheus, ask Pandora, do not open the box that Zeus is given to her. Do not open Zeus' box. But Pandora was so curious what Zeus give to me. So when Pandora opened the box, disease, war, misery, pandemic, all come out from the box. She was so panicked. Finally, she closed the door. She closed the box. Only hope inside. That means Pandora's mean that human developing technology due to curiosity, not because of love and compassion. So this is contrary dimension of technology. One is for love, one is for curiosity. Now we drive development of technology by curiosity instead of by love. So the story of Prometheus, fire as technology, but with love. Or the story of Pandora, which way we should go. Are we going to the Prometheus fire, or we go to Pandora's box? That's the choice we have to make. And this warning is from the ancient Greek. Back to modern time, Master Zheng Yan, the founder of Tzu Chi Foundation, I remember it's about 15 years ago, maybe 12 years, I don't recall the specific year, when the founder of Acer, Stan Shi, and also a lot of entrepreneurs in the technology industry gathered together and also meet with the Master Zheng Yan. Master told them, can technology serve only good and not enable evil? Well, those tycoon of industry, they look each other and reply to Master, Master, technology is neutral. We have no way to make it only serve for good. But the question remains, whether technology pursue as neutral or can be only serve for good. That's the entrepreneur reply. Technology must serve goodness. That's from the founder, Dharma Master Zheng Yan's ideal. For Buddhist philosophy, all phenomenon and all reality arise from mind. If our mind with goodness, all the creation by human being are toward goodness. If our mind is to stay neutral or stay with the curiosity, our creation will be either good and perhaps doing evil as well. So everything determined by our mind. So I believe that with the goodness spirit, that we'll be able to create a good technology for all human beings and also for the planet. Remember the social media lesson. We are so lucky and also so happy to have a social media to connect every one of us. But still, a lot of problems that created by social media, misinformation, slander anonymously, a lot of trouble caused by social media. But when we invented social media, we don't think of his disadvantage. We applaud in the development, but do not thinking of its bad consequences. So without thinking of these consequences, we are all suffer by new development while we enjoy that. So for the new challenges, AI still have a challenge ahead. We are so careless and negligent about internet social media. For the emergent AI problem could be more serious. And many people have talked about that this morning and also for the tomorrow. So that's back to what is the distinction of AI? Where AI encompasses human sensual being, human sentiment. We've have a chance to talk to Professor Peter Hershak in Taiwan. We're debating that AI will have a human sentiment, where AI can make judgment, where AI have a loving kindness, or AI have a hatred. We believe no, it's impossible. Only humans have sentiment. AI can only make decision based on rationality. Well, this is a test. You know, Michael Sandel from Harvard University, a very profound philosopher, he make a very good case that when a trolley got out of control, and he facing two paths. One path is one people working on the railroad. Another railroad is 5 people working there. And the troller is being out of control. Whether he should turn his wheel toward one person, kill 1 people, or turn to the 5 people to kill those 5 people. The choice may be obvious. We turn our wheel to kill 1 instead of kill 5. But this is quite sort of, not opportunism, but is not based on the human conscience, but based on utilitarianism. Utilitarian told you sacrifice less and gain more. But think about this, the movie, the true story, Saving Private Ryan. 10 people to save 1 Private Ryan, and 2/3 of people pass away because they want to save 1 Private Ryan, because all his 3 brothers died in the war. So human being cannot be calculated by this number, cannot based on the utilitarianism, but should be more than that. So the story goes, AI have choices. My friend, he's a president of the university in Tzu Chi. He attended one conference. They have a test for AI choices. One is that AI test, the scenario is like a Michael Sandel scenario. They ask AI, if your train got out of control, will you hit 1 person or hit 5%? AI choose hit 1 person, which is quite rational. The second question is they put 100 people on the railroad, and the other side is Einstein on the railroad. AI choose crash 100 people instead of kill 1 Einstein. And the third test is quite astonishing. They put 1 AI in the other side, and one human on the other side. AI choose crash human being, avoid AI. So he got identity. He got, sort of human conscience. So when AI choose to be human, not fatal AI, AI has begun developing self-awareness. Why? Because everything is created by the human mind. If human mind want to create a conscious AI, AI will have conscience. Not only for the Buddhist belief, but we believe that will be, actualized in due course. If a human being endlessly developing technology and no limitation, no any moral consideration, eventually AI might really kill people instead of kill AI. That's the simulation. So this is the God complex, Human capacity is immensely powerful. Everything is created by human. Eventually human will become like a God, creating robots with all human physical sensation and emotion, but smarter and more capable than us. Okay, I don't know you agree with that, but that's just the story. So the crisis of purpose rationality. If technology only emphasizes instrumental rationality, developing capability without limit, without emphasizing purpose and value rationality, we will make big trouble in due course. So let's jump into this. So these three must be balanced: instrumental rationality, how to do things efficiently and effectively. But we had to combine with the purpose rationality, which means what we are trying to achieve and why. And then value rationality, what matter, what's worth pursuing, what's good. We got to consider the three rationality all together to create technology of goodness. So because Brian really asked me to share some story of the Dai Technology Company, so maybe 2 minutes. This is Dai Technology Company that run by Tzu Chi, owned by Tzu Chi. 5 entrepreneurs founded this company. Next year, donate to Tzu Chi. Because for the NGO in Taiwan, NGO cannot create company, but we can receive donation. So the company initiated by 5 entrepreneurs eventually returned to Tzu Chi. All the profit go to charity. This is the CEO, James Lee, which Brian met with him and really had a good compliment on him. He is an entrepreneur, but he really find a good CEO in his own founding company, but work full-time as a volunteer, no pay. Like a CEO Yen, no pay, to devote to Dai Technology Company, and also his family. This is all product that invented by Dai Technology Company. Recycle, reuse, reproduce. It starts from the 200,000 volunteers of recycling job in Tzu Chi worldwide. 200,000 volunteers working daily basis to recycle the practice bottle. And then remove all the different material, and then become the breaker, and then continue to send to the manufacturing, to crushing, to washing, to dehydrating, and then become a recycled PET. And then produce the yarn and also eventually become the blanket. Millions of blankets being sent out to the worldwide for emergency relief. Reproduce. This is all products process. And then become the blanket everywhere in the world. And 1,000 different products. 1,000 different products that are being produced by Thai technology company and can be circulated in the market. Different kind of beautiful product. And also the tent, also reproduced by practice battle to provide the shelter for the disaster earthquake in Hualien. This is covered by New York Times. 2024 earthquake in Hualien, very big one. And this CNN interview with me, talk about our emergent relief in the Hualien earthquake. This is an NHK reporter which highly compliment this convertible bed and also the tent that reproduced by practice battle. So this is technology for goodness. That's only one example. But the main point I present to you is the three rationality: instrumental, value, and also purpose rationality. That will be the three elements, three pillars to create a human technology for goodness. Thank you all. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. He, for your very thought-provoking questions and things for us to think about and take home with. So next, we will continue with our special colloquium for this afternoon. While the stage is being prepared, please allow me to offer a brief reflection. Throughout today's conversations, we have heard a recurring theme that progress and compassion are not opposing forces. In fact, they depend on one another. Technology may expand what is possible, but human values determine what is truly meaningful and good for society. As we move deeper into discussions on innovation, industry, and sustainability, this colloquium invites us to pause and look at the broader landscape. What does it mean to innovate responsibly? How do we ensure that new technologies enhance well-being rather than deepen inequality? And how can we encourage collaboration across sectors that often operate at different speeds, rhythms, and priorities? These are challenging questions, but they are also encouraging ones because they show that we not only care about the future itself, but also the direction in which the future holds. Let's now introduce our host for this special colloquium, Professor John Leung, Associate Vice President of Knowledge Exchange at HSU, which focuses on applying academic research to real-world community and industry challenges. Professor Leung?
So it's already 3:00 afternoon. Time for high tea, right? Should we have a high tea? Yeah. Well, we are going to have a high tea after this panel discussion. I was listening the whole day for all these great speeches and also panel discussion. And one word that always comes to my mind, why? Why technology? This is something starting from President Simon Ho, he asked, why, and that's how we have to consider. And after listening to Chris' speech and Professor Her's speech, all of a sudden I come to my mind is a TV series, Star Trek. I don't know whether you've seen this TV series before. Anybody who has seen this before? Star Trek. Not too many. Okay, I assume that you like it, I assume you like it. I was a kid. No, I was not a kid. I was a teenager when I watched that TV series. And I still remember. It's talking about the mission of the spaceship is to explore new life, new culture. And also, they're boldly going to a place that, all the places that a human being has never been there before. So that time, I was so fascinated. Wow, explore new culture, new world, wow, new civilization. But after listening to all the speeches today, I ask myself, why? Why they are doing that? Why they are doing that? But very fortunately, in the second series of Star Trek, they changed the script a little bit. They said, they go to the places where human beings have never been there before because they want to make more inclusive culture. That makes sense. They're not there to explore new life, new civilization. They want to include all this, inclusive. That's a different value. That's a different purpose, all right? So you may ask, John, why you start with this story? The reason why I start with stories is because I want to start a question to ask my heavy speakers next to me, you know. When we are talking about why, when we are talking about, of course, the answer is goodness, right? For the sake of goodness. So can you share a little bit more your insight in a very couple of statements? What exactly in your mind is goodness, and what exactly you want to drive at? You know? Chris, I tell you what, you know, in the last 20 years, I've been in Berkeley every year, annually, because of my EMBA students. Because I have to lead the EMBA students to UC Berkeley to learn about innovation and also some other latest technologies. And I know there's a graduate here. There. He's a UC Berkeley graduate. You know? He's been your innovative lab before, visiting before. Okay. But anyway, good question. What is goodness in your mind?
So I think one of the things that both drives innovation and goodness and is still uniquely human in this age of AI is that spirit of creativity. I think that's why, at the end of the day, I'm interested in it. I'm not by heart a technologist. If you're, again, going to ask me what's interesting about technology in and of itself, not that much, honestly. What's interesting about it is, first of all, the creativity that people put into it. That's really the spirit that makes it interesting. And second, as I mentioned in my talk earlier, also the good, the value that can come out of it. And again, it doesn't always play out. We've heard several times the example, Dr. He just spoke about it, of social media, again, a case where we did not consider the externalities and saw some really negative results. But at the end of the day, there are many great life-saving, world-changing innovations. Again, we saw some for crisis management just here in this speech, and that creativity behind them and getting them into people's hands to use for good purposes, that's really what I find interesting about the technology and innovation purpose.
So yeah, talk about like innovation for good purpose, for humanity, for human beings. That's what you want to drive at, right? Okay, very good. How about Professor He?
Yeah. Because I studied the cultural goodness for years, so I do have a very sort of not so good definition, but I do have my own definition of goodness based on Chinese tradition. In Chinese tradition, the goodness called Shan. Shan is Shan. You can see the Chinese the character is like a ship, and every people have a piece of ship that's called Shan, which means share. Which means benefit all, which means altruism. So for me, the definition of goodness is altruism and harmony, and then common good. So I don't agree the fundamentalists or absolutism, because absolutism is dangerous, to annihilate the others, to really expel the others or discredit the others. So for the goodness definition, mean you have to provide benefit to all, altruism, and then you have to harmony, collaborate with each other, harmonize between human, harmonize within the human and nature, harmonize within races, religion, nationality, and also rich and poor. So if the technology comply with goodness, it must be good motivation, which is the motivation will be altruism. How my invention is going to benefit all human beings. As I just say, not based on curiosity, not driven by greed or desire, not driven by personal interest, want to get wealth. So far, even the outer space exploration is based on, I think, based on mainly industrial interest instead of human interest. So the motivation must be altruism, and the mean must be harmony, which means partnership, which means collaboration, like open innovation, right? Emphasize on partnership, innovation, co-creation, etc., and then reach the common good, which means agree, but support or recognize different value. And so this is the important virtue of humankind. So I have a chance to talk to the member of a club of Rome, which also emphasizes new humanity. What is new humanity? It's not only egocentrism, but for the common good. So the motivation must be altruism, the mean must be harmony, and the purpose must reach the common good. So by these three essential value, I think we are going to create a new ideology of technology. But in the past, unfortunately, we believe that technology is neutral. It's common, So no matter it's good or bad, it's neutral. So I think this is stereotyping because nothing is neutral. If everyone here know the quantum physics, the particle being observed or non-observed have a different phenomenon because everything determined by our human observation capability. So I think everything is quite subjective. So if our mind is with goodness, all the creation will be good. So that's my definition of goodness and how you relate to technology development.
Wow. Well, okay, that's very good. Actually, you're talking about three different main points: sharing, harmony, and also inclusive in a sense, right? Because you want to have everybody there. But one thing that you mentioned very interestingly, you just mentioned like technology is not neutral, or it can be neutral, but we can make it not that neutral. It all depends on our own mindset and our own value system, right?
Well, just I was journalist, and Mr. Wen先生 also journalist. Journalists highly emphasized by scientific development in the 19th century. In the late 19th century, journalists they believe what they cover, what they told, what the story they told are genuine, a scientific reality, which is nonsense, because every story that reporter produces is quite subjective. The topic you choose, the people you interview, the article you wrote, the newsreel you produce, all subjective. So there's no objective things, even in the scientific field. It's all determined by human capability, human value system, and human societal circumstances. So I believe that put science as a neutral is another collective stereotyping of human philosophy. Right, so we have to reflect that technology also quite subjective and can be toward goodness by our own choice.
That's true. So Chris, you got any ideas that you want to supplement regarding about whether technology is neutral or not?
Yeah, that is a very tough question. I mean, I agree with Dr. He. Essentially, at the end of the day, technology is a human creation, and what we put into it is part of what comes out there, right? And so, we definitely have all seen examples historically or in our lives where a technology has clearly been created with some ill intent, malware for software, for example. And so to say that that technology is neutral is right there a bit of a falsehood. You can't say that a technology that was specifically created is therefore neutral. But again, that said, I think one of the most challenging things is what I mentioned before, that we just ultimately don't know how the technology that we develop are used. Despite, even if we have the best intentions, some of our users may not share those. And so it really is that relationship between both the creators of the technology and the users of the technology that, at the end of the day, creates the value both for bad or good. And so again, you need the people to have the good hearts, the good values on both sides of that equation.
Well, that's very good, Chris. Actually, I remember when I was an undergraduate student, I always talk about my young days because I'm getting too old now. I was chemistry and mathematics major. And my professors always told me the same thing. No, it's not neutral. When you are talking about how come you got that idea comes from, quite likely, your professors, your surroundings, your research ideas, all right? And the application, now we are talking about technology. Again, it depends on your background, on what you have encountered, what you have experiences, because those experiences are the drive that drives you to think about what should be applied. Like I would never think about how to apply technology in a farm area because I grew up in Hong Kong. It's a city. So I always think about, maybe I can make use of the latest technology to build the highest building, right? I never think about how can I manage an organic farm or something like that. I mean, quite likely it's like that. So in a sense, it related to our past experience, our characters, and our education. And the reason why I say so is because now, of course, the second question I want to ask is, we are to a certain extent biased. And I always told my students, like, I don't care about AI, but an AI without conscience, AI with wrong ethical value, that I care about, because then they will start to do something harmful to human beings, right? So the second question I want to ask is, you both actually, I mean, professors, educationists. I was once professor and educationist too. What insights or what ideas you think that you would like to share with our audience on how education can play a role in promoting technology for goodness? Actually, Chris, you may start first.
Sure. Well, so first of all, I know this may be a little bit out of fashion, but I still do firmly believe in the value of a liberal arts education.
That's what I want you to say.
Good.
I tell you why later.
I mean, I studied history as an undergraduate. I did not start my career in technology. And when I did move into technology and business, I still find the lesson that I learned as an undergraduate studying history are ultimately the ones that are foundational for how I think about it. The example of colonialism, right, in the space race, that is hopefully a lesson that anybody who studied history immediately thought of when they heard that I want to be like Columbus, right? So if you don't have that grounding in the arts, in the humanities, in the social sciences, as well as in business and technology, you're just going to miss a lot of those contexts. So so that definitely is one thing. I think the other thing, again, that we don't emphasize enough, particularly in business education, again, is that creativity, that artistic aspect. And so one of the things that I've really liked seeing in my current role is that we do have some faculty, some partners who really are interested in that aspect. Can we bring the arts into business so that the leaders do develop that appreciation for that creativity, for how it touches the soul as they go about doing their business. So I think those are a few areas where education can play a strong role.
Very good. Actually, the reason why I ask is because our university, Hang Seng University of Hong Kong, we always claim, well, we treasure both professionalism plus liberal arts, because we know more or less like professionalism is your technology, but liberal arts is your goodness. That's the part that really we focus very much on. And that's why, and Julian's there, he's the director of the Center for Management as a Liberal Arts. She's doing exactly what you just want to provoke, right? So later on, when we have trainings, you talk to Julia, and then Julia, yeah, we stand up so that people know that this young lady, I'm not this lady. Okay, and Professor, please.
Yeah, in the ancient Greek, they believe that living gods is the ultimate contest for the human being. They cannot think of the society without gods. So here come the Socrates say, hey, the gods is not our genuine contest. You have to very much dialectic thinking. You have a rationality. So rationalism become the utmost for the Greek, and also quite pretty much dominance of the Western civilizations. So is Confucianism. He say the heaven is not a God. The heaven is a Tao, is a way, is a truth. So, but from days on, we believe that science is the ultimate contest for human being. You cannot think of a life without science, and they believe science is neutral. So that is another, I think, it's a myth for human being. So I think we face a new era of a human enlightenment. We have to reflect that science is not only ultimate context for human life. Science is one of the elements of human life. And we concern the human life is not inevitable to be very subjective. So this is very difficult to remove the concept that science is neutral. The science is outermost. The science can solve all the human problems. This is actually a myth. It's not really, genuine. So Bernard is saying that philosophy has no space for this dialogue. When you talk about technology, when you attend the forum, everything is about technology, less on philosophical thinking. But BF is different, right? BF always include the philosophical dialogue and debating, which is good. So I think we got to create something new, form of philosophy, a new form of civilization that can combine with those kind of scientific methods, as well as the value system altogether. We have to bring the value system back to scientific world. That's crucial, and that's difficult. So I think we face a new era of enlightenment. You can see the human history. I think Professor Sun is a professional in the history, in all the human history. You can see the different stage of human civilization. They face different challenges. They have different enlightenment, perspective, and a different form of a civilization. You must, co-create it. So that's why I feel that it's about time to emphasize goodness, which means combine motivation, meaning, and purpose all together.
That's actually when Professor was talking about his ideas, that reminds me of once. It was like many years ago. A Harvard professor, he came to us and he said, "Do you guys know what is Harvard education?" Of course, it's difficult to define it. But then he started to talk about in Harvard there are at least 250 different kinds of labs, scientific labs, humanities labs, and whatever. These labs he may not agree. And some of them, he couldn't even understand why it exists. But the half education is because of that. You learn from different perspectives. You can bring into different perspectives. Science integrated with humanities into different areas, and that's half education. And that reminds me what Professor has just mentioned, like bring the value system into the technology. I think one thing is which I believe I personally believe is like because I was educated in the States, I have been trained in a liberal arts environment before, and well, even though I was a chemistry and mathematics major, so that time I hate all those philosophy, sociology, social science. I hate that because I thought I was not supposed to learn about it, but actually, that really changed my life.
Well, let me add one more case. Like we said, truth, good, and beauty should be balanced. Now we too emphasize on truth, especially scientific truth, especially instrumental truth, like a social media, which is good, but which is a new invention, which is a quite scientific instrument for people to communicate. But it's good? Well, it depends. And the website or social media create a new word. Is that beauty? Well, it depends. So we too much emphasize on truth, on scientific reality, on scientific instrument. But let's concern how likely it's going to benefit all, or how likely to create a well-being and beautiful life for human being. So we live in this world. AI is another instrumental, development. It's genuine, it's true, but it's good. We don't know. Will it create a beautiful life? Well, it depends. Still, this pattern repeat again. We never can get out of that kind of a myth. Emphasize truth, but does not know whether it will good to all. Does not know whether it will create a beautiful life to all. That's our problem.
Chris?
Yes, again, I agree with that completely. I think, especially in Silicon Valley, we have a tendency to be very big technology optimists, right? That technology is going to solve all of humanity's problems. But again, bringing that historical view into it, that has never been the case and probably never will be the case. It's just not something that technology can do. It can't make human beings better or happier in most respects at the end of the day. So I don't want to dismiss the impact of it. Obviously, it has made our lives better. It's cured diseases. It's prolonged our lifespans. It has done many good things. But if we're really looking at it to give us values or happiness in and of itself, I think we're going to be perpetually disappointed.
Yeah, that's more important than just look at technologies, but you have to look at the related subjects that people. I remember a couple of days ago, this is kind of interesting. Yeah, somebody came to me and he said, "John, if I ask you to develop a school of STEM, will you do it?" I say, no. STEM is out of date. He said, what do you mean? Oh, I know, you mean STEM. That is say STEM add the arts inside. I say, no. I want to develop if you really want me to develop a school, I will develop a stream. Our religious. Now, I'm not talking about, I told the guy, I'm not talking about exactly religious. I'm talking about just like what Professor Hurd mentioned, seeking for truth. All the students, they learn about STEM, so what? They know science, technology, mathematics, so what? Well, they have to learn about liberal arts, so we have to learn about STEM. But ultimately, he got to have the passion to search for truth, to seek for truth. That's what our group of you has mentioned before, right? So I say, if you ask me to develop a school, I will make it a school of STREAM, STREAM together, so that my students, they can know exactly what technology for goodness is. That's how I mentioned, yeah.
and still our education emphasizes on knowledge, learning, instead of
Instrumental
virtue,
learning, right?
not a virtue training. We don't train our spirit. We don't train their virtue. We train them to have a more knowledge, to become a very, very intelligent sort of, not selfish but egocentrism, right? Everything's about myself, my success, my knowledge, my feeling, and so if we want to talk about how education can support goodness in technology, for instance, that economics. We are in the economics course. We're talking about the efficiency. What kind of business model that can support businessmen to earn more money, can support the society to have a better economic outcome. But the virtue and ethical issue are less likely to be emphasized, right? So when I emphasize or propose economic goodness, they feel odd. What is that? We don't talk about goodness in the economy, right? So it's also influenced by scientific perspective. Even economy is a science. That, as I say the joke, a centuries ago, journalists believe they are scientists. Everything they report, a journey, a truth, undeniable. It's very odd. So still, education system, we had to bring the virtue and the value system back into the education system. Not only in technological side, but on every field of education, we should adopt it. So, two things for the Western education: knowledge and dialectic thinking. But I want to add compassion. Compassion education.
Compassion education.
Not only knowledge, not only dialectic thinking, but also compassion capability.
Compassion, right. So, okay, now, before I start this panel, actually, I talked to Professor He. I say, what's the theme of this panel? And the answer is very interesting. He said, general. General. I say, what's general? That is to say, anything you believe that is important, that can really captivate the attention of the audience, that they want to know. This is the section for. So that's why I would like to open up our panel to all our audience here. I know we got very great professors here. Maybe they have more things to add or some comments, feedback, or question to ask, right? Okay. May I ask the audience to ask questions? Professor?
Yeah, so thank you. Great discussions and many great ideas. So I have a question about innovation in the social realm. The model that you have of business, and then you touched, this is for Chris, you touched on some of the social initiatives. But, I work in the, area of religious freedom, human rights, things like that. Do you have any good models of innovation, programs that are going on, success stories of social innovation when it comes to the kinds of human rights, the kinds of ways of ordering relationships among people, societies that bring peace and bringing people together as opposed to either siloing them, separating them, or driving them apart?
It's a great question, and I feel a little bit bad in saying this, but I think what I've seen is that the process has been valuable, but the outcomes haven't always been measurable. So I do firmly believe that when we put our students together to work on a social project, that they are having some of that education of character that Dr. He mentioned, that they are learning how to be more compassionate, more value-driven people. However, when, at least again, within the very limited context of the projects that we've worked on, when you've looked at the long-term impact, I think what often happens is that it's very hard to measure and it's very hard to sustain when you're talking about, you know, students working for one semester or for 1 year and then graduating or going on to new things. That commitment to a really long-term solution is hard, and it takes more than, you know, students working on a project for a year, for example. So the character building, yes, I think that's a big success. The actual measurable outcomes, I think that's more of an open question and takes a much longer term approach.
Okay. Any further question? Here.
Thank you so much for the discussion. My question is related to the alignment of the different values from what we are learned from the university and how it's applied in the real life. So how do you think about in terms of the applications of what the panelists, what you all have covered? Because the reason that I brought about the application part is that it seems that there are part of people who feel like the current way of working might be siloing some group of people, and they kind of not eager or willing to join the current way of practicing, while maybe in different occasions people are preaching certain kinds of values that are hard to be applied. So how do you connect these two kinds of values and systems and to apply it in real life? That's the question. Thank you.
Yeah, all I'm saying, propose, mainly come from Tzu Chi experiences. When I say altruism, it's not abstract to me because I devoted to Tzu Chi for more than 24 years. I've been seeing so many entrepreneurs doing the altruistic action and change the mentality. I've been seeing the elementary school, high school in Tzu Chi. They serve with the poor people, they serve with the senior, they serve in the hospital. It's quite common in Tzu Chi education system. In Tzu Chi University, we have a 46 club that are considered charitable community. They serve the different people who are in need. 46 club in Tzu Chi University are all based on charity. So from very young age, they learn how to give. They learn how to respect. They go to the orphan house, and there's not a bad smell. But no children in Tzu Chi elementary school say, hey, it's stingy. No one say that. No one, oh, it smells not good. No one dare say that because they've been educated to respect those disadvantaged children. So this is a compassion education. I've been see that, and I've been really work with that together to spread out the compassion education in Tzu Chi system and maybe elsewhere. So this is called applied altruism. For my understanding, you also call applied Buddhism. Buddhism is not about self-meditation, not seeking self-enlightenment, but serving to others, provide compassion to the others. So now we are not really in the age of quite, is not Habermas, Marcuse say, one-dimensional people. Our education system is like an industrial. You work in a small part in your lifetime. You work in small field in your lifetime to be an academic scholar. We are not holistic. We don't do the horizontal integration. We don't cross field, right? You work in a small field. Only few people in the world know your profession. It's like industrialized. We're working for a small part in our lifetime. So it's a quite so-called dimensional people. But we are not dimensional people. We have multiple and diverse capability to work into different fields. So I think this kind of education system need to be redesigned and reflect how to bring different fields that you emphasize liberal art. It's quite integrated. It's quite kind of holistic education system, which we need now. Not only knowledge, not only independent thinking, but compassion spirit must be harvested. This is important. And that would be, learning by doing, not only in theory. Yeah.
One thing that I would like to share was like when I studied education, I still remember I encountered Professor Cranton, and education was classified into 3 different categories, you may say that. The first one, we call it instrumental learning, and basically learning about skills, right? So everybody knows about it. And the second one is the communicative learning. That should say you have got to learn about humans. You got to understand humans' behavior, humans' values, and so on. The last one, which is the most important one, is what we call emancipatory. That is to say, liberal. Well, what do you mean? What I mean by liberal, though, it means you have to examine your assumption all the time. To respond to your question, you say, how can we really apply what we learn into the real world? Well, I was an industrial engineer. I echo Chris' story very much. I never applied what I learned as an industrial engineer into a manufacturing plant. I applied in credit card industry. Okay, this is what we call knowledge transfer. Well, the reason why is because, just like what both professors mentioned, I don't look at it as a technology or as just a knowledge. I look at it as a philosophy, as a principle. Then you can apply it more effectively. And more importantly, you can transform yourself. If you have a critical thinking mind, you examine your assumption all the time. So, of course, I have to wrap up because I hear the sound. So, Chris, would you like to summarize it a little bit about what you would like to say?
Sure. Just very briefly, again, I would just want to build a little bit on the importance of time when it comes into transformation. Berkeley did not transform itself into a place where innovation was really focused into startups, into entrepreneurship, into the social mission overnight. It really has been a very deliberate 25-year process. I think as human beings, we're often impatient, and that's a good thing. That helps push us to make change. It helps push us to innovate. But again, in reality, and this goes in part to my answer to Brian's question, really making transformations in society, whether using technology or anything else, requires that kind of long-term commitment, that kind of long-term vision. And this is one of the things I admire a lot about the Tzu Chi Foundation as well. They have this 60-year history. They have this long-term commitment and dedication to change over time. And I think that's what's really needed when we look at transformation through technology and other means.
Yeah, I mean, we are too much emphasis on technical capital or knowledge capital, but less on cultural and spiritual capital. But I have seen so many successful persons which not only emphasize on technical capital or economic capital, but enhance their spiritual capital so that they can reach the very highest success in their own field. I have friends right here, like Peter, my good friend. He, in his field, he's the top. But if you look at why he's success, not because of he got a good business model, because he's a good person. Good person doesn't matter. Good person has an advantage, competitive advantage, quite sort of. So we are too much emphasis on the model, technical capital, but not spiritual capital. So this is what we have to advocate, not only in technology, but overall goodness for all human spirit.
Well, thanks very much for the two heavyweight speaker next to me. Yeah, I feel it's great pleasure that I can be a facilitator for this section. So, time for high tea. Well, why don't we give a big
Thank you so much for the very wonderful and engaging discussion. We'll also like to invite CEO Yen to present gifts for our two speakers. Just a minute. Thank you so much. And so we'll be taking a short tea break now. Please return by 4 p.m. and we'll have our final panels discussion of the day where we actually look at the application of using technology for goodness. Thank you. Yes. So we'll be starting in 1 minute. Everyone, please be seated. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for your warm participation throughout the day, and I hope you enjoyed your short break. And so we are now moving into our second panel discussion, Compassionate Technology and Humanitarian Assistance, a topic that brings us to the heart of why we are gathered here, how technology can serve people in need with dignity and care. Our host for this session is Tzu Chi CEO Poen Yen, who will introduce the panelists and lead today's conversation. CEO Poen?
Okay, thank you, MC. Good afternoon. Thank you for staying with us until now. This is the final session for today, and I'm honored to introduce three distinguished speakers, panelists. First, I'd like to introduce Professor Chen Zhenchuan. Professor Chen Zhenchuan is the CEO of the Town Prize Tangjiang Foundation. He is a professor emeritus of civil engineering at National Taiwan University. And he received his PhD in civil engineering from Northwestern University. He's an honorary member and fellow of the American Concrete Institute. Professor Chen is vice president and academician of the International Academy of Engineering, IAE. Professor Chen has served in several important roles in the cabinet of the executive yuan of the Republic of China, Taiwan, such as Minister without Portfolio and Minister of Public Construction Committees. So today, he's going to share with us, the topic is post-disaster reconstruction with consideration for sustainability and goodness. The floor is yours, Professor Chen.
Thank you, CEO Yan. Yeah, it's my great honor and pleasure to join you in the last session of today. Okay, let's see. 大的历史哦 ，OK， 要 point 到什么地方？哦 ，OK。The topic I'm going to share with you. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, could be just right time since we know that Hong Kong just suffered a fire in the high-rise buildings. How to deal with that? Yeah, it's a lot of work. Yeah, and maybe this experience can help a little bit. Yeah. So we all know that climate change, yeah, is coming, and the year of 2024, yeah, was in a very bad situations. Yeah, even just a few days ago in Southeast Asia, that heavy shower and floods took away at least 1,300 people lives now, and more than 4 million people suffered. And in the COP 30s, we used to talk about the carbon reductions, but it seems that we cannot come to a very good agreement, and they right now talk about more to emphasize adaptations and resilience, etc. So, and we had to live with the disaster now, since it's inevitable, and how to strengthen disaster management in enhancing the resilience are crucial to reducing the loss, accelerating reconstructions, and enabling the swift recovery of social life and economy activities. For a long time, Taiwan has coexisted with disasters, accumulating valuable experience and resilience in the process. We have mega typhoon, mega earthquake. We have all kind of natural challenge, and was ranked as #1 countries by the World Bank as the high risk to natural disaster. So I would like to introduce our models of reconstructions. And our experience is that we usually work together with NGOs and the volunteers. So it becomes a very important foundation for the next disaster. And we have constructed a social management system with a high degree of disaster prevention, awareness, and faster construction capability. It's a joint effort of governments, NGO, charity organization, and the enterprise, and with the own efforts of refugees after the disaster. Facing the challenge of the future, a national land conservation guidelines approved for the reconstructions so that the humanity and the sustainability can be assured. The colorful sustainable community for relocated people and sustainable public works for reconstructed infrastructure. A new enterprise developed with the green culture and innovations. And here is examples of our typhoon, Morocco, in 2009. So the total rainfall achieved 3 meters high just in 3 days. Half of the Taiwan, southern parts and eastern parts, suffered from this mega disaster. So, and it was an impact to Taiwan's, and the flood people is 500,000, and 20,000 people suffer from landslide and river scour. Those are people that need to be relocated. And 2/3 of those people, 3/4 of those people are indigenous people. And 700 people died. And the flood and the Shaolin village is a deep layer landslide caused 459 deaths. And here's the village and rivers before and after. And in the early stage of the relief and reconstruction, we face a lot of oppositions from the refugee people. So a lot of negotiations with them is necessary. Even 1 year after the earthquake, after the disaster, in our presidential house, still the worries of our indigenous people. And special feature of the construction has to be safety, efficiency, respect, and with innovations. And we set up the Special Act to relieve the law based on our previous disaster law. But this special act was imposed past our cabinet and the Congress and announced by the president just 20 days after, so very fast, and allocate the budget. And the act was used to amend to our previous disaster prevention and protection law. So our special act, the fourth item, indicate the way to deal with this disaster. So the special committee in the highest level was founded 7 days after the disasters, and I'm the CEO. And the budget, part of it came from the donations. And we had to work on the civil infrastructure plan, community reconstruction plan, and industry reconstruction plan under the guidelines of land conservation. And very important is the spirit. In our Article 2, the reconstruction has to be based on humanity, emphasize on the importance of victims' livelihood, respect the versatile culture, assure the community participations, and consider both the national land protection and environmental conservations. And here are our indigenous people, 16 tribes with 2% of total population in Taiwan. And we have to do the safety assessment to the place where they live and also to the locations we're gonna relocate them. Yeah. And for examples, we have to, we work on the near 300 sites of safety assessment where they live, and 115 public heating for the non-development restricted area, and 160 sites investigation and the review meetings for their future relocated sites. So a lot of engineering participations, and also need to work together with our refugees. Here is the public hearings that we talk with them. And we did this with the private participations with NGO, such as Tzu Chi and many other NGO to work on the permanent house community project. So the government has its role, and also the local government and NGO and enterprise, they work on the project together with their special function. And for the reconstruction, we have a civil infrastructure, house, school, cultural reconstruction, spiritual reconstruction, and industrial reconstructions. So it's an overall programs. So we like to build a house to become their home, and it's a community, and it's an organic, colorful, sustainable community for their future. And this is one of the community with near 500 houses. In total, we developed 3,600 houses for them in 44 sites, including the church and the school, community centers, and many others. And here's their permanent house for their futures, that they can own this house. So we respect their autonomy during the negotiation process. Since they all have their different way of thinking, they like to stay where they live, especially for indigenous people. And we eventually, we promise them, if they want to stay, we let them stay, okay? If you want to come down to a relocated safe place, then we will build our house for them immediately, okay? But you can see that people come down and the permanent house increase gradually, while those stay in the high-risk area, comes down. So nobody was forced to live. But if they stay in a risky area, we declare that it's unsafe. Then they had to leave when the government announced typhoon is coming or other things. So that's the only promise they had to cope with. And also many schools were reconstructed. And this is one school constructed by BenQ Foundations. That's another school, community facility, and with a cultural message of their own tribes. They did this by all themselves. Government just provides some basic fundings so they can work on that for living. So they decorate their own house as well. So this is the newly built, but all those were done by themselves. So they can make it a home, their own home, since they participate in the building their own house. And this one is the same. This is Tzu Chi, built this house for them, and they make them their home. And cultural facility, museums, park, and also their festivals. And for the civil infrastructure reconstructions, we use the innovative approach and sustainable to build the sustainable public infrastructures. So then conservation principle is very important. And also use the comprehensive management of river basins from the central high mountain to the coastal areas. We had to integrate all the constructions. And drainage of those debris is very important. And this is the bridge, newly built bridges. So we built 126 new bridges with a longer span, high pier, and deep pier, bypass the unsafe area, like this area. And more structure were done by just one span, to provide a safer and needed transportations. And here are the bridges, and this one is a Samu twin bridges. Used to be in this route. Even though you use the sheer tunnels, still cannot avoid the damage. So these Samu bridge were built to replace the damaged bridges. And we also bring in the cultural symbols of their own, and they participate in doing this kind of work. Okay, just like this one, they are all done by. Since this is a symbol of their indigenous peoples, usually our civil engineer, we construct the bridge and we left. But all these bridge will stay with them forever, generation by generations. So their participations is very, very important. And also mental health and spiritual recovery. And we set up a very effective system after our experience in the 1999 earthquake. So all our hospitals, all our professionals, they joined the project immediately. Right after the disaster, also our religious groups, art therapy, and the social worker, they all come together immediately to the site. And even we provide a church, and a spiritual farm for our indigenous people. Most all these churches. She said most 95% of our indigenous people, they are Catholic, either Catholic or Christian. Now you can look at this one. After the earthquake, the suicide rate. For the Tzu Chi earthquake in 1999, usually after the disaster, suicide rate increased. Okay, that happens, yeah, all over the world. But for the Typhoon Monaco, we enforced the new system. So we did not see the increase of the disaster suicide rate. It even comes down. So we had to work together, yeah, among government, NGO, and enterprise. And we promote the green technology, yeah, so that, and also the participation, we have more than 31 industries and NGO, including Foxconn, TSMC, all they come into the recovery project. And that's the industry development project by Foxconn, yeah, using the BOP and transfer to refugees. So we say it's a BOP and T. It's a farm, organic farm, and also set up the organic industries in Taiwan, in the southern parts. And it's a tea plant by TSMC. Bamboo plants as well. So for the house, just 1 year, we provide 82%, near 3,000 units, just 1 year. Yeah, they move in, yeah. Okay, so we further revise our disaster prevention and protection law. For every time after the disaster, we did it, okay? So we accumulated our experience, yeah. And disaster prevention is more important than disaster relief. Avoidance of disaster is better than prevention of the disaster. Okay, so we import. Okay, this is a statistic which shows just after it's a community, yeah, surveyed by professors. So the satisfied and very satisfied usually come up pretty fast in all the categories. And here's another studies. Yeah, in lifestyle, family tie, all these kind of things. The satisfactions and the very satisfactions did achieve more than 90%. Okay, so it's not only a reconstruction, it's a reborn. Okay, so safety, humanity, innovation, and sustainability. Okay, so that's my talk. Since I have only 15 minutes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chen. Professor Chen is not only a prestigious scholar in his academic achievement, but also in practical experience, successfully managing disaster response, midterm recovery, and long-term reconstruction. Thank you for Professor Chen. Next is another prestigious scholar, Professor Yoshitsugu Hayashi. Is a distinguished scholar and leader in transport research, urban planning, and sustainability. He currently serves as a full member of Executive Committee of the Club of Rome and President of the Japanese Association of the Club of Rome, as well as Professor Emeritus at Nagoya University and Distinguished Professor at Tokai Gakuen University. And Hayashi's career spanned both academic and international leadership, board member and former president of the World Conference on Transport Research Society. And today he's going to share, the topic is transforming infrastructure evaluation toward the quality of life and sufficiency. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, today I will talk about transportation-related issues. And Professor Chen talked about how hardware setup, together with software care, can make the society or say impressed, say subjectively, something like that. Disaster resilience, and that is for humanity. And my talk is how to make, how to evaluate, particularly infrastructure project in terms of subjectiveness, not objectiveness. Okay. So first, problematic in mobility. Today, it's about 100 years after the automobile model of automobile company, American automobile company. I'm old. Very important name, forgot. Ford, Henry Ford, developed T-type Ford, and then it exaggerated to produce, say, skyrocketingly increased the number of automobile. That was the first start of motorization. Okay. So this is my illustration, just comparing Tokyo, Beijing, Bangkok. Sorry, no Hong Kong yet. Big cities. And then the horizontal is per capita GDP, and then vertical is car ownership rate. How many cars owned per 1,000 inhabitants? Okay. Look at that. Tokyo has not grown, almost very little. And then next, Beijing and Bangkok very rapidly increased. So who have visited Bangkok already? Raise hands. Okay, about half. Okay, very good. So this does not mean Bangkok is richer than Tokyo, because I'm comparing the same level of per capita income. And this is that. And this is showing about, sorry, I should check time. This is about demand side, okay? And then the supply side is, see, this vertical is the next figure's horizontal, and then the vertical is supply side of road. How many meters of a paved road per registered car? Every city came down, okay? So if you can continue to construct, extend road at the same speed as car ownership grows, then all the lines must be flat, okay? Going very flat. And then the last one is how many minutes is necessary to move per kilometer. Look at this. In Bangkok, from 1990, suddenly came to the left. So this, I call it the limit to motorization, borrowing the name of the first report of the Club of Rome, limits to growth. Okay, so I name 20th century's mobility stupid. Okay? Why stupid? The first one is the same time of the day, people wish to go out. Why? Why don't stay at home more? Okay? Don't you think we are so stupid? Okay? And the next one is car-oriented sprawl. Okay? Car-oriented sprawl. Comparing Tokyo and Bangkok, Tokyo suburbanized, but along railways. Because when we grew up, we did not know cars because we are so poor. Okay? The railways first. But Bangkok, they did not have railways. They naturally, they had to buy second-hand cars. Not yet, income was not high, but they had to depend. And as a result, very much low density spread over appeared. Okay? So what is very important now is in the suburb of Bangkok, what is happening now? Old people are isolated because old people stop driving, cannot drive, and then no bus service available because the bus company is not profitable. Okay? So that is a very big issue. Okay. And then the next is about 90% of cars are sleeping, not using. So stupid. Why we own cars or wish to own cars? That's why sharing is important. Okay? Many people sharing, but this is the main reason. Okay? I'm from the city of Toyota. Okay? Maybe Toyota CEO may wish to stop my talk here. And then fourth one is in many developing countries, mega cities, the pedestrians cannot walk. Okay. Now, as a result of this inconvenience, the result of inconvenience is, this is the figure of Thailand and the world. Okay. So traffic accidents, every hour, 3 people are killed in Thailand. Okay. And every day, 66 people. Altogether in the world, 1.35 million are killed by traffic accident. But now, the next one is asthma, air pollution, okay? Coming from industry and coming from car traffic, 6.5 million killed, okay? Much more than traffic accidents. So in developing countries, global warming, CO2 emission, of course, it's damaging, but even more damageable is air pollution. Okay? So governmental talks between different countries, we have to consider what is important in different countries. And this is mapping. EST means environmental sustainable transport. How to reduce CO2 emission, we had some studies. Okay? And then the best strategy is to avoid, not to move, okay? Not to move. Many instruments, okay? And then if you really wish to move in the city, shift to low carbon system, okay? And if you really wish to use cars, then efficient cars you have to use like that. The next one is evaluating transport infrastructure technology by happiness. So this is going into from objective to subjective world. Okay? So this is my model, and how to measure each individual person's happiness by mobility, by moving one place to the other. Okay? So what is most stupid now is, say, railway project, road project, evaluated by the government. How do you evaluate? Okay? How much GDP will be increased by new motorways, and then divided by the construction and maintenance cost. That's stupid, okay? So don't you think strange? Every government is seeking for SDGs. So what is the most important in SDGs concept is no one left behind or not. But GDP is a total money flow per year in the country. That doesn't tell anything about whether someone is left or not. So it's so stupid. So all the government are telling a lie. We are very keen about SDGs. No, okay. So this is the method how to measure each individual. So imagine you live in this district or in this mesh, but you don't have the green one is hospitals. You don't have in your mesh. The hospitals are 1 hour away or 30 minutes away, and the shops are blue, say 40 minutes away or 1 hour, half hours away. So, but if distance is long, then available service, physical service will be diminished, and then you can get only these values you can get. Okay. Now until here, this is equally given to everyone. But whether you appreciate the given service, good or not, or much or not, dependent upon the person's attribute. Okay? Young ladies may wish to obtain all the physically available service of shopping, but they don't have interest in medical service because they don't go. And for me, old man, I wish to get all the greens, but less purple, like that. Of course, depending on person, I have much interest in shopping, depending on the person, anyway. Now, so sorry, this is an equation. So original values in, you are living in I, but the service M is a J district, then diminish, okay? But this is physically diminished, but this is how M service is appreciated by K type of person. So W is weight. So weighted sum is my definition of quality of life for K person living in I, like that. Then, so summing up all together, whole population over K, then this is Bhutan's gross national happiness, or gross regional happiness, if you like. And even better, my system is by K type of person, gross national happiness, okay? Then this is the result conducted in Singapore, say upper female, lower male, young, middle aged, and all aged for female, crime rate is most important. Weight is biggest. But men not. The middle-aged men, working accessibility is most important. They are workaholic, perhaps. And then senior people, most important is community life. Okay, so differently. So this is a result mapping. This is for young female, like this. Red is a high QOL, okay. And then this is for young men. Young men is better. And the middle-aged lady is even better. Middle-aged men, no. And senior female, senior men, very high. So I have to migrate to Singapore. And then we can get such, the vertical is population, how many people are living. Well, look at this very good area, high QOL area, not many people are living, but outskirts many, okay, because of living cost. So if you have money, the government has money, what to do? What to do is maybe circle line of rail. Okay, so this was calculated 7 years ago, but now they are now open the circle line. Very good. Or you give subsidies to these people, whichever. So by only this mapping, 3D mapping, we can have the combination of policies. Okay, so this is the same system will be applied, have been applied for East Japan Great Earthquake, and then gradually how it was recovered. And then I will skip very much, but this is a Bangkok project. Mobile phone advice, ask in the morning, 6 o'clock, whether I will have to go, I can go out. Mostly, no, you are stupid if you go. Then stay at home more, and then play with kids. Then your QoL will be higher, okay? And then if the transport system will be less congested, you can go out, but still not always going to the city center office. Wherever you can work, you could find out during COVID-19, coffee shop, etc., wherever. The third place is very important. Okay, then as a result, peak hour congestion will be much reduced, and the CO2 as well. And finally, the evaluation of the project is, okay, so 30 seconds. Daily QoL, personal QoL, divided by, to keep this QoL, how much social cost, total cost is spent. Okay, construction cost, maintenance cost, and then CO2 emission damage cost on the environment, etc. So the tangent is up and up, then the better project. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Hayashi. And actually, my understanding is Professor Hayashi-san made a lot of contribution, used his theory and model for the urban planning to improve the transportation situation in Bangkok and also the living quality in Singapore. Thank you very much for that. And last one, the third speaker is Dr. Marshall Chai, actually in Chinese, yeah. Marshall Chai. And Dr. Marshall Chai, he is an architect and engineer. And he is an inventor, more than 200 patents, mostly Tzu technology, all are focused on compassionate technology. That is really reflect today this session's topic. And he also a scientist and also a social entrepreneur. Yeah. So I will leave Dr. Chai, you introduce yourself because I know him very well. We share the same office.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO.
Dr. Chai, go ahead. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. To begin with, I would like to express my deepest and most heartfelt gratitude to Venerable Master Cheng Yen, CEO Yen, and Vice CEO Her of the Tzu Chi Foundation for endorsing my late brother, Michael Shao, for the 2025 Asian Philanthropy Forum Asian Philanthropy Special Tribute Award. Thank you very much. It is a profound honor for our family to receive the compassionate support of Master Cheng Yen, whose wisdom and boundless benevolence have long guided and inspired countless individuals. Her gracious endorsement is a meaningful affirmation of my brother's legacy of service, and we are sincerely grateful for this blessing. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for the introduction for CEO Yen, and I want to introduce myself. Apart from all the profession, the things that we are doing, first of all, I'm also a Buddhist pure practitioner. I live in Qingsi Abode. A Buddhist pure practitioner is we devote our whole lifetime in Tzu Chi mission. We don't get married, so we have enough time for this pure mission. We want to serve our whole lifetime to others. It's like benefiting the whole planet or the whole mankind. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is my brother. My brother spent most of his lifetime in serving Tzu Chi mission. I really thank Tzu Chi for that. Okay. My topic today is we only have one planet, and we are all responsible. Dr. He mentioned about NASA going to planet and things like that. And you may know China can now reach the dark side of the moon. Regardless of the scientific advancement, we still don't know if there is life outside the solar system, even with the advancement of science. Our planet is irreplaceable, yet human activities continue to push nature system to the brink. So innovation and design must prioritize responsibility, resilience, and care for all living system over profit and convenience. Strategic design and sustainable technologies help shift industries and communities from short-term gain to long-term common good. Dr. He mentioned about during the earthquake last year in Taiwan, because Tzu Chi, with the high efficiency system of helping the community, New York Times put a lot of publication on that, even the CNN and also the Japanese media. After that, the Federal Emergency Management Unit in Washington, they invited Tzu Chi and Qingsi to have a collaboration with them. The topic is all about multi-faith leaders climate resilient roundtable. Note, the main topic is about resilience, climate resilience. I was also invited last year by the National VOAD in Phoenix, Arizona. This is about voluntary organization active in disaster. We have demonstrate all the disaster relief product and system that we have. It's a very good interaction with everyone. It's really good. And also, we also participated the Listos coordination meeting in California. What is Listos? In Spanish term, ready, readiness. You can see the banner. It's all about rooted, resilient, and ready. The event is about making everyone in the community get ready in terms of disaster. I was invited by the Aston University this year, early April, to share about the system that we are doing. And the topic is about making the West Midland resilient by 2030. Okay. All of the events, I think they focus on the resilience, how to make us more resilient. So the topic that I want to share today is Design for Resilience. I just attended the 2025 Asian Philanthropy Forum, and I've learned something really important. And it says here that philanthropy is not an adjunct to wealth, but a means to drive social innovation and solve complex problems. So according to Luc Martin, it's very important to identify the problems, so we will have design solutions. According to Perkins and Byers, the design was once largely about making products more attractive. Today, it's a way of thinking, a creative process that spans entire organizations, driven by the desires to better understand and meet the consumer needs. Well, according to Watson, good design is a good business. For me, a good design is also a good management. Reasonable design solutions play an essential role in making the community more resilient. I want to share here 3 case studies. First of all, I want to share SARS pandemic 2003. That was more than 20 years ago. At that time, because I'm working for both Tzu Chi Foundation and our Tzu Chi Medical Center, so I've noticed a lot of things. And at that time, I proposed and invented one product called the SARS capsule. It might look like a capsule, but you don't put it in your mouth because this is quite huge. You can actually put one person in the capsule. What is this? This is a movable negative pressure isolation chamber to capsulize the airborne transmitted viruses and secure by the inline high efficiency particle arrestor or the HEPA filter to exhaust the air to protect healthcare staff and practitioner of getting infected, especially during the delivery and transfer of the suspected SARS patient. This design could be used by air or ambulance. Yeah, we have managed to came up with a very good prototype, but I'm very sad, to be honest, because at that time we are not the government designated hospital to handle the SARS patient, so we did not really continue the development of this product. After 20 years, it's a reflection or lesson learned after 20 years. The pandemic showed the importance of continuous development even when a crisis seems to have passed. Stopping progress can leave gap in future emergency response. Because for the past few years, when we have experienced the COVID-19, after 20 years, the experience reminded us that if we had continued developing the SARS capsule, we could have helped save even more lives. The key lesson here is preparedness, like listos, ready, and sustained innovation must never stop, especially when the goal is to protect public health and serve the welfare of the people. Okay. For my case study number 2, Professor Her mentioned about the earthquake and our solution. This one is 2018 Hualien, Taiwan earthquake. Okay. Tzu Chi responded efficiently, quickly, by sending foldable bed and essential supplies to support the community. Evacuees of all ages stayed together in one large sports center. Well, Master Cheng Yen instructed the team to visit affected areas and observe the real situation in the first hand, and observe something if we could improve the situation. The lesson here is to observe the problem first, to understand the real needs and guide meaningful improvements. This is the photographs. You could see we send a lot of foldable beds, although there's no place to put their belongings. Okay. Okay, so after that problem, identifying the problem, we came up with a good solution. Here is 1 minute indoor shelter system. It's a very short clip to share the system that we have used in the coming earthquake. Okay, please play. There's a sounds, yeah. What is a 1 minute indoor shelter system? This is actually a pop-up cubicle tent with 2 foldable beds, table, chair, mosquito net, cabinet, and even livelihood package. What is a livelihood package? This is all the belongings you needed, all the stuff that you need for 3 weeks or even for 3 days or even a week. Yeah, this is the pop-up cubicle, which you could assemble in a few seconds. The purpose for this one is to have more privacy, because we've noticed that during the 2018 earthquake, everyone stays together in one big area. So if we have this cubicle, we could have improved the privacy. Okay, this is like a little hotel rooms. And it's a pop-up, so it's very easy and simple. And we even designed a pocket, so the cover for this one won't get lost, okay? All the furnitures, they are foldable, so it's easy to transport, light in weight, and more importantly, you could actually disinfect that and clean that. And we have the cabinets. Because of the 2018 observation, we have placed for their belongings, okay? And the livelihood package is all the things you could imagine for 1 week or 3 days in a displacement area or center, yeah. And the mosquito net as well. Well, everything is made from recycled plastic. For the mosquito net and the pop-up cubicle, they are made from PET bottles. While all the foldable plastic furnitures, they are made from hard plastic, recycled hard plastic, okay. So we created a system. This is like urban planning. It's like a system. So when there's a need, you just follow the format, okay. So during the new earthquake in Taiwan, 2024, just last year, we managed, this is a training prior to that. We have a lot of training. Well, you could see we have managed to use that during the 2024 earthquake, 2024 last year, yeah. And the Japanese media and also the New York Times covered all this information, and they find it amazing how Tzu Chi managed to set up all this thing in a very short period of time. Of course, it's a whole system, okay. And the last case study I want to share is about the double loop zero waste strategy. This is sorting the problem of paper cups or lunch boxes, because in Taiwan, every year we consume 8 billion of containers, excluding paper cups, every year. That's average of 29 pieces per person per month. So 70% ended up in incinerator, okay. During the 2019 during the 2019 event, United Nations, the chief scientist mentioned about the economic cost of air pollution is 10 times that of World War II. Professor Hayashi mentioned about air pollution, okay. During one marathon, it created 50,000 pieces of paper cups. Okay, the Tzu Chi and the Chingsi came up with a solution. We call it the zero waste strategy, double loop zero waste strategy, which is to recycle the paper cups or the lunch boxes. We separate the paper and the fiber and the plastic. For the fiber, we create tissue paper. And for the plastic, we created plastic interlocking pavers. Okay, this one is the how the paper cups or the paper container looks like. It is actually composed of 2 plastic layers with fiber in the middle. So we collected this one, the paper waste. It's very clean. It's very clean. So we actually use industrial scale to separate the fiber and the plastic. Okay. So for the paper, we created the Chingsi tissue paper. And every 100 tons of paper recycled, we can produce 60 tons of recycled tissue paper. We can save 2,010 years old trees from being cut down. Okay. And our recycled tissue paper is quite good. The color is very near white. And when I went to the UN conference a few years ago in Europe, their recycled paper is actually gray. So our technology is better than Europe. Yeah. Okay. all our Tzu Chi system, we are using our own product, all recycled. Okay. Well, the Tzu Chi Hospital in Taichung actually they did some statistic, how much of electricity they could save, trees being saved and things like that. So this is the Qingsi eco-pavered bricks. To produce this product, we actually invented the machine. We collected several invention patents in Europe, Japan, China, Taiwan, and even in the US. We created the machine to produce interlocking pavers like this. Every 100 square meter of Qingsi eco-pavers, we could save 4 tons of plastic from going into incinerator. We can reduce carbon emission by 9 tons. Yeah, this is the actual application. Even though there are more work to be done, but at least we started the first step. There's a long, long way to go, but at least we try. To finish the whole presentation, the lesson learned here is waste becomes a resource when viewed through the lens of innovation, circularity, and resilience. Continuous improvement and creative problem solving can turn long-standing environmental challenge into opportunities for sustainable development. Every action aligned with environmental care, no matter how small, contributes to building a more resilient, responsible, and future-ready societies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tsai. And yeah, actually, Tzu Chi, this is only a small portion of Tzu Chi's compassionate technology. We have some others, including the mobile kitchen and water purification system. And you're welcome to come to Taiwan to come and visit to our Tzu Chi headquarters in Hualien. So I will leave more questions for I would like to have the floor open for questions. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for three of your presentation. I have one question for Professor Chen.
Thank you, three of experts' talk. I have one question for Professor Chen regarding the suicidal rate. You're talking about the change number of suicidal in the post-disaster Taiwanese society in connection of Tzu Chi's humanitarian effort, but you rush through the PowerPoint. Can you tell us a little bit more?
Okay. We have a public health insurance system in Taiwan. So we have almost have everybody's hospital record. Okay. So after the Tzu Chi earthquake in 1999, we assigned all hospitals in Taiwan. They take care of a portion of the regions. And we also connected to our disaster rescue actions. So after the disaster, we have many refugees, okay? And before let them to flee to other place, we start the operations. These are all hospitals, even the small hospitals. Yeah, they have the record, so they know who is more accessible, with high possibility to have this kind of psychological actions. Yeah, so we approach to them, and of course also with our sociology people, and it come up a team working with the government agency. So that's the way we had to catch the 4th minutes. Yeah. So that's why, and of course it takes time. Yeah. To work with them, and in another thing is that you had to have a very good, fast reconstruction process as well. So gradually, with operations, yeah, especially for those people, they have suffer from the death of the family or the loss of all their properties. Yeah, they tend to complain a lot. Yeah, and you have to talk to them, deal with them, and you have to start the action right away. Yeah, usually many people said that you should talk with them slowly, gradually, takes time. Yeah, of course, we need to do that, but you also need to do the real practical works at the same time. And then they see the good result. Yeah, they start to trust you. And trust is very important. Then it's much easier to work together with refugees themselves. So that's the way we deal the psychological, mental health, commit suicide issues. Thank you.
Okay, Chris.
For Professor Hayashi, I'm curious, you mentioned how stupid the 20th century model of car usage has been in many cases, and I think we've all seen the negative consequences of pollution, overcrowding on the roads, things like that. What are you optimistic about for the future? Are there ways that we can change that stupid model to make it a little smarter in the 21st century?
Thank you. Very good question. Until last year, my team has conducted a project for Bangkok. At the beginning, we were requested to solve congestions. Okay? But in many cases, including transport specialists, they look at only crossings or car movement only. Okay? So we set up 2 stages. The first one is metropolitan-wide grand design, where living place and working place, set up. And we recommended the accessibility today using railways, and then the future accessibility. And then very accessible point, we recommended to grow up those district or station areas as sub-centers. So that is decentralization of destinations. So it's very clear. So even 10-year-old children understand, but adults don't understand. Okay, that is one thing. And another one is that is the spatial relations, okay, spatial interactions. The second one is that is a choice of place, destination. Another is choice of time to move. So that is we prepared mobile phone system advice, and then say warn how stupid you are, etc. But unfortunately, in the middle, COVID-19 appeared, and we wanted to request, Bangkok T something 48 girl groups join us, and then ask them to use our system. And then, oh, this is good, that is good. But that process we missed. But we are sure that can be working. So after COVID-19, new normal, the word new normal was used. But we thought we were moving to the new normal, not going to the office every day. Only 2 days is enough, etc. But the companies are still stupid. The companies request the employees to come. Okay? So the day after tomorrow, I will speak in Tokyo. that is our result of COVID-19 studies. The COVID-19 made people, IT people, say, income increased, without moving increased. And then essential workers like bus drivers or convenience store shoppers, they move and then they kept income. And some others lost jobs, they not move less income in such a way. So COVID-19 has segregated different types of job people. So we have to learn from those kind of results, and then redesign our urban system. And that is very important. The physical system should be redesigned. At the same time, operation system of urban system, that is another important part of for change. So that should be done. Then if we cooperate together by different bodies, like Taiwan's say realizing resilience of disaster resilience, we have to learn from Taiwan a lot and the Tzu Chi system a lot. So I wish to Tzu Chi and or Professor Chen appeal to all over the world. Why not to realize the new normal?
So Professor Chen from Taiwan and Hai Sang from Japan and Dr. Marshall from Philippines. We are all in the high vulnerability of the natural disaster area. So we can learn each other and share each other. I apologize because of for the sake of time, I had to end the panel discussion right now. So let's give a round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. And we can see that practical application of technology in terms of disaster and daily life is very important. We have gifts of appreciation for CEO Yen to present to our speakers. Okay, so as we conclude day one of the 10th Tzu Chi Forum, we extend our gratitude to all our speakers, panelists, partners, and every one of you who joined us today. Thank you for your openness, your questions, and your thoughtful engagement. Thank you very much. So we hope today's conversation has sparked new ideas and reaffirmed the importance of guiding technological progress with compassion and wisdom. We warmly invite you to join us again tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll be at the Tzu Chi Hong Kong branch in Kowloon Tong for day 2 of the forum. So we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow, and have a restful and peaceful evening. And thank you for being part of this meaningful gathering. Thank you.